Chapter 1155. The old bull pulled the carriage and soared into the sky, bringing Zichen to find his first target. His first life and death enemy was 100,000 miles away. The old bull wasn't in a hurry. He pulled the carriage forward slowly. Along the way, they encountered many towering peaks. The two would sometimes signal for the old bull to stop. Zichen and Su Mingyao would stop at the foot of the mountain and begin to climb, seeking the thrill of climbing. This mountain forest was very large and extremely deep. There were no signs of human habitation. There were many strange peaks, and the scenery was beautiful. This was also the best place for powerful cultivators to cultivate in seclusion. Occasionally, they would encounter powerful cultivators in seclusion. These powerful cultivators were naturally furious when they were suddenly disturbed. They came out of seclusion and were very angry. However, the old bull was even angrier. He pulled the carriage, and with just one collision, he would kill a human. His methods were extremely cruel. On one hand, it was because of these people's bad attitudes, but more importantly, it was because the old bull was depressed. After all, anyone would be depressed when the king of the forest suddenly became a mount. Next time you meet a human, you don't have to kill them, Zichen reminded. The old bull nodded. Next, when they met a human in seclusion, the old bull only needed to glare at them, and they would be terrified. The journey of 100,000 miles took 3 months with frequent stops and stops. Moo. Below was a mountain range. The old bull roared at the mountain range. Very soon, a disdainful laugh rang out. Old bull, you came to me of your own accord. Are you here to die? A behemoth rushed out from the forest. This was a strange tiger with a cold glint in its eyes. After seeing the old bull pulling a carriage, the tiger's eyes were immediately filled with astonishment. Old bull, what are you doing? The strange tiger was very surprised. Stop talking nonsense. This old bull will leave in a few days to travel the world. Today, I came especially to kill you. The old bull snorted. Kill me? Old bull, you're joking, right? But since you're here, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. You might as well stay. The strange tiger's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Zichen and Su Mingyao walked out of the carriage. He glanced at the strange tiger in the air and asked, The mortal enemy you were talking about is him. That's right, it's him, the old bull said. He's not the only one here. There's also a black bear. Is that your target? Zichen asked again. Black bear. Old cow was startled when he heard this, while strange tiger's expression changed. I feel that he is hostile to you, so he must be your target. Zichen looked down at the forest and shouted, Hey, that bear, you should come out too. The forest below rolled and tumbled as a strong wind surged. A big bear soared into the sky. When the old bull saw the big bear, his pupils constricted as he exclaimed, It's you. The two of you actually colluded together. Old ox, we haven't gone to you yet, but you've come to us on your own accord. Are these the helpers you've brought? They're just 2 mortal origin stage humans. Old ox, you're getting worse and worse. Black bear sneered. Cut the crap. Kill my boss first. Old ox shouted. Boss, you actually recognized a mortal origin stage human as your boss. Old ox, you're really a disgrace to us mutant beasts. Black bear said with disdain. He only recognized me as his boss. I haven't agreed to it yet, Zichen said. Human, cut the crap. Let me see what you've got. Black bear rushed towards Zichen. Golden light rose around Zichen's body as he mobilized a powerful force. Just as Black bear was about to reach him, he stomped his foot forward. Boom. Surging energy surged. The void was shattered by Zichen's stomp, and Black bear's body fell to the ground. With one kick, Zichen kicked the black bear over. Die. Strange Tiger saw that Black Bear was beaten back with one attack. He also roared and rushed towards Zichen. Boom. This time, Zichen raised his palm and pressed down. With a loud bang, Ihu's body was smashed to the ground. 2 attacks, 2 mutant beasts were beaten back. Bear, this human is very strong. Let's work together. The tiger roared, and then it soared into the sky at the same time as the black bear and charged towards Zichen. Zichen clenched his fists and punched each of them. It was simple and direct. Bang, bang. Two loud noises sounded in succession. Strange Tiger screamed and fell down. There was a hole in his body. Black Bear was unscathed. He was only knocked back by the impact. This bear has a defensive earth weapon, Old Ox reminded. Black light flashed on Black Bear's body as if he was wearing black armor. He looked up at Ziqian with shock in his eyes. He couldn't imagine how a mere mortal origin stage human could have such powerful strength. Go all out. Strange Tiger's low and angry voice sounded. Black Bear nodded. The black light around him became brighter. Then, he turned into a tall human. Black Bear was wearing armor. It was an earth weapon. Strange Tiger also turned into a human. He held a long sword in his hand. Naturally, the long sword was also an earth weapon. Kill. With the earth weapon, the two were full of confidence. For the third time, they rushed towards Ziqian. Ziqian clenched his fists again. A pair of black boxing gloves appeared on his fists. When the two reached him, Ziqian clenched his fists and punched. Golden light flashed and a powerful force fell on Strange Tiger. The long sword in Strange Tiger's hand was hit hard and almost flew out of his hand. Then, another fist hit his chest first. Puffed. Strange Tiger coughed up blood and was sent flying. As for Black Bear, he was sent flying by Ziqian's Skypiercer before he could reach him. Looking at the battlefield in front, even though Old Ox was mentally prepared, he was speechless at this moment. Ziqian was really too strong. He was terrifyingly strong and unbelievably strong. The two were mocking and ridiculing Ziqian earlier. Now, they were shocked. Fear grew in their hearts and they wanted to escape. You can't leave. After saying that, Ziqian's eyes flashed with killing intent. The golden light around him became even more dazzling. At the same time, the power of his essence, energy, and spirit was raised to the peak. Boom, boom. The tremors were accompanied by screams that resounded in the sky. Blood splattered in the sky. Facing Ziqian, the two beasts naturally couldn't escape. Only death awaited them. Ziqian pierced Strange Tiger's body with his Skypiercer and lifted him up. Then, he shattered Strange Tiger's body with a blow. Strange Tiger's body shattered. The soul shadow inside was dragged out by Ziqian. He sealed it with energy and turned it into a golden ball. After Ihu's death, his long saber turned into a sharp tooth. Black Bear's defense was destroyed by Ziqian. At the same time, the powerful force crushed his body. Only a piece of Black Bear's skin was left, as well as the soul remembrance that Ziqian deliberately extracted. Old Bull descended from the sky. He first collected the two inner cores. Then, he ran in front of Ziqian and asked fawningly, "Boss, what do you want this soul remembrance for?" Ziqian glanced meaningfully at Old Bull and said, "Of course it's to find a forging expert and see if he can merge soul remembrance into the earth weapon to forge a true earth spirit weapon." When Old Bull heard that, his mind suddenly trembled. He was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. This tooth belonged to the Strange Tiger, and it also contained the Strange Tiger's soul intent. If it really did merge with it, it would become a complete earth spirit weapon. All of this was just Ziqian's guess. As for whether or not the Everlasting Sect had such a method, Ziqian didn't know. Putting away the two items, Ziqian looked at Old Bull and said, "Okay, time to find the next one." Old Bull nodded excitedly. Then, he brought Ziqian to find the next target. However, along the way, they still stopped and walked. After advancing for several tens of thousands of miles, Old Bull was extremely cautious. He also told Ziqian that there was an extremely powerful existence here and told him to be careful. Stepping into this area, Ziqian also felt a dangerous aura. His expression changed slightly. He knew that after walking in the forest for so long, he finally encountered an emptiness realm mutated beast. The Earth Origin realm was divided into several realms. Among them, Earth Origin was a general term. Heaven Origin, Earth Origin, Human Origin. Human Origin was also a general term here. It represented existences below Earth Origin. Among them, there were several realms. As for Earth Origin, it was also a general term for realms. It was divided into Earth Origin after dodging the lightning tribulation. This realm represented the weakest Earth Origin. It was also the most common normal Earth Origin. Next were the emptiness and reality realms. When Ziqian was in the eastern continent, The existence that stole his sword steel in the Thunder Clan's territory was an emptiness realm expert. This kind of existence far surpassed Earth origin and could easily kill Zichen. As for the reality realm, in Xing Daoli's words, existences at this level had already gone to another world. This world simply couldn't maintain the power required by a reality realm expert. At this moment, the existence in the forest was most likely an emptiness realm mutated beast. Zichen didn't expect to encounter one here. While being careful, his original plan of fighting all the way to the depths of the forest was completely ruined. In this place, Zichen didn't even have the interest to play around. He was afraid of disturbing this kind of existence. After signaling Old Bull to speed up, the two of them quickly arrived at the second location. This time, a snow wolf appeared. It had a violent temper. After seeing Old Bull, it didn't say anything and rushed towards him. Then, Zichen stepped forward and the two of them started fighting. Old Bull's opponents were all at the same level as him or slightly weaker than him. With his extreme speed, Zichen wasn't afraid that his opponents would escape. In addition, with his powerful attack power, he could easily finish off his opponents. In 2 years, Zichen finished off all of Old Bull's opponents. There were a total of 7 Earth elemental mutated beasts. However, the last 2 obviously didn't recognize Old Bull. When they saw Old Bull, they were astonished. After that, Old Bull still wanted to find its enemies. However, it was stopped by Zichen. With Old Bull pulling the carriage, Zichen and Su Mengyao continued to walk in the forest. They looked at the mountains and rivers, the beautiful scenery of the sea of trees, and comprehended the rules. This walk took a total of 50 years. During these 50 years, Zichen didn't sense any rules. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he slowly comprehended them. When they passed by a relatively remote village, Zichen suddenly heard a conversation below. You said that your magic power is omnipotent and can move mountains and fill seas. Is that a lie? A villager looked at a monk and asked, Lie? Does this poor monk need to lie? The monk was proud, but also a little dissatisfied. You're not lying? Why is that bull flying in the sky? As he spoke, the villager pointed to the sky. The monk raised his head and saw an old bull flying in the sky. Chapter 1156. The monk's voice sounded soft to the villagers, like they were having a conversation. But when it reached the sky, it was like a thunderclap, shaking the sky and stirring up the wind and clouds. The old bull in the sky stopped and looked down at the tiny human below. It wanted to stomp him to death. It's him. Su Mingyao's voice came from the carriage. It's him. Bull, let's go down. Zichen's voice came from the carriage. The old bull descended from the sky, and the villagers below were terrified. They retreated far away. The monk looked at the old bull and said loudly, You old bull, flying in the sky for no reason. You're forcing me to make a move. Fine. Today, I'll end my training early and teach you a lesson. The monk was about to make a move when he suddenly saw the rules flashing on the old bull. He raised his eyebrows and said, Oh, I couldn't tell that you're an old bull with a cultivation base. To be able to get an old bull like you to pull the carriage, it seems like the person in the carriage has a high status. A solemn and serious expression appeared in the nonchalant monk's eyes. Suddenly, a voice came from the carriage. We're all training in the mortal world, comprehending rules and breaking through. We do as we please, but you're here to cheat. Hearing the voice, the monk opened his eyes wide and looked at the carriage in surprise. At the same time, he muttered, It can't be so coincidental. Zichen said, I don't want to be so coincidental, but that's the truth. Zichen pulled Su Mingyao out of the carriage and said, You were cheating back then. I didn't expect that after so many years, you're still cheating. Why? Could it be that you want to comprehend the rules of cheating? Bah, I was wondering who was so annoying. So it's you. Why did you have to find an ox to pull your carriage? And it's even flying in the sky in such a flashy manner. Do you know that it's very embarrassing? The monk glared at him. I'm happy to do so. Looking at the conversation between the two, the fear in the eyes of the villagers slowly dissipated. From the conversation, they knew that the two were familiar with each other. They were all shocked. In the hearts of the villagers, the monk was a big liar. But they didn't expect this liar to have a friend who could fly. All right, you haven't seen each other for decades. It's rare to see you again, so stop arguing. Su Mengyao looks at the two people who are chattering and can't wait to tell her what happened hundreds of years ago. She interrupts them. Humph! The monk coldly snorted and announced his victory. The three of them left the small village and walked towards a forest. The old ox followed behind. In the forest, Su Mengyao set up a fire and roasted meat for the two. Zichen took out some wine and handed it to the monk. Although the original monk was bold and unrestrained, he was very principled. He did not eat meat or drink. However, ever since he entered the ruins of the Buddhist sect, the little bit of principle he had left finally disappeared. The meat was cooked and wine was served. The monk took a big bite and asked in amazement, "What meat is this? It's so delicious." Zichen laughed and said, "Pork." The monk said, "I'm asking the truth. What I said is true. Pork is just a mutant of the Earth Prime level. It has tough skin and thick flesh. It took a lot of effort to kill it. You haven't even broken through, and you still have the time to find a mutant beast of the Earth Prime level to kill." While speaking, the monk wolfed down the meat. Zicheng glanced at the monk and said, "You haven't broken through either, but you still have the time to cheat." The monk said loudly, "I've told you, I was training. Besides, if I wanted to break through, I would have done it years ago. But that's not the rule I want, so I didn't break through." The monk looked at Zichen proudly. Zichen said calmly, "Me too." The monk was stunned. Then, he glared at Zichen fiercely. Then, without saying anything, he started to eat and drink. Zichen waved the wine bottle in his hand at the monk and said, "Eat to your heart's content. This is the only meal. After you finish, you can get lost." The monk looked at Zichen and asked, "Why? Don't you want to train with me?" Zichen said, "People who walk different paths can't make plans together. If you really want to go with me, then I have to consider giving up on Old Bull and using you to pull the carriage." "What? You want me to pull the carriage?" The monk's voice instantly rose and became extremely sharp. "Mengyao and I want to comprehend the Tao of nature. We don't lack anything. If you want to follow us, then we can only let Old Bull leave, and you can be our mount." Zichen smiled. "Bah, you want me to be your mount? Why don't you take a look at yourself?" The banquet was finished amidst the commotion. After the banquet, the monk patted his buttocks and left. The two of them had been out for decades. They left the world of cultivators and entered the mortal world. Therefore, they didn't know the changes in the world of cultivators. Moreover, the Tao of Law that the two of them were searching for was different. In the process of training, they naturally wouldn't meet, so there was no need for them to travel together. Of course, it was still necessary for them to have a meal together. After the monk left, the two of them set out again. They had been walking for 50 years. Then, another 50 years passed. 100 years had passed. It had been more than 110 years since Zichen left the Wuji sect. Longhu had yet to wake up. Old Bull was becoming more and more competent as a laborer. Since it had been a long time, he would occasionally chat with Su Mengyao and Zichen. He gradually learned about Zichen's achievements over the past 100 years. He was even more impressed by him. After 100 years of training, their exhausted hearts were gradually cleansed. Their state of mind changed once again and became extremely calm. Zichen even blamed himself when he recalled the killings he had committed. He felt that killing people wasn't necessarily the best way to get closer to the truth. This was the change in his state of mind. The two of them discovered a huge valley 2,000 li away from the mountains. The valley was huge with beautiful scenery. There were water, flowers, and some small beasts. "This place isn't bad. Why don't we stay here?" Su Mengyao was overjoyed as she glanced down at the valley. The two of them had been traveling for more than 100 years. They did not just walk aimlessly. They would also stop at some places with beautiful scenery. "All right, let's find a place to build a wooden hut. We'll stay here for a long time." Zichen was also very satisfied with this place. The two of them landed in the valley. Su Mengyao ran excitedly to the side of the river and dived into the water barefoot. She watched the fish play in the water. Zichen yelled from afar, "Let's split the work now. You make food. I'll go find the materials to build the hut." Su Mengyao turned around and smiled. She stuck out her tongue at Zichun and said mischievously, "Got it?" Zichun went to chop down trees with a heavy axe. Su Mingyao continued to play in the water. As for Old Bull, he went to play by himself. The hut was completed in half a day. Apart from that, Zichun also used boulders to make some furniture. He even used bamboo to build a courtyard. There was a small stone table in the courtyard with 2 small stone benches beside it. Su Mingyao also took advantage of this time to pick some wild fruits in the nearby forest. This was their lunch. Zichun and Su Mingyao stayed in the valley for a long time. There were no outsiders to disturb them. They were like an immortal couple enjoying their own life. The valley was very big and was surrounded by mountains. There was water in the valley. There were flowers and plants by the water and fish in the water. There were also some human footprints here. At the foot of a mountain a few miles away, there was a small village. The villagers made a living by hunting. This small valley was their resting place when they went deep into the forest. That was because the mountains and rivers here were very sweet and the fish were very plump. However, the valley was very deep and was surrounded by mountains on all sides. If one wanted to enter, they would have to spend a lot of effort. Therefore, although there were people here, they were all strong and agile villagers. The others could only stand on the peak and sigh as they looked at the valley. Recently, when the villagers were hunting, they discovered that there was a small courtyard in the valley. This was considered an uninvited guest. The cautious villagers did not come down but stood at the peak to watch. They saw a young woman from afar. She was dressed in white and walked on the water like an immortal. She was barefoot and her skin was as white as snow. Her appearance was stunning. The villagers were immediately stunned. In addition to the fairy-like woman, they also saw a handsome man. He held a big axe in his hand. With a swing of the axe, he could split a mountain. It's an immortal. One can walk on water, and the other can split a mountain with a swing of the axe. They must be immortals. I told you that this valley is extraordinary. It used to be called the Valley of Immortals. Now it has finally attracted immortals. Let me tell you, I've drunk the water there. It's very sweet and can cure hundreds of diseases. 2 immortals, a man and a woman. They must be an immortal couple who came down to the mortal world. Soon, the news about the immortals in the small village spread. Many people went to the peak to see the immortals. The villagers looked at them from afar. Zichun and Su Mingyao did not care. The two would sometimes play chess on the stone table, sometimes float out, and sometimes play in the water. After the villagers confirmed that there were immortals here, they would kowtow in the direction of the valley every time they passed by while hunting, asking for the immortals' protection. It was strange. After that, the villagers went up the mountain to hunt, and the harvest became more and more, and the danger became less. In the past, there were often fierce beasts in the mountain, but since the immortals came and they bowed to them, the fierce beasts disappeared. On the contrary, there were obviously more small beasts in the surrounding mountains. After discovering this problem, the villagers became more respectful to the Valley of Immortals. During the new year, they would take some things and put them outside the valley to show filial piety to the 2 immortals. Living in the mountain, Su Mingyao gradually became naughty. She would take the things that the villagers brought to show filial piety. Zichun, look, these fruits are all gone in the nearby mountains, but they still have them. Su Mingyao took some crystal-like fruits and showed them to Zichun. Of course, he could only look and was not allowed to eat them. Now Su Mingyao also became a little glutton and liked to eat some fruits. Zichun was not surprised by this phenomenon and did not have any opinion. The only one who had an opinion was probably the old bull. At the same time that there were more immortals in the mountain, there was also an old bull. Many villagers tried to catch the old bull and take it back to farm, but they did not expect that the mountain was so quiet. The increase in their harvest was not caused by the 2 immortals, but by the old bull who had received the immortal's will. Chapter 1157. Su Mingyao had been worshipped as an immortal for 10 years. During these 10 years, she was the one who instructed the old ox, so she had protected the village for 10 years. In these 10 years, the lives of the villagers changed drastically. The villagers became wealthier, and the young men married many women from other villages. The population of the village increased tremendously. As the population increased, their harvest did not decrease. In addition, there were also some villagers who would find some high-quality spiritual herbs. These herbs could be sold at the market for a considerable amount of money. The main reason for the spiritual herbs in the mountains was the old ox. Because the old ox had reached the earthly origin boundary, even if he hid his aura, the heaven and earth would sense it. As a result, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the area he was in would become very dense. After 10 years, when the villagers were thinking about whether they should join forces to make a big sacrifice for the immortals, one day, the villagers passed by the valley again. However, they found that the wooden house was gone. The two immortals were also gone. At the same time, the old ox that everyone wanted to catch disappeared as well. After that, the immortals never appeared again. They only left behind the legend of the Immortal Valley. Zichun and Su Mingyao lived in the valley for 10 years. During these 10 years, the two mainly traveled and enjoyed the beautiful scenery of nature. During these 10 years, the two did not deliberately mention their identities and realms. They did not mention anything about the rules. They only used their hearts to feel everything. 10 years later, another 10 years passed. The two climbed cliffs, climbed peaks, crossed rivers, saw countless flowers and plants, caught fish in the river, caught prawns, and made small wooden rafts. During these 20 years, Su Mengyao's face was filled with a happy and satisfied smile. The two stood on top of the mountain and watched the light of the setting sun pierce through the white clouds, illuminating the heaven and earth in red. Su Mingyao happily snuggled in Zichun's arms and watched the scenery in front of them. Zichun stood there and stared blankly ahead. The two quietly watched the sun set and watched the last ray of light disappear. So beautiful! Su Mingyao put her hands around her mouth and shouted into the distance. Her voice echoed in the mountain forest. It is very beautiful. Zichun nodded and looked into the distance. At this moment, his heart was very quiet, or even peaceful. After walking in nature for 120 years, he felt as though he had become a part of nature. For over 100 years, he had not fought with anyone, nor had he used his essence force. He was admiring the beautiful scenery and enjoying life. He was comprehending the various natural sceneries and the beauty of nature that had existed for over 100 years. Zichun's state of mind also changed at that moment. A world full of nature appeared before him. He saw nature. There was a flash of light in his sea of consciousness. He saw things outside of nature. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Night fell. Xingqian was in the sky, and the stars were shining brightly. However, these lights of Xingqian were unknowingly shrouded by dark clouds. In the blink of an eye, the world became pitch black. Is it going to rain? Su Mingyao raised her head. Suddenly, she felt that something was wrong. There was an inexplicable pressure in the dark clouds. She turned her head and looked at Zichun in shock. Precepts are everywhere. Zichun spoke again, his voice sounding distant as if it came from ancient times. His eyes were deep and bright. His body started to glow. In the sky, the power of precepts appeared out of nowhere. These powers of precepts appeared from all directions and gathered towards Zichun. A gentle push pushed Su Mingyao into the distance. Precepts. You felt the precepts of nature. Su Mingyao was surprised and delighted. Zichun once again gazed into the distance, at the place where the sun had disappeared. However, this time, although his eyes were bright, there was no spirit in them. He was recalling the bits and pieces he had seen in the past 100 years. He was thinking about the water. It was cold and smooth. A small rock could make it change its original intention and part its path. However, sometimes, even a mountain would be destroyed in front of it. There was water in nature, dew, river water, ice water, and sea water. There was power in the water, the power of water. There were precepts in the power, the precepts of water. Thinking about the ponds and rivers, the precepts that gathered towards Zichun suddenly changed. There were ripples like water patterns. These were the precepts of water. Thinking about the huge lakes, the turbulent rivers, the torrential waterfalls, and the violent waves, more precepts appeared around Zichun. From afar, the precepts of water were like layers of thin gauze that covered Zichun's entire body. The moment the precepts of water appeared, an oppressive aura suddenly appeared in the sky. This aura was so oppressive that it made it difficult for people to breathe. Su Mingyao looked up at the sky, and her expression changed instantly. This was because the power of the tribulation clouds at this moment was not much different from the tribulation clouds that Elder Gue had attracted. However, this was not the end. After the power of water, another word appeared in Zichen's mind. It was wood. Wood could be a weak sapling that swayed in the wind, without any determination or goal. It could also be a towering tree that covered the sky and was abnormally firm. There were trees in heaven and earth. There were precepts in wood, known as the power of wood. Wood was a towering ancient tree. Wood was a small tree. Wood was a type of force. Among the 5 elements aristocratic families, the Mu family cultivated the power of wood. Zichun had fought with the Mu family many times. Naturally, he had sensed the power of wood. At this moment, the power of wood gradually turned into precepts in Zichen's eyes. The precepts of wood. Besides Zichun, in addition to the precepts of water, there was also a new type of precepts of wood. As soon as it appeared, it intertwined with the precepts of water. With water and the precepts of wood, the power of the precepts of wood became even stronger. Above his head, the power of the tribulation clouds increased by a few times. The sky and earth became pitch black. Looking at the black clouds above her head, Su Mengyao's face turned pale. She could not stand steadily. This tribulation cloud was really too terrifying. With this mountain peak as the center, the beasts within a radius of dozens of miles felt the terrifying aura. They sensed danger and quickly fled. Far away on the mountain peak, a ray of light flashed. It was the old bull that was pulling the carriage. At this moment, he was looking at Zichun on another mountain peak. His eyes were filled with shock and horror. How is this possible? He actually has 2 types of precepts. The old bull lost his composure and cried out. He felt that his understanding of the world had been overturned at this moment. After sensing the precepts of water, the precepts of wood appeared in Zichen's mind. All of this was not done intentionally by Zichun. It was a realization that he had gained after years of calmly looking at the mountains and scenery. Today, when they appeared together, they became precepts of wood. His mind was only thinking about what he had seen over the years. He did not notice the changes that happened after the water and wood merged. Just as the 2 types of precepts changed, a word involuntarily jumped out in Zichen's sea of consciousness. This word jumped out abruptly, as if it was born naturally. This word was fire. It was the power of fire. It was the precepts of fire. First, it was water. Then, it was wood. Among the 5 elements, water was wood. This was not a coincidence. It was Zichen's experience over the years. As long as there was water, the wood would live well. The trees would be lush, and the flowers would be beautiful. Water gave birth to wood. Wood gave birth to fire. Although the precepts of fire appeared suddenly, there were still traces that could be followed. It was 2 demonic beasts that were fighting to the death in the forest. One of the demonic beasts was spitting fire from its mouth. It was a single-horned firebull. Its opponent was very strong. It had an ice aura that could suppress fire. The fire could not hurt it at all. It was a mutated bluebird. However, the firebull showed weakness at the crucial moment. It ignited the forest below. All the trees in the forest were ignited by the flames. The forest became a sea of fire. The power of fire became even stronger. With the help of the fierce power of fire, the firebull destroyed the blue bird. That day, Zichun admired the firebull's intelligence. However, today, wood gave birth to fire. It was the precepts of fire. The precepts of fire between heaven and earth began to gather towards Zichun. After merging with his body, they would be compatible with the power of wood. Then, the power of fire would become stronger. With 3 precepts of fire, Su Mingyao could no longer see Zichen's real body. She could only see a blurry figure. In the sky, the tribulation clouds pressed down another 3 meters. The pressure of the tribulation clouds spread out for dozens of miles. A dangerous aura shook the surroundings. The strong cultivators nearby all felt the pressure. Their faces changed drastically. They looked up and saw the tribulation clouds. At the same time, they felt the power of multiple precepts of fire. Someone is breaking through to the Earth Prime level. Attracting precepts of fire, This is the sign of breaking through to the Earth Prime level. But why is the tribulation cloud so scary? There were demonic beasts in the forest. In addition to demonic beasts, there were also strong cultivators in seclusion. They all felt the abnormality of the tribulation clouds. They turned into light and flew towards the tribulation clouds. They stopped at what they thought was a safe distance and looked down at the tribulation clouds. There was a mountain peak. There was a person standing on the peak. However, no one could see the person's face clearly. They could only see the precepts of fire surrounding him. 3 precepts. He actually has 3 precepts of fire. Who is this person? He can actually comprehend 3 precepts of fire at once. Scary. It's really scary. With 3 precepts of fire, once he breaks through, his combat strength will increase infinitely. I'm afraid no one in the same level can do anything to him. In the distance, many people and demonic beasts appeared. Among them, there were also existences that had crossed over to the Earth Prime level. They looked at Zichun, who had 3 precepts of fire, and their faces turned serious. But only 3 precepts of fire? Wood was burned by fire. After being burned, it turned into earth. Fire gave birth to earth. In addition to the 3 precepts of fire, there was the precepts of earth. With such a change in the precepts of fire, if Zichun still couldn't feel the principle of the 5 elements, he would really be an idiot. Fire gave birth to earth. This was what he had seen for many years. At the same time, he had taken the shortcut of the 5 elements. Earth was the origin of all things, giving birth to all things. As soon as the precepts of fire appeared, there was a majestic and heavy feeling. Chapter 1158. Su Mengyao had been training with Zichun for more than 100 years. During this period, Zichun had successfully comprehended the laws because of Xing Daoli's words. Su Mengyao had been beside him at that time. In the following 120 years, the two of them traveled around the world, feeling close to nature. Now, Zichun had once again comprehended the power of laws. Su Mengyao, whose comprehension ability wasn't any worse than Zichun's, had gained nothing. However, at this moment, when she saw Zichun's lifeless eyes and the power of laws that appeared on Zichun's body one after another, she understood. At this moment, her heart was tightly connected to Zichun. She could clearly feel everything that Zichun felt. The two of them didn't have any secrets over the years. Therefore, whatever Zichun had comprehended, Su Mengyao naturally understood as well. Zichun saw water and then wood. Su Mengyao also saw it. She also saw the battle between the fire bull and the bluebird that day. She saw the wood of the 5 elements giving birth to fire. Su Mengyao looked at Zichun in a daze. Her bright eyes gradually lost their luster. She seemed to have fused with Zichun. Whatever Zichun saw, she saw. When the 4th law of earth appeared on Zichun's body, Su Mengyao also saw the law of earth. She even saw the law of metal after the earth. Su Mengyao saw the power of the 5 elements before Zichun. She saw it very clearly. However, she didn't comprehend it. She didn't immediately draw the law to her body. Instead, she imprinted it in her heart. The comprehension of the power of the 5 elements was like a seed buried deep in Su Mengyao's heart, waiting for it to germinate in the future. A mysterious fluctuation appeared on Su Mengyao's body. However, this fluctuation disappeared in a flash. Only a few existences sensed it, but they thought it was an illusion. Compared to the current Zichun, Su Mengyao was extremely inconspicuous. Therefore, everyone completely ignored her. On Zichun's body, the 4th type of rule-bending power began to revolve around him. When the crowd saw this, their expressions changed. Shock, horror, and then pity. Comprehending 4 types of laws was rare in the world. Once they broke through, their battle strength would skyrocket. However, many of the people present had already broken through to the Earth origin stage. Naturally, they knew how slim the chances of successfully breaking through under such circumstances were. He's too greedy. 3 is already the limit. Now that he's comprehending 4, he's dead for sure. He had the potential to become a very famous Earth Prime, but now he no longer has the chance. To be able to comprehend the rules and have a chance of making a breakthrough, he is naturally a smart person. But why can't he think things through? I can't understand. Under such circumstances, No one was optimistic about Zichen's chances. No one believed that Zichen still had a chance of making a breakthrough after receiving 4 types of loss. This is too scary. Boss Zichen is really scary. Old Cow was shocked when he saw this scene. 4 types of rule-bending power was not Zichen's limit. At this moment, he was comprehending the Earth origin stage. With the help of the Fire origin stage, his comprehension was much easier. Soon, he successfully comprehended the Earth origin stage. An old man appeared out of thin air. He stood under the tribulation cloud and looked at Zichen with a shocked expression. In just 100 years, you've comprehended another rule-bending power. Moreover, it's the 5 elements rule-bending power. Your comprehension is indeed terrifying. But this is nonsense. Suddenly, the old man's praise turned into a cold shout. Then, he turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Zichen. Stop. Don't comprehend the 5 elements rule-bending power. The old man was naturally Xingdaoli. He shouted and rushed towards Zichen. With 4 types of rule-bending power, Zichen's chances of survival were very slim. If he received 5 types of rule-bending power, even Xingdaoli would not be optimistic about Zichen's chances. Facing such a situation, the right thing to do was to take the initiative to give up. Then, when he was ready, he would attract the rule-bending power and break through. Xingdaoli's words were heard by the people in the distance. They were shocked. They thought that it was already amazing for Yi Futian to comprehend 4 types of rule-bending power. But who would have thought that he would comprehend 5 types of rule-bending power and gather the 5 elements rule-bending power? However, Xingdaoli was still a step too late. When he shouted and tried to get closer to Zichen, there was already a golden light in the Earth origin stage. It was the metal origin stage. Between heaven and earth, golden rule-bending power appeared and gathered towards Zichen. At this moment, the 5 elements rule-bending power of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth origin stage gathered, and the 5 colors merged perfectly. In the sky, the black clouds also changed in an instant. They turned blood red, and the pressure became dozens of times stronger. Even the Earth origin stage cultivators standing under the tribulation cloud trembled because of this aura. This aura was exuding a world-destroying divine power. It made people tremble. The Earth origin stage cultivators knew that something was wrong and retreated far away. As for the human origin stage cultivators, they were already scared away. A powerful force directly pushed Su Mingyao back, waking her up from that mysterious state. After waking up, she saw the tribulation cloud in the sky that had changed color. Her expression changed drastically, and her face was filled with worry. Xingdaoli was already rushing towards Zichen. However, at this moment, a terrifying thunderbolt descended from the blood-red clouds. This thunderbolt emitted a blood-red light. Although there was no rule-bending power on it, it was still terrifying. The blood-red thunderbolt was not rushing towards Zichen. Instead, it was rushing towards Xingdaoli, who was approaching Zichen. Get lost! Xingdaoli shouted. He raised his hand and pointed at the blood-red thunderbolt. A stream of energy broke into the thunderbolt and crushed it. In the distance, when the crowd saw this scene, they were all shocked. They did not know who this old man who suddenly appeared was. However, he could destroy a blood-red thunderbolt with a raise of his hand. Naturally, he was a terrifying existence. Just as he destroyed a thunderbolt, another thunderbolt descended from the sky. Its target was still Xingdaoli. Xingdaoli raised his hand and pointed again. The thunderbolt dissipated. Xingdaoli seemed to be very relaxed when he destroyed the terrifying thunderbolt. However, in the next moment, several thunderbolts appeared in the sky. They were even more powerful. Xingdaoli roared and raised his hand to destroy these thunderbolts. However, more thunderbolts descended. Moreover, the thunder might emitted from these thunderbolts made everyone present feel suffocated. Except for Zichen, who was surrounded by the 5 elements power. Even Xingdaoli frowned. There was dissatisfaction on his face. What the hell is going on? Xingdaoli raised his head and looked at the sky. His aura suddenly surged. The thunderbolts that filled the sky were dispersed by his aura. A powerful aura that was dozens of times stronger than the previous thunderbolts appeared in this world. Sensing this aura, everyone's expression changed. Then, they cried out in alarm. Heaven origin. This is the aura of a heaven origin powerhouse. Heavens, this old man is actually a heaven origin powerhouse. I never thought that we would actually have a heaven origin powerhouse here. However, the tribulation cloud has already appeared. Can he protect that person? Everyone was very shocked. Old Cow was the same. However, his heart was filled with fanaticism. Boss Zichun actually knows a heaven origin powerhouse. He is indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Zichun was surrounded by the 5 elements power. The 5 elements power emitted 5 colors. It was like a huge egg, and Zichun was in the middle of the egg. The 5 elements power gathered. They reinforced and restrained each other. They became extremely stable. Zichun began to fully comprehend the 5 elements power. He was completely unaware of everything that was happening in the outside world. The blood-colored tribulation cloud in the sky was provoked. It began to roll violently. Then, streaks of blood-colored thunderbolts descended again. This time, they had the power to destroy heaven origin. This was a silent thunderbolt. Only the tribulation cloud rolled in the sky. There was no sound of thunder. However, this kind of thunderbolt was even more powerful. Since you are unwilling, I will strike you until you are. Xing Daoli roared. Then, he stretched out his right hand. His palm suddenly emitted a bright light. The bright light made people unable to open their eyes. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. The moment they closed their eyes, a violent aura appeared between heaven and earth. A long saber appeared in Xing Daoli's right hand. The bright light came from the long saber. There were Earth origin realm cultivators present. There were also some who had earth weapons. However, the moment they saw the long saber, they felt an aura that was thousands of times stronger than their earth weapons. They didn't need to guess. They knew what level of weapon that long saber was. Heaven's spiritual weapon. It was also a heaven weapon. Xing Daoli was not only a heaven origin powerhouse, but also a powerhouse who had a heaven weapon. The moment he held the long saber in his hand, in everyone's eyes, Xing Daoli became heaven and earth. At this moment, he was the real heaven and earth. He held the saber and slashed towards the sky. The sky was cut open by the saber. Many blood-colored thunderbolts were shattered by the saber. At the same time, the saber shot towards the sky, straight towards the blood-colored tribulation cloud. The saber was still silent. However, it cut through half of the tribulation cloud, revealing the pitch-black empty space behind the tribulation cloud. The crowd cried out in alarm. The scene before them was too terrifying. However, just as the tribulation cloud dissipated, it condensed again. Furthermore, this time, it was even more terrifying. Apart from a small portion that still locked onto Zichun, the rest of the tribulation cloud locked onto Xing Daoli. Come, let's see who dies first. Xing Daoli roared. He gathered his strength again and slashed towards the sky. This saber strike destroyed the thunderbolts and shattered another portion of the tribulation cloud. Like before, the tribulation cloud condensed again right after it disappeared. However, this time, the sound of rolling thunder suddenly came from the silent tribulation cloud. Thunder rumbled. The sound was deep and distant. The blood-red tribulation cloud pressed down several feet from the sky, and a powerful and terrifying pressure spread out along with it. What are you doing? You want me to undergo the heavenly tribulation again? Xing Daoli raised his head to look at the sky. His expression changed greatly. It was unknown whether it was because of anger or fear. In any case, the hand holding the saber started to tremble. Before the thunderbolts in the sky fell, he gritted his teeth and ruthlessly slashed at the sky several times. The saber light shot towards the sky like a waterfall, tearing apart the tribulation cloud that had just formed. This time, Xing Daoli knew that he had completely angered the lightning tribulation. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. He turned and left. However, the previous attacks had bought Zichun enough time. If Zichun took the opportunity to retreat, he would definitely be able to survive. Chapter 1159. Xing Daoli risked the danger of undergoing another heavenly tribulation to buy some time for Zichun. In his opinion, Zichun would take advantage of this precious time to forcefully disperse the power of the 5 elements and comprehend it later. However, Zichun did not. Not only did he not give up on comprehending, he even comprehended other laws outside of the power of the five elements. The power of the five elements was the power of nature. This was not wrong, because everything in the world was within the five elements. However, to say that the power of nature was the power of the five elements was too arbitrary. At this moment, the power of the five elements formed a perfect circle around Zichun. This circle was like an eggshell, protecting Zichun within. The power of the five elements was revolving around him. As it revolved, Zichun calmed down and comprehended. At the same time, he used the power of the five elements as a foundation to comprehend other derived powers of nature. Looking at other lights outside of the five colors, Xing Daoli was speechless. The others were also speechless. Xing Daoli was speechless because of helplessness, while the others were shocked. At this moment, in terms of talent, Zichun undoubtedly surpassed 99% of the experts in the Tianwu continent and stood at the peak of the continent. Since the first cultivator appeared in the world, tracing back hundreds of millions of years, there were very few people who could comprehend the power of the five elements and the power of nature outside of the power of the five elements. However, now, Zichun had comprehended it. There was no doubt about his talent. However, at the same time, this indicated that the danger had reached an unimaginable level. This was a heavenly tribulation that could not be passed. Although Su Mingyao was awake, she could still clearly feel everything that Zichun felt. If Zichun unfortunately died today, then Su Mingyao would comprehend the power of nature in the future. Crazy, this is a madman. Pure madman. Sigh, what a pity. In the distance, both humans and beasts sighed. Obviously, no one thought that Zichun could pass the heavenly tribulation. Outside of the power of the five elements, he had successfully extended the power of other rules. These were all extremely insignificant rules, but there were more than a dozen of them. More than a dozen minor laws, in addition to the five elemental laws, such a scene brought shock to everyone. At this moment, they no longer regretted or sighed. They simply counted the rules. Even if Zichun died today, they would remember this moment. They would remember this cultivator who had comprehended dozens of rules at the same time. Apart from metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, there were also wind, rain, thunder, and clouds. These were also the other four laws of nature. In addition to the five elemental laws, the wind law also appeared around Zichun. Like a gentle breeze, the wind law appeared outside of the five elemental laws and was considered a pure existence. Everyone was too shocked today, so much so that when they saw the wind law, there was only a hint of surprise on their faces. Then, the number of laws in their hearts increased by one. After the wind came the clouds, and after the clouds came the rain. Zichun had comprehended 3 of the 4 laws, but he had not comprehended thunder. However, there were many major laws in the world, and Zichun had already comprehended many of them. Looking at the world and chasing after history, he could be proud. The thunder law did not appear for a long time, and Zichun's comprehension was gradually coming to an end. Today's comprehension of the laws was more than 100 years of comprehension. However, the appearance of the many minor laws, as well as the wind, rain, and clouds, could be considered a coincidence. However, such coincidences could not be considered lucky, because the more laws there were, the stronger the power of the thunder calamity, indicating that there was no chance of survival. Without a chance of survival, it would be useless no matter how many laws one comprehended. Zichun's eyes gradually became bright and clear. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The originally black tribulation clouds in the sky turned blood red, and then blood black. At this moment, with the addition of dozens of laws, the tribulation clouds in the sky became colorful. These colorful tribulation clouds were like a rainbow that covered the sky. The pitch-black world began to emit colorful light. The thunder and lightning that had not appeared before began to flash in the tribulation clouds, and a vast thunder might appeared. However, at this moment, no one thought that this was an ordinary thunder might. The thunder might that made the earthly origin realm cultivators tremble was completely divine. It was indeed divine because the moment he felt the thousands of thunder and lightning, Zichun suddenly had an illusion that there was a thunder god temple floating above his head. This thunder calamity was very scary, and Zichun did not have the confidence to pass it. Fortunately, he did not prepare for it. The laws of nature were formed, but only the power of thunder was missing. As a thunder martial artist, this was a fact that Zichun could not accept. Therefore, this was still not the law that he wanted. In the sky, in the colorful tribulation clouds, the divine thunder was brewing. Zichun slowly lowered his head, and his gaze swept across the people in the distance. Their expressions were filled with shock and pity, and it was very complicated. Zichun raised his head and pointed to the sky, and many laws revolved above his fingertips. Everyone in the distance opened their eyes wide, ready to watch the upcoming battle. They had already memorized the number of laws that Zichun had comprehended. It was 48. At this moment, they still had to count how many bolts of lightning Zichun would fall under. Everyone looked at Zichun, waiting for him to pass the tribulation. However, this situation naturally would not happen, because Zichun did not plan to pass the tribulation. Because passing the tribulation meant death, and if he did not pass it, there was still a chance of survival. This was the solution he quickly thought of after he knew that he had accidentally gone too far. Although there were elements of luck and gambling, who asked him to comprehend so many laws in one go. Moreover, Zichun suspected that all of this was deliberately arranged, because with his talent, how could he comprehend so many laws? However, whether it was intentional or not, and whether the laws of the world really wanted him to die, he only had one way to survive now, and that was to retreat. His emotions did not change much, but his heart was filled with regret, and he secretly cursed the villainous heavens for harming him. He pointed to the sky with one hand and shouted, "Disperse!" This shout was like a divine thunder exploding in the sky. It was as if the words were followed by the law, and it carried a vast divine power and unimaginable divine power. The lightning tribulation that had been brewing in the sky for a long time slowly dissipated after the word disperse. The terrifying pressure gradually dissipated. No one was going through the tribulation. Everything just now was like an illusion, a dream. But was that really the case? Even though everyone had been shocked and horrified many times before and was already immune to unexpected situations, at this moment, seeing the lightning tribulation dissipate, their expressions changed again, and this time, it was a huge change. Everyone knew what it meant to make the lightning tribulation dissipate. This meant that the laws would backfire, it meant that the world would not tolerate it, and it meant true death. In everyone's opinion, Zichun's tribulation was the right path. Although the chances of survival were not high, there was still a glimmer of hope. However, if he gave up on the laws, there was only one path, death. Therefore, everyone was shocked. They did not understand why he chose to commit suicide instead of taking a gamble. In fact, Zichun was gambling with his life. Zichun's choice caused everyone's expression to change drastically. They did not understand, but Su Mingyao did. Xing Daoli seemed to have guessed something, and his expression changed. The tribulation clouds in the sky dissipated, and the dozens of nomological powers below dissipated. They were originally gentle and protective of Zichun, but now they were violent. It was as if the most loyal guards in the world had suddenly become the most violent thugs. They held the weapons in their hands, and before their masters could react, they launched their most ferocious attacks at their unsuspecting and defenseless masters. The perfect body was known as the strongest physique of humans. However, under the backlash of the laws, this powerful physique was like a piece of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. A nomological blade slashed across, and a bloody mark appeared on Zichun's body. Another nomological blade slashed across, and another bloody mark appeared on Zichun's body. Each law instantly evolved into about 3,000 to 5,000 nomological blades. Zichun had comprehended 48 laws in an instant, and the number of blades that the laws instantly manifested was uncountable. Apart from that, what was even more terrifying was the laws formed by the power of the 5 elements. They emitted 5 colors, representing the perfect fusion of the 5 elements. They broke through Zichun's defense faster and left deeper wounds on his body. After one nomological blade broke through his defense, another nomological blade landed on the same spot, causing the wound to deepen again. Then, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 10th, An nth nomological blade slashed at the same wound. Almost instantly, the same spot was attacked by dozens to hundreds of attacks. The wound that wasn't small to begin with instantly enlarged. Puffed. The laws flashed and Zichen's arm was severed. However, at the same time, many nomological blades slashed at his arm, instantly turning the severed arm into nothingness. Puffed. The second arm left his body and turned into nothingness again after the nomological blade passed by. This scene happened very quickly, but in the eyes of the cultivators, it was like a slow-motion movie. They saw every scene clearly, and even the way each nomological blade swept out was extremely vivid. They saw Zichen's arm leave his body and turn into nothingness. They also saw Zichen's legs disappear in an instant. They saw the backlash of the nomological power and how terrifying it was. At the same time, they also saw Zichen's face. It was an extremely handsome face. However, at this realm, what attracted everyone was no longer his handsomeness, but his temperament. At this moment, Zichen's face attracted everyone's attention because of the calmness on his face and in his eyes. This was calmness, a calmness with confidence, and not a simple resignation of waiting for death. However, at this moment, everyone didn't understand where Zichen's confidence came from. Did he still think that a miracle would happen and that he wouldn't die? Zichen didn't know if he would die, but he first felt the pain caused by thousands of sharp blades slashing at his body. He felt every part of his body leave his body and feel them disappear. He looked calm at the moment, but he was actually very nervous. This was because he wasn't sure if the nomological blade would destroy his soul consciousness first, or if his soul consciousness would sense the injuries on his body first and ignite the flame of life. Zichen's body was divided into two halves. Then, the lower half of his body disappeared, and so did the upper half. Only his head was left. Chapter 1160. Thousands of laws slashed at his body, and Zichen was reduced to nothingness without any suspense. Zichen disappeared from the world. Although everyone had expected this scene, they still couldn't help but sigh when they saw it with their own eyes. He died just like that. If he knew this would happen, he would have taken the risk. Why did he choose to retreat when he had the chance to advance? He comprehended 48 laws. With his talent, he could be recorded in the historical records and become a legend. However, his choice was not satisfactory and went against the cultivation path of the strong. Everyone sighed and felt sorry for him. The thousands of laws instantly destroyed Zichen, but it didn't mean that Zichen was dead. When Zichen's body disappeared and his life force dissipated, Longhu, who was sleeping in the void, suddenly frowned. He didn't wake up, but a wisp of life force suddenly flowed out of his body and drifted into the void. At the same time, a wisp of life force also flowed out of the Wuji sect where the dragons were sleeping. The two wisps of life force passed through the void and merged at a certain place. Zichen's life force that had just dissipated met the two wisps of life force, and the flame of life was reignited. The tribulation clouds in the sky dissipated, and the people below exclaimed and sighed. No one noticed that a light spot suddenly appeared at the place where Zichen died. The light spot was very weak, 100 times weaker than the light of a firefly. It couldn't be seen if one didn't look carefully. There was a wisp of life force flowing in the weak light spot, and as the life force flowed, the light spot gradually grew bigger and looked like a flame. The flame was expanding, and the fluctuation of life force became stronger. Su Mengyao didn't believe that Zichen was dead, even though she saw Zichen disappear with her own eyes. Her eyes stared at the place where Zichen disappeared without blinking. Soon, she saw the light spot and watched it grow bigger and bigger, and then it emitted a fluctuation of life force. Her eyes instantly lit up. She knew that Zichen was still alive. Soon, the flame grew to the size of a fist, and the fluctuation of life force was completely emitted. Everyone sensed it. The people who were about to leave in the distance saw the flame, and their faces were immediately filled with surprise. What is that? Flame? Why is there a flame there? A flame with the aura of life. Could it be that this person is not dead yet? Could it be that his soul is still in this world? Everyone's gazes were fixed on the ball of flame as they watched it gradually grow bigger. That's the flame of life. I can feel the fluctuations of life inside. This is the flame of life, the legendary flame of life. Someone guessed what the flame was and immediately lost his self-control and shouted. So that's the case. This is what he's relying on. If he doesn't die this time, his harvest will be enormous. After Xing Daoli noticed this scene, a look of realization finally appeared on his face. The expressions of the people who were shouting once again turned into shock and horror because a figure actually appeared in the gradually growing flames. The flames of life began to reshape his body. At this moment, Zichun, who had already begun to come into contact with the laws, could sense a thick life force from these flames. He could sense the laws of life. In addition to the law of life, Zichun also sensed 48 laws of nature. Just like how he had refined the laws of nature 100 years ago after the first backlash, Zichun was now using the flames of life to refine these laws. After refining these laws, they were hidden in the depths of his body, waiting for the day when they would be fully accumulated. The flame of life. He actually attracted the flame of life. No wonder he chose to take a step back. It's really unbelievable. He didn't die under the backlash of so many laws. This is a miracle. Looking at the figure formed in the flames, everyone was amazed. When Zichun's figure appeared, Su Mingyao flashed in front of him and stood there to protect him. The old bull also appeared with the black chariot. He stood beside them in the air and released a powerful aura of Earth Prime around him. In fact, the two of them didn't need to do so at all. With Xing Daoli around, no one dared to cause trouble at this moment. They stood and watched from afar. After a day and a night, the flame of life slowly disappeared. Zichun was naked, but when the flames disappeared, a black robe appeared on his body. A day and a night wasn't enough for Zichun to refine all the laws, but his injuries were completely healed. Su Mingyao threw herself into Zichun's arms. Although she didn't say anything, Zichun knew what she was thinking. This time, he really played it big. But he was lucky to not die, so his future gains were limitless. Boss, you didn't die even after that. You're really too strong. The old bull's words were obviously filled with excitement. You really want me to die? Zichun looked at the old bull. How is that possible? I want you to live. With a boss like you, my future achievements will be limitless. Boss, please take me along and support me. The old bull who was pulling the chariot laughed. Not bad, not bad. I'm looking forward to the day you break through. Xing Daoli walked towards Zichun with a face full of admiration. Senior, thank you for your help. Zichun knew about Xing Daoli's help from Su Mingyao and immediately thanked him. Xing Daoli waved his hand and said, No, don't laugh at me. I was just asking for trouble. Senior, you're too humble. Zichun smiled. Looking at Zichun, Xing Daoli asked seriously, You don't even need to comprehend the force of nature. What are you waiting for? Do you have to wait until you comprehend the law of thunder before breaking through? Hearing this, Zichun thought seriously and said, I'm not too sure about this. It's just that the moment I broke through, I saw that the law of the great Tao is not the path I want to take. I don't know what path I want to take, so I've been searching. After comprehending the rules, Zichun could break through to the Earth origin boundary at any time. However, every time he wanted to break through, he would think about the words of the young man in the saint's burial ground. That was the advice left behind by the saint, and it had a deep meaning. Before he fully comprehended it, Zichun would not choose to break through. Then what are you going to do next? Xing Daoli asked again. Comprehend the law. Zichun said. What's the use of comprehending the law if you don't break through? I don't know, but if I comprehend more laws, I think I will know what path I need to take. Hearing this, Xing Daoli nodded and said seriously, Indeed, you can't choose the wrong path. Senior, what are your plans? Xing Daoli smiled and said, I don't have any plans. I'm an old man with no one to accompany me. Naturally, I can only go to the mortal world to gain experience. I'm leaving. See you next time. Saying this, Xing Daoli waved his hand and disappeared in a flash. After Xing Daoli left, the surrounding cultivators also left. But there were still some people who did not leave. The old bull looked back at the crowd and asked coldly, What? You've watched the show. Are you staying here to fight? Just in time. I don't have the inner core I got back then. I need some to fill it up. These people had been in seclusion for a very long time. Not a single one of them recognized Zichun. But at this moment, facing the old bull's provocation, they were not angry. Of course, it was not because they were afraid of the old bull, but because they were afraid of the heavenly origin realm cultivator who had disappeared earlier. They looked at Zichun and nodded kindly. Then, they left. Those earthly origin realm beasts also disappeared. I comprehended the force of nature. At that time, I suddenly had a feeling that you were right beside me, right in front of my eyes. Did you also comprehend something? Zichun looked at Su Mingyao and asked. Su Mingyao nodded and said, Yes, I sensed all the laws you sensed. And because of the force of nature, I vaguely know what the ethereal inaction Tao is. Saying this, Su Mingyao lowered her head and said apologetically, I'm afraid I can't accompany you now. I have to go into seclusion to comprehend. Now that you've comprehended the force of nature, it's time to gain experience in the mortal world. You can go into seclusion now. Take Longhu with you. I'll take the old bull. Zichun stroked Su Mingyao's hair and said. Su Mingyao naturally went into seclusion in the boundless sect's castle of time. She brought Longhu back with her to accelerate time, hoping that he would wake up sooner. After Su Mingyao left, only the old bull and Zichun remained. Zichun put away the carriage. He didn't want the old bull to pull the carriage. He would ride the old bull to gain experience. However, before that, Zichun had to completely refine the 48 remaining laws. It took him 10 days to refine the laws. 10 days later, Zichun rode the old bull and left. After that, in the mortal world, there was a cultivator who rode a bull to gain experience. Zichun didn't have a clear goal for his own path, so he told the old bull to wander around the mortal world and comprehend wherever it went. During this time, Zichun didn't deliberately become a merchant, nor did he continue to open a shop. Instead, he walked in the mortal world as a bystander. Over 100 years had passed, but the war between humans and demons in the sacred region still hadn't ended. In the entire cultivation world of the Tianwu continent, some of the older generation gradually hid themselves and comprehended the laws, while some of the younger generation rose to prominence. Among them, the one who rose to fame the fastest was naturally the acting sect leader of the Wuji sect, Sun Ling Er. As a woman, she was very strong and supported the entire Wuji sect. She had the demeanor of Zichun back then. Moreover, as Zichun's first disciple, she had learned the cultivation method recorded in the 3 pages Heavenly Book. Coupled with the cultivation of many resources, she had almost no weaknesses. Apart from Ling Er, Lei Ling and Chen Feng also became famous in the Tianwu continent. Most of their fame came from killing demons. In the entire cultivation world of the Tianwu continent, there was no internal strife. Everyone was united and launched an all-out counterattack against the demons. For a time, the invading demons were in imminent danger. Helpless, the demons could only continue to increase their troops in the demon world. At the same time, they began to mobilize human cultivators under their jurisdiction to stop the human forces' attacks. The battle between the cultivators of the Tianwu continent became more and more intense. However, this had nothing to do with Zichun. He was just a mortal now. He rode the old bull into a mortal city. Chapter 1161. Being stopped by the guard, Zichun, who was riding on the back of the old bull, had doubts on his face and asked, "What's the matter?" The guard pointed to a place not far away and said, "The recruitment is over there." "Recruitment? I don't plan to recruit." The guard, who originally had a good attitude, immediately showed displeasure on his face and said, "If a good man doesn't want to be a soldier and protect the country, what's the use of living in this world?" Protect the country? Is there going to be a war? Recently, the Qin state has been harassing the people at the border. His Majesty the Emperor has decided to recruit troops to attack the Qin state and save the people of the Tang Empire from the fire and water. As a man of the Tang Empire, shouldn't you contribute to the Tang Empire? A good man should be loyal to the country and serve the country. Zichun responded loudly, "Good, warrior, please." Hearing this, the guard's attitude towards Zichun changed greatly. He admired him very much. Zichun rode the old bull and went to the recruitment office. There were already a lot of people here. There were rich young masters dressed in brocade and some mountain people. They had different identities and backgrounds, but their expressions of loyalty to the country were the same. These people were very curious when they saw Zichan riding the bull. They wondered if this person was going to ride the bull to fight. Sure enough, when Zichan walked to the recruitment office and explained the purpose of his visit, everyone was incomparably stunned. "Little brother, are you joking?" A young officer looked at Zichan and smiled. "Of course I'm not joking. I want to protect the country and ride the bull to fight." Zichan's words were sonorous and powerful. There was a roar of laughter all around, but everyone looked at Zichan with admiration. If all the men of the Tang Empire were like this, then the destruction of the Qin state would be just around the corner. The young officer smiled and said, "It's good that you have this intention, but it's the first time I've heard of riding the bull to fight. Moreover, the speed of the bull is slow. It can be used for farming, but it can't be used to kill the enemy. How about this? You give us the bull, and we'll give you money. When you go to the battlefield, we'll give you a warhorse that can fight." When he heard these words, the old bull looked at the young military officer with a hint of disdain in his eyes. At the same time, he released a chi sound towards the young military officer. "Your bull has quite the temper." The young officer laughed. The others also laughed when they heard this. "Of course he has a temper. He is many times stronger than a warhorse, but you said that he is not as good as a warhorse, so he is naturally angry." Conscription in a foreign land was extremely boring. Unlike conscription in other places, where people would give gifts, banquets, and endless benefits, conscription here was to recruit loyal soldiers for the country. They would even give some subsidies to the soldiers in advance. At this moment, when the bored crowd saw Zichan riding the bull, it was as if they had seen a clown and they all surrounded him. The young officer asked again, "You said that your cow is stronger than a warhorse. Can you broaden our horizons?" "That's right. Let's broaden our horizons." The other officers beside him also spoke up. "If I can prove it, what benefits will I get?" Zichan asked. The young officer thought about it seriously and then said with a smile, "If you can really prove that your cow is better than a warhorse in all aspects, then we will allow you to bring your cow to the battlefield and give it twice the rations it deserves." "All right, you can bring a warhorse over." Soon, a warhorse was brought over. Although the horse was very tall, it was obviously an old horse and was no longer as strong as it was in the past. Clearly, they had taken into consideration that their opponent was a bull. They wanted to compete, but they also did their best to show fairness. Zichan looked at these officers again. His impression of them had greatly improved. As expected, only in the army at the basic level would there be such cute people. The old horse was led by a soldier. However, before it could reach the old bull, it immediately collapsed on the ground after being glared at by the old bull. It was as if it had received some kind of shock, and its entire body was trembling. Such a scene made the expressions of the surrounding people change. These young officers were even more incredulous. Although it was an old horse, it had come down from the battlefield after all. It had seen a lot of life and death and had changed owners many times. It had nothing else but courage. However, after being glared at by the bull, it was scared to this extent. "How is it?" Zichan looked at the young officer and asked. The young officer put away his incredulous expression and shook his head, saying, "Little brother, fighting at the front line is not like other things. There are many aspects to consider. Being able to scare off a warhorse does not prove anything." Zichan heard and nodded, saying, "How about this? I will let the bull run one round. There is no need to compete anymore." Poor old bull. As a mighty warrior of the Earth Prime, it had already broken away from the ranks of demonic beasts. As long as it held its breath, it could destroy the so-called Qin kingdom. However, today, it was used as a beast. Moreover, it had to show that it was working very hard. "Go, run one round first." Zichan glanced at the old bull and said, "Moo." The old bull roared. Like a warhorse, it raised its front hooves high and then stepped on the ground, rushing forward. Boom. With this step, the earth trembled. Everyone's body shook, and they almost fell down. Under the stunned expression of everyone, the old bull rolled up a cloud of dust and disappeared from everyone's sight. "What kind of speed is this? I am sure this is really a bull and not a leopard." Looking at the old bull that disappeared in the blink of an eye, everyone's expression became extremely shocked. Holding the table in front of him, the young officer did not fall down. He was also shocked by the old bull's speed. Smoke and dust swept, and the old bull came back again. The sound of hooves fell like 10,000 horses galloping. After arriving in front of Zichun, he stopped directly. The way he stopped was still raising his front hooves high, and then suddenly landing on the ground. The ground continued to tremble. The old bull's front hooves were deeply in the ground. Then, with the old bull's front hooves as the center, the ground cracked. This crack spread directly to the front and spread to the feet of the young officer. Bang! As the crack stopped, the table in front of the young officer suddenly exploded. The surroundings suddenly became dead silent. Everyone's shocked expression had turned into horror. How is it? Is my bull stronger than a warhorse? Zichen's voice woke everyone up from their shock. Strong, much stronger. It can be called a divine bull. The young officer and the soldiers around him nodded repeatedly. The young officer who spoke first came back to his senses. He looked at Zichun and felt that this person was very extraordinary. So he said, "With this bull, you can decide the outcome of a small battle. It is a pity to let you be a soldier. I will make an exception and appoint you as a centurion. With this bull, you should be able to deal with some unexpected situations." Zichun became a centurion as soon as he came up. The eyes of the people around him were full of envy. There was only envy and no jealousy because they did not have a divine bull. Unexpectedly, when Zichun heard this, he shook his head and said, "No, I don't want to be an officer. I just want to go to the battlefield and kill the enemy. I want to be a pawn that kills the enemy." Zichen's words puzzled everyone, but there was no doubt that he won a lot of respect. The young officer who admired Zichun looked at Zichun with admiration at this moment. "My name is Chunlu. Little brother, please report your name to register," the young officer said. "My name is Zichun." In the mortal world, Zichun did not have any fame, so he was not worried about attracting attention after announcing his name. In this way, Zichun joined the Tang Empire's army and trained with the army. With the foundation of a cultivator, Zichun learned very quickly. Every movement was done very well. Moreover, because he was connected with the old bull, he was better at controlling the old bull than some old cavalrymen were at controlling warhorses. During the training, Zichun was appreciated. Zichun wanted to promote him to a centurion many times, but he was rejected by Zichun. Zichun came to gain experience and to kill the enemy to understand the rules. Naturally, he did not need to be an official. After 2 months of training, Zichun's group was arranged to the front line. The Qin had started the war in advance. In just 2 months, the Tang Empire had lost a lot of territory. After half a month of rapid marching, this batch of soldiers arrived at the front line. After 3 days of reorganization, the Qin army came. The entire cavalry formation was more than 10,000, and the soldiers were all wearing the same armor. Zichun was very inconspicuous, but the old bull he was riding was really a big highlight. In addition, his position in the first row attracted not only the enemy's attention, but also the other cavalrymen on his side. Seeing someone riding an ox to fight, the Qin army laughed and asked if the Tang Empire had lost again and again and had no choice but to use the old bull to make up the numbers. In the face of this ridicule, the Tang soldiers did not respond, but sneered in their hearts. Wait until you suffer a loss from the old bull, then you will know that the Tang Empire has no warhorses. Compared to the old bull, warhorses are nothing. The horn sounded, and Zichen's first battle as a soldier began. Old bull did not immediately charge forward. Instead, he followed the first row of warhorses and moved forward together. Zichen wore the armor of a normal soldier and held a long sword that could be said to be of extremely poor quality. He charged towards the enemy just like that. His perfect body was completely restrained by him. Zichun became an ordinary person. He would be injured by weapons, but he would recover faster than others after being injured. The cavalry began to charge. Soon, many of their compatriots in the first batch fell. Zichun rushed in with his saber. Apart from Zichen's bravery, the old bull did not fall when facing all kinds of tripping ropes. This was also a main reason. Zichun, who charged into the enemy group, became the nightmare of the Qin people. This battle was naturally won by the Tang Empire. Thousands of corpses were left on the battlefield. Zichen's body was covered in blood. There were more than 10 scars on his body. After the battle ended, he rode on the old bull and looked at the corpses on the ground with mixed emotions. Compared to the cruelty of a battle in the mortal world that would result in tens of thousands of casualties, the casualties in a battle in the world of cultivators were nothing. In this battle, Zichen had undoubtedly killed the most enemies. He was qualified to be promoted, but he still refused. Then, in the following battle, he held the long saber with a few notches and rode the old bull to the forefront of killing the enemy. When the two sides fought, there were naturally victories and losses. However, no matter how seriously injured Zichen was, he could always survive. This was almost a miracle for the Tang Empire's army. As the battle continued, Zichen's heroic deeds gradually spread throughout the Tang Empire. Everyone knew that there was a veteran ox rider who had made many contributions to the Tang Empire on the front lines. Chapter 1162. In the past 3 years, Zichen was injured countless times and killed countless enemies. 3 years ago, the people of the Qin state laughed at the old ox and the Tang state for not having a warhorse, so they pulled an old ox to make up the numbers. But in the following 3 years, the old ox rider became a lingering nightmare in their hearts. 3 years later, for Zichen, killing people has become a habit. He clearly saw the enemies fall one by one. He looked more carefully and seriously than when he killed the cultivators. And in the past 3 years, Zichen always felt that he understood something, but unfortunately, he always lacked an epiphany. Puff! The blade fell, and a head flew up. The expression on the head was still stunned. The warhorse neighed and fell back with the soldier's body. Zichen rode the old ox and rushed into the enemy camp. Holding a brand new long blade, he cut off the heads of the enemy cavalry one by one. This was the 8th ordinary long blade Zichen changed, and this was the 4th year he was here. In the past 4 years, 80% of the comrades who followed him to kill the enemy on the front line have died, and more than half of the remaining 20% have been promoted. The young officer Chen Lu was even promoted to deputy general. In this year, the Tang army not only recovered all the lost land, but also began to launch a counterattack against the Qin army. In this year, many of the people around Zichen became centurions and then kiliarchs. Even his comrades from many years ago have become captains. In this year, Zichen still did not understand the rules. It was also in this year that Zichen's immediate superior changed 3 centurions. These 3 people did not die on the battlefield, but all of them were promoted. In the 5th year, the battle continued, and Zichen was still monotonously killing people. The 6th year was still the same. In the past 6 years, the number of people he killed has exceeded the total number of people he killed in his many years of cultivation. On the battlefield, he was like an executioner on the battlefield, leaving no survivors under his blade. In the past 6 years, Zichen's immediate superior changed one after another, and his comrades either died or left. The only one who did not change was Zichen, the old ox. Reports of victory kept coming in from the battlefield, and the deeds of the bull-riding veterans kept coming in. In the 7th year, a new chief general came to the army. The chief general had a great background, and in order to pursue military merits, he signaled for the old bull-riding soldier to go to the battlefield. Zichen followed the 100 cavalrymen and charged towards the enemy. For the past 7 years, the Qin army hated this old man. Whenever they saw him, they would charge at him. Soon, the cavalry from both sides clashed, and the Qin army completely surrounded Zichen's 100-man team. Kill our way out. Reinforcements will be here soon. Zichen, who had a few more wounds on his body, shouted loudly. He waved the long saber in his hand again, and heads rolled down one after another. When they charged forward, they had already made it clear that their team was the bait. Behind him, the rest of the cavalry gathered and formed a charging formation, unwaveringly following Zichen closely. Surround him, don't let him escape. 3rd Battalion, 5th Battalion, quickly surround him. As long as we kill this bull rider, the Tang soldiers will not be a threat. The chief general of the Qin army commanded, and as the flag waved, groups of cavalrymen surrounded Zichen. This was Zichen's 7th year on the battlefield. Although he was a small frontline soldier, his prestige had reached the peak. Among the Tang soldiers, The soldiers could refuse to obey the chief general from the capital, but no one refused to obey Zichun. For the past 7 years, he had always been at the front and at the back. He had become a symbol, like a Tang flag, standing on the battlefield for 7 years without falling. As long as Zichun did not die, the Tang flag would not fall. No matter how difficult the battle was, they had the confidence to fight and win. In the past 7 years, the Qin army had been defeated again and again. Therefore, the Qin army wanted to kill Zichun. In every battle, they would send out many cavalrymen to surround Zichun, but they did not succeed. This time, the battle was extremely tragic. Zichun rushed forward, and the cavalrymen behind him fell one by one. They believed in Zichun and believed that they could win this battle. In the end, a group of 100 people rushed out of the encirclement, but only 7 people were left. "We are out." Out of the 7 people, 2 of them fell to the ground after charging out and never got up again. As for the other 5, they were killed by the arrows that had been waiting for a long time. Out of the 100 people, only Zichun was left. The 100 cavalrymen were all dead. Zichun looked back at the corpses of his fellow soldiers that were quickly trampled by the enemy cavalrymen. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes, and he rode back on the old bull. He had been in the mortal world for 7 years, and his body was once again tainted with the aura of the mortal world. In the past 7 years, he had killed many people, but because of the presence of his fellow soldiers, his gradually cold heart still had a trace of warmth. But with the continuous outbreak of war, his fellow soldiers were dying one by one. Looking at Zichun riding away on the bull, a deputy general of the Qin kingdom said with annoyance, "Ah, we let him escape again." The general looked at Zichun's back, but a mysterious smile appeared on his face. He said, "He did escape, but we won." "We won, but he is still alive." "Fighting is never about force, but wisdom," the general said, pointing to his head. Zichun rode back on the old bull with bruises all over his body. There was obviously an uncontrollable anger on his face. He went directly to the place where the commander was. It was the first time that the soldiers had seen Zichun so angry. There was a strange look on their faces. Because he was a veteran, although he did not have any authority, everyone knew that his many years of accumulation of military achievements were enough for him to be in a very high position. No one stopped Zichun. Zichun went all the way and met a commander halfway. It was the young officer of that year, Qinlu. Looking at Qinlu, Zichun asked angrily, "Didn't we agree that I would be the bait, and you would send reinforcements? Why didn't you send reinforcements in the end?" 7 years had passed, and the young officer had become steady and mature. In the face of Zichun's question, he explained, "The time was not right. The Qin army was on guard." "Bullshit, you are afraid of death." Zichun raised his voice a lot, which immediately attracted the attention of many soldiers. In the past 7 years, Zichun had accumulated a lot of military achievements for the Tang Empire. In addition to the number of people he had killed, he had also obtained countless strange achievements. When all the soldiers admired him, when the whole Tang Empire praised him, the high-level officials of the Tang Empire naturally knew this wonderful man who only knew how to fight, but did not need to be promoted. Such a person would not be admired in the officialdom, and the evaluation of Zichun was only that of a wonderful man. It was because of the existence of such a wonderful man that in the past 4 years, Zichun's immediate superior had changed one after another, and each of them had hurriedly stayed here for a few months before accumulating enough military achievements to be promoted. The battlefield where Zichun was at had almost become the place where many of the second-generation officials gained experience and gilded themselves. And this time, Zichun's immediate superior was a young commander with a high military rank. Of course, his background was even higher, and he was very arrogant. But in the past 7 years of fighting, Zichun had seen many good-for-nothing commanders. In his view, this was another good-for-nothing commander. He was angry, but there was nothing he could do. He could only turn and leave. Inside the commander's tent, a young commander who looked to be in his 20s threw a stack of papers onto the table with an ashen face. At the same time, he shouted, "Look, this is the flag representative you were talking about." In the past 7 years, just the number of times he left the battlefield alive alone is as high as 20 times. These 20 times, how many soldiers did he kill? Before you used him, did you check his background? He is a veteran bull rider who has made many military achievements for the Tang Empire. Bah, he is actually a spy of the Qin Empire. Look at these letters. If I had not detected it in advance, today's loss would not have been 100-man team, but the entire army. On the table were the number of comrades who had died fighting side by side with Zichun over the years, as well as the evidence that Zichun had colluded with the Qin Empire to kill his comrades. The commander was very angry, but in the tent, the other commanders who knew Zichun did not believe this. Sir, this matter is full of doubts and needs to be thoroughly investigated. A commander said, Zichun has killed countless enemies in the past 7 years. As for saying that he killed his comrades, I don't believe it at all. Another commander said. Then, many other commanders spoke. What? Do you mean that I am slandering him? The Hai family, who has been loyal to the Tang Empire for generations, is slandering a small soldier without any military rank. The young commander said coldly, Sir, we don't mean that. Zichun was recruited by me. At that time, I appointed him as a centurion, but he was not willing. He just wanted to be a pawn. If he was a spy, in the past 7 years, with his military achievements, it would be enough to sit in the commander's position. But he did not. He has been killing enemies on the front line, and he is not even a centurion. Chenlu got up and said. The other commanders nodded. Commander Chenlu, you may not know this, but this is where Zichun's brilliance lies. He became the lowest-ranked soldier, but in reality, he was just trying to fool others and kill our soldiers. Otherwise, why didn't he want to be a centurion after 7 years? Could it be that there are people in this world who don't like to be generals? One of the commanders who came with the commander said, if he is really a spy, he can just be the commander and let the whole army die. When the time comes, he just needs to find an excuse and say that he suffered a defeat. Chenlu said angrily. This kind of thing happened to many gilded officials in the past 7 years. Yes, I don't believe that Zichun is a spy. If he is a spy, then there is no one loyal in the Tang Empire. Another commander said indifferently. After getting the evidence, the Hai family head invited them over to see their attitude. Now that their attitude has been made clear, they motioned for everyone to leave. Sir, this matter is very unfavorable for us. It seems that Zichun's prestige in the army is quite high. After everyone left, a young commander said, the evidence is irrefutable. We just need to deal with him according to the law. The commander snorted and said disdainfully, he is just a small soldier. What prestige does he have? As long as we kill people with military orders, who in the army will dare to rebel? Tomorrow, I will leave these guys to you. Don't let them get in the way. Yes, this subordinate knows what to do. The next day, the commanders who reacted the most violently were removed from their positions for dereliction of duty. Chapter 1163. Just after the generals were dismissed, the news that Zichun was a spy of the Qin and a traitor of the Tang spread. How is it possible that Zichun is a spy? Who is Zichun? You must be new. You don't even know Zichun. Zichun is a veteran bull rider. What? A veteran bull rider is a spy? How is that possible? He was a soldier for the Tang Empire for 7 years and killed countless soldiers of the Qin Empire. The news quickly spread in the barracks. Brother Zichun, someone said that you were a spy. Zichun, who was recuperating, had his door broken open. A soldier rushed in, looking very anxious and flustered. What's the hurry? Speak slowly. Zichun glanced at the person and said faintly, I say, Brother Zichun, how can you still be so calm at this time? Outside, people are saying that you are a spy of the Tang Empire, a traitor. What? Saying that I am a spy, a traitor? Zichun heard clearly, and there was a touch of surprise on his face. Yes, the news came from the main general's tent. There's absolutely no mistake. It's the new Hai family's main general. He wants to mess with you. Big brother Zichun, it was Lord Chenlu who arranged for me to come. He said that you should quickly leave and hide outside for a while. I've already arranged a way out for you. The young adjutant said, Yes, brother Zichun. Our commander said that you can't beat them. They don't need evidence to kill you. He wants you to go out and hide for a few days. Everything will be decided when the commander comes back. Behind the young adjutant, there were several people. Some of them were sent by the generals, and some didn't believe that Zichun was a spy and came to report. Zichen's stunned expression gradually turned cold. After 7 years, he also had the appearance of a ruffian soldier. He spat on the ground and laughed coldly. I originally thought he was just an idiot, but I didn't expect him to have some skills. Others use me as a stepping stone to steal my battle achievements. Good fellow, this guy is even more ruthless. He is obviously killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. He directly wants to take my life. Brother Zichun, there is no time to lose. Let's go quickly. Zichun waved his hand and said, I'm not leaving, at least not now. You want me to die, right? Then let's see who's going to die first. Brother Zichun, what are you doing? Everyone was shocked by the domineering Zichun. What am I doing? What else can I do? I'll kill whoever wants me dead. Brother Zichun, are you crazy? That's the commander, a member of the Hai family. The Hai family is a big family in the Tang Empire. Their power is intricate, and they are related to the imperial family. Everyone was afraid that Zichun didn't know about the Hai family, so they quickly explained. Zichun disdainfully said, Commander, he is not even a fart in my eyes. As for the Hai family, they are at most a fart. As soon as Zichun's voice fell, an indifferent voice sounded from outside the door. What are you all doing here? Everyone was still in shock when a group of soldiers walked into the tent. The commander took out a military order and said to Zichun, Zichun, right? We have some questions. I hope you will come with me. Zichun looked at the commander indifferently. Under the escort of the soldiers, he followed the commander and left. What should we do? When everyone saw Zichun leave, they didn't know what to do. I don't believe that Brother Zichun is a spy. Let's spread this matter throughout the camp. Although the commander is not here, as long as there is a mutiny, I don't believe that the commander will dare to kill. Yes, let's go. These people rushed out one after another, wanting to use a mutiny to save Zichun. However, they were too young. Or perhaps they had never been in a high position before, so they didn't know the style of a high position. For them, killing people was the easiest thing to do. In their eyes, the law was used to kill people. Zichun had just been brought to the main general's tent when the main general's personal guards surrounded the tent in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Hearing the footsteps outside, Zichun just smiled coldly. In the tent, in addition to the young commander, there were 3 other commanders. 2 of them were brought here by him, and the other one was from the army. However, he believed that Zichun was a spy, so he stayed behind to be a witness. Zichun knew this person. 2 years ago, when the Qin state broke into a city, this person followed the army and rushed into the city. Then, he secretly broke into a house and wanted to use force on one of the people in the house. Someone found out and told Zichun. At that time, this person was Zichun's superior, a centurion. When Zichun felt it, he jumped down from the back of the old bull without saying anything. With a slap, he broke half of the centurion's teeth and made him faint. 2 years later, the centurion was now a commander, and Zichun was still a small pawn killing the enemy on the front line. In addition to the 4 generals, there were also more than 10 guards in the field. They were all the guards of the Hai family. There were also 2 fellows wearing long robes. Zichun only glanced at the other party indifferently, and he was able to see through them. Zichun, do you know that you are guilty? Seeing that Zichun entered the tent, not only did he not feel fear, but he also sneered and looked around. A touch of displeasure appeared on the Hai family's commander's face as he coldly shouted, If going to the battlefield to kill the enemy is a crime, then I know that I am guilty. Zichun said lightly, you are a spy of the Qin state. Next to him, a commander said, Where is the evidence? Zichun glanced at the other side. A stack of paper was thrown in front of Zichun. Zichun bent down to pick it up and roughly looked at it. This is the evidence. What else do you have to say? The commander asked coldly. These are my fellow soldiers. They are all warriors who died on the battlefield. But today, you put these deaths on my head. Don't tell me that people don't die on the battlefield. Looking at this extremely absurd evidence, Zichun couldn't help but sneer. And these are just one-sided letters written by the Qin state. Except for my name, they have nothing to do with me. Can this be regarded as evidence? If you believe this kind of thing, then I can casually get thousands of them and then charge you with the crime of being a spy. The evidence is irrefutable. You are still quibbling and slandering the Lord. Come on, take him down, the commander shouted, and several guards came forward. Wait, Zichen suddenly said. What are you ready to admit your crime? The commander, who was knocked unconscious by Zichen, sneered. Zichen shook his head and said, I am not guilty. Naturally, I will not admit it. I just want to ask you a question. Zichen looked at the High Family's commander. What do you want to ask? The High Family's commander asked. Zichen said, I have served the Tang Empire for 7 years. I have killed countless enemies and made outstanding military achievements. Over the years, many people have climbed up step by step because of my military achievements. I think you should also know this. But what puzzles me is that I am a soldier who serves the country and doesn't ask for any reward. Why do you want to kill me? Because you are a spy. Whether I am a spy or not, you know best in your heart. What I want to ask is it really worth it to kill me, a soldier who is loyal to the country? Although I dare not say that I have won all the battles over the years, I can guarantee that as long as I am alive and stay on the front line, the people of the Tang Empire will not have to worry about the invasion of the Qin state. They will be able to live a peaceful life. But why do you want to abandon the interests of the people and put me to death? The High Family's commander sneered and said, Who do you think you are? You can guarantee that the people of the Tang Empire will live a good life. What's the use of your guarantee? You are a spy. If you stay in the Tang Empire, more people will die in the future. Zichen waved his hand and said, Well, let's not talk about this question for the time being. Then I can ask, what benefits did the Qin state give you to kill me through your hands? When everyone in the field heard this, their expressions all changed. You are a spy of the Qin state. Don't talk nonsense here. How can the dignified High Family of the Tang Empire collude with the Qin state? Come on, take him for me. The High Family's commander said angrily. Wait, I still have one last question. Zichen shouted. Ask. What I want to ask is, do you think that I am a spy? Is it your own idea or the idea of everyone in the High Family? After asking this question, Zichen stared at the High Family's commander. His originally calm eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. The High Family's commander actually felt the pressure in an instant. He didn't know how to answer. Zichen said, Think carefully before you answer. If it's just you, then the only one who will be implicated is you. If it's the entire High Family, then I'm afraid the entire High Family will be implicated. If things go wrong, then such a big family will disappear overnight. The High Family's commander's face changed again and again, but in the end, he said fiercely, You are a spy of the Qin state. Now that there are witnesses and material evidence, not only do you not repent, you even dare to threaten me. Come on, take him for me. If he resists, kill him on the spot. The guards next to him suddenly pulled out their swords and rushed towards Zichen. Looking at this posture, they didn't want to take him, but directly kill him on the spot. Zichen sneered. His figure flashed and directly hit a guard. At the same time, he hit the guard's wrist. The guard felt pain and his wrist loosened, and the sword fell. Zichen took the opportunity to hold the long sword and turned around to slash. Puff. The guard's head was instantly cut off. Zichen had been killing people for 7 years. All of his movements had become very natural. After killing a person with one slash, Zichen held the sword and slashed again, just like how he usually did on the back of the old ox. Before the guard's weapon reached him, the sword in his hand had already swept across the guard's neck, and a head fell. Zichen only killed people by cutting off their heads. Puff, puff, puff. There were 3 more sounds, and 3 more people's heads were cut off. Blood sprayed in the big tent. After that, there was the sound of weapons colliding and the sound of heads being cut off. Zichen held the sword and looked calm. He cut down the guards one by one and walked towards the High Family's commander step by step. The High Family's commander stared at Zichen indifferently. His eyes were like looking at a dead man. Zichen cut down the last guard and walked in front of the High Family's commander. Among mortals, you are very brave, but without waiting for the High Family's commander to finish speaking, Zichen sneered. You want to say that you are a cultivator, a high existence, and you don't put me in your eyes at all, right? The High Family's commander's expression suddenly changed. The other three generals felt that something was wrong. Two people in robes immediately flashed in front of the High Family's commander. Zichun sneered. Before killing me, didn't the people of the Qin state tell you how many cultivators they have sent to kill me over the years? With that, Zichun held the sword and slashed towards the two people in robes in front of him. Chapter 1164. Although this was the mortal world, as long as one was in the Tianwu continent, there would be cultivators. In the Tang Empire, there was a cultivator like Zichun, so naturally, there would be other cultivators. The Qin Empire was naturally the same. The people of the Qin Empire hated Zichun to death, so naturally, they would not let go of the opportunity to kill Zichun. Thus, during the war, they sent cultivators to kill Zichun several times. The result was naturally a failure, but the Qin Empire still did not find the reason for the failure. This was because in the army, the cavalry riding horses were very strong, and even cultivators were not enough. They were not sure whether Zichun was a cultivator or not, and their own cultivators failed to assassinate him, so the people of the Qin Empire thought of this method to kill Zichun. The High Family head wanted to kill Zichun with the accusation of being a spy, but who would have thought that Zichun would actually resist? Fortunately, he was prepared and found cultivators. The two people wearing long robes were both cultivators. However, cultivators who openly stayed in the mortal world and enjoyed the worship of mortals, how strong could they be? Puff, puff. Zichun held the long saber in his hand, and the saber light flashed twice in front of him. Just like before, the two cultivators' heads were cut off, leaving their bodies. They died. The two died with a stunned and puzzled expression on their faces, as if they could not believe that their heads were cut off just like that. The High Family head's two biggest supporters were beheaded on the spot. Looking at the two people lying in a pool of blood, the High Family head's face was filled with horror. He looked at Zichun as if he had seen a ghost. Someone come, Zichun is rebelling. Zichun is having breakfast. The other three generals finally reacted and shouted loudly outside the tent. The tent was torn open in an instant, and guards with spears in their hands barged in, surrounding Zichun from all directions. Put down your weapons. Quickly stop. Seeing the corpses on the ground, their faces changed, and they shouted at Zichun. Zichun sneered, holding the long saber and chopping again. Poof! A general's head rolled off and fell to the ground. Pooh! Another general was beheaded. He died with his eyes wide open. Blood continued to spurt out. There was blood on Zichun's body, and there was also blood on the High Family's head general. However, Zichun, who was covered in blood, was as calm as a demon. As for the High Family's head general, he was scared out of his wits. Pooh! The third high-ranking officer also fell in front of the High Family's head general. That head that rolled down scared the High Family's head general. Although he was the head general, he rarely went to the battlefield. When had he ever seen such a killing method? It was already very good that he did not faint from fright. After killing the third high-ranking officer, Zichun picked up the High Family's high-ranking officer like a chicken and walked outside. Around them, the personal guards of the High Family's patriarch made way for them in fear and followed closely behind. Zichun walked outside, and when the soldiers saw this scene, their expressions changed and they all ran over. Zichun, what are you doing? One of the captains shouted. Didn't you see that he was killing people? Zichun said coldly. Quickly let go of the head general. Yes, quickly let go of the head general. Zichun, do you know what you are doing? Zichun, you are crazy. That is a person from the High Family. Zichun walked forward with the High Family's patriarch in tow. He encountered a few captain-level existences. The other party spoke one after another, but Zichun did not speak. Zichun dragged the High Family's patriarch directly to the drill ground. There were already many soldiers gathered there. They shouted that Zichun was not a spy, and at the same time, they were waiting for more soldiers to gather. Then, they would go to the head general's tent to rescue Zichun. However, they did not expect that in just a moment, Zichun would actually come out with the head general. Ignoring the astonished gazes around him, Zichun walked to the stage of the drill ground. As for the personal guards, they immediately surrounded the stage, and pointed the tips of their weapons at Zichun. After such a commotion, many people followed Zichun and ran here. Some people heard the news and were rushing here. In just a short time, almost all the soldiers in Zichun's army had arrived. Some of them knew that Zichun had started a massacre in the head general's tent. After quietly spreading the news, it caused an uproar. As expected of the bull-riding veteran that made the Qin state extremely fearful. He really has guts. Killing 3 generals in a row, more than a dozen personal guards of the commander-in-chief, and now holding a knife to the commander-in-chief's neck. While everyone was shocked by Zichun's courage, they also felt endless admiration in their hearts. Zichun, quickly put down the knife. Yes, put down the knife. Put down the head general. Around them, other people who had a good relationship with Zichun tried to persuade him. Zichun ignored them. Instead, he looked down at the soldiers and said loudly, "This guy said that I am a spy, and he wants to execute me on the spot. Do you believe that I am a spy?" "I don't believe it." A very loud voice came from below. Zichun had bravely killed the enemy for 7 years. Only a fool would believe that he was a spy. Zichun continued loudly, "That's right. You don't believe that I'm a spy, and I know that you don't either. We're fellow soldiers, brothers who've been killing enemies for years. This bastard, he just arrived, but he took out a bunch of groundless evidence and said that he wanted to kill me without mercy." When the surrounding crowd heard this, they felt indignant for Zichun. "I, Zichun, have served the Tang Empire for 7 years. In 7 years, I have killed countless enemies and injured countless people. I never asked for promotion. I just wanted to kill the enemy and protect the country. But what did I get in return? I got the identity of a spy. No one interrogated me, and they wanted to kill me." The people around were silent. Zichun's contributions were obvious to everyone. For 7 years, he killed countless enemies, but he was still a soldier. Today, it's me. If I don't resist and die like this, it may be your turn in the future. In the future, he will find a way to kill all the meritorious people. These idiots don't know how to fight. They only know how to attack and harm their own people. Tell me, do you think such people deserve to die? They deserve to die. The loud voice sounded again. Putting themselves in Zichun's shoes, they had the same concerns. Furthermore, the one on the stage was Zichun, and the one who had killed was also Zichun. They were all hot-blooded soldiers, and after being provoked by Zichun, they were not afraid at all. Hearing these words, the centurions, chiliarchs, and even majors were scared silly. "Zichun, everything can be discussed. Yes, this may be a misunderstanding. Lord Commander may have been instigated by others. These are all misunderstandings. It's fine as long as the misunderstandings are cleared up." These people spoke one after another. Zichun had caused such a big commotion. The generals who had been dismissed were released and stood in the distance to watch. However, no one wanted to go forward and save the Hai family's general. Obviously, they also hated this Hai family's general. Misunderstanding. Zichun, this is a misunderstanding? I was deceived. The Hai family's general was too frightened. His face was pale, and his voice was trembling. But how could Zichun believe him? If he left today, he might be punished with a bigger crime tomorrow. So today, he would kill him first. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to fight, and it doesn't matter if you want to attack, but you can't help outsiders harm your own people. Today you kill me, tomorrow you will kill others for profit. In the future, you will kill many loyal people. At that time, everyone will be in danger, and no one will dare to work for the country. The country will be destroyed, and the people will be displaced. Zichun looked at the Hai family's general and said, "You are not harming me, but the whole country, the whole people. So, in order to prevent this from happening, I can only send you on your way." After saying this, Zichun raised his long sword and fiercely chopped down. Pooh! With a flash of light, the head fell. On the drill ground, there was an earth-shattering cheer. Outside, the group of generals left in silence. In the distance, the other generals quietly watched this scene. A general said, "This Hai family's people are brainless. They want to kill Zichun with the crime of being a spy. Only they can think of such a thing. This Zichun is worthy of being an eccentric person who hasn't been promoted for 7 years. His temper is really strange. This high family's people are killed just like that. Killing the high family's people, whether they are spies or not, this person will be in trouble. Humph. What trouble can there be? The high family took advantage of the commander's return to the capital to kill a meritorious official. When the commander returns, he will naturally seek justice for Zichun. This was an entire army. There were several generals in the army, but there was only one commander. The high family's people had landed on the front line, which made them dissatisfied. At this moment, seeing that the high family's leader was about to die, they were somewhat happy. After killing the high family's leader, it was reasonable to say that this matter was over. Then, in the next moment, a group of soldiers armed with crossbows rushed in. As soon as these soldiers came in, they surrounded Zichun together with the high family's guards. Originally, Zichun still had the high family's leader as a hostage, but now that the high family's leader was dead, he didn't even have a hostage. Zichun looked at these soldiers who suddenly came in. They aimed their crossbows at Zichun, but it could be seen that there was a lot of helplessness on their faces. What are you doing? Zichun is not a spy, but you still want to kill him. The other soldiers on the drill ground shouted, wanting to go forward. The general who came in with the soldiers suddenly took out a commander's seal and shouted, Zichun has offended his superiors and killed the high family's leader. This is a crime of rebellion. Now, Zichun will be executed on the spot. Whoever dares to interfere will be punished, and their 9 generations will be exterminated. The words 9 generations will be exterminated scared everyone. Moreover, the other party had a commander's seal in his hand, so no one dared to move. The general held the commander's seal and looked back at Zichun, shouting, Zichun, now I will give you a chance to surrender. If not, you will be killed without question, and your 9 generations will be exterminated. Zichun was furious when he heard this. Kill your mother. The general's expression changed and he shouted, Release the arrows, kill the enemy. But as soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers holding crossbows did not have any reaction. The high family's guards wanted to attack, but Zichun had a knife in his hand, so they did not dare to go forward. Those who disobey military orders will have their 9 generations exterminated. Now, the general spoke again, but before the order was finished, there was a trembling sound. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses suddenly attacking. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads and saw an old ox rushing in their direction at a very fast speed. Exterminate your mother, an angry voice sounded. The old ox arrived in front of the general and provoked him. Chapter 1165. The general was lifted high into the air by the old bull. As he fell, his body was pierced by the bull's horn. The commander's seal that he was holding fell to the side, and no one cared about it. Without the commander's seal, the soldiers who were originally holding crossbows put down their crossbows. They were not willing to take action. As for the general's personal guards, they were at a loss at this moment. The field was filled with soldiers. The original leaders had all disappeared. All right, everyone can disperse. Zichun waved his hand. The soldiers who had gathered dispersed. Naturally, someone would take care of the corpses. Zichun killed the general and then returned to his residence as if nothing had happened. Strangely, no one else in the entire military camp seemed to know about this matter. Time passed by peacefully. Because there was no general, the army that Zichun was in did not continue on the expedition. 10 days later, the general returned, fuming with anger. General. A deputy general walked into the tent. It seemed that he had something to report. The general was an extremely dignified old man. After he sat down, he waved his hand and said, No need to say anything. I already know. This is outrageous. They actually attacked my people while I was away. This matter had obviously spread to the imperial capital. Seeing the general's expression, the deputy general understood everything in his heart. Thus, he asked carefully, General, what did the imperial capital say? What else can they say? I don't believe that they can still label Zichun as a rebel. Humph, that bunch of stupid people who only know how to fight among themselves and not how to fight a war. They sure have some tricks up their sleeves when it comes to scheming against their own people. After listening to the general scolding for a while, the deputy general asked again, The imperial capital won't really kill Zichun, will they? they dare. However, this matter is not so easy to resolve. They let Zichun stay at the front lines and no longer promote him. The deputy general heaved a sigh of relief and said, "This is not a big deal. For Zichun, it might be a good thing. After all, he has been at the front lines for 7 years and has rejected countless rewards." When the commander-in-chief heard this, his expression softened a little. He nodded and said, "The commander is dead. Chun Lu is appointed as the commander. Also, go and call Zichun over. We didn't protect him. I'll explain to him." A commander explaining to a little soldier. This sounded so inconceivable, but the deputy general didn't show any shock. After responding, he left the tent. After a while, Zichun arrived. He lifted the curtain and walked into the tent. "Commander, are you looking for me?" Zichun asked. The commander-in-chief looked at the calm Zichun with a hint of admiration on his face. "You can still be so calm after killing the High family's patriarch. Zichun, you are really special." Zichun laughed. "I didn't do anything wrong. He was the one who asked for it." After the High family knew about this, they were very angry. At the same time, they reported to His Majesty to sentence you to death and exterminate your 9 generations. The commander-in-chief looked at Zichun and said. The smile on Zichun's face disappeared. He said indifferently, "They colluded with the Qin kingdom, and now they want to exterminate my 9 generations. They are really ruthless. You can rest assured that this is only the High family's attitude. However, the Tang Empire is not only the High family. The families of your previous superiors all came out to speak for you, so His Majesty decided not to pursue this matter. However, the premise is that you must stay at the front lines in the future and have no chance to be promoted." Zichun looked at the commander-in-chief and said, "Thank you, Commander-in-Chief." He knew that the commander-in-chief must have put in a lot of effort for this matter. "Okay, you can go out." The commander-in-chief waved his hand. When Zichun went out, the commander-in-chief kept looking at him. Over the years, as the commander-in-chief, he had seen Zichun many times, but he could not see through Zichun even once. There were 2 innate realm experts next to the High family's boy, but he killed one of them with a knife. If he was a mortal, why did he have such means? But if he was a cultivator, why couldn't I sense his aura? Just like before, he still couldn't see through Zichun. 5 days later, the battle with the Qin kingdom happened again. Seeing that the Tang Empire's army didn't have the bull riding veteran, the Qin army cheered, and their morale rose instantly. After that, the 2 armies began to meet. After the melee, the Qin army's morale was high, but they didn't wait for this kind of battle to last long. They saw the bull riding veteran coming from a distance and joining the battlefield. The Tang army cheered, and Zichun entered the battlefield and began to kill. In this battle and the battles after that, Zichun didn't advance with the army, but killed alone. Puff. He sat on the back of the old bull, and the long knife in his hand slashed around, chopping off heads one by one. At the same time, the old bull was also rampaging, and from time to time, it would send the enemy's horses flying. The ox-riding veteran was still active on the battlefield. Initially, he was still in the vanguard, following the large army to kill. However, ever since he killed the High family's leader, the ox-riding veteran began to fight alone. On the battlefield, the bull-riding veteran became very lonely. Everyone thought that the bull-riding veteran was disappointed in the Tang Empire and the Tang army. In fact, Zichun felt that he could only achieve the effect of experience by killing alone. After the battle, Zichun dragged his tired and injured body back to the tent. Because he was very special, even though he was just a small soldier, Zichun enjoyed the accommodation and food treatment that only a general could have. Opening the curtain, Zichun frowned slightly, and the hand holding the long knife tightened. Then, he walked into the tent. A cold knife light suddenly appeared behind Zichun, and the knife light contained substantial yuan energy fluctuations. Zichun didn't look back, and only slashed behind him. The knife fell, and with a flash of light, the substantial knife light dissipated. After shattering the knife light, Zichun waved his knife again, and slashed forward. The knife light that had just appeared in front of him was once again shattered by Zichun. At the same time, Zichun took 2 steps forward, dodging the 2 sword lights that came from the side. The long knife in his hand slashed forward again. There was no one around him, and there were only attacks that appeared out of nowhere. This looked very strange, but Zichen's expression was still calm. The knife he slashed forward cut the air, but with a puff sound, a head flew into the air and fell into the distance. Following that, a headless corpse that was spurting blood fell to the ground behind him. After killing one person, Zichen took a step back, then turned right and casually slashed forward. Another puff sound, and another person's head was chopped off. After killing one person, Zichen turned left, took a step back, turned left again, and killed another person with his knife. After that, Zichen turned left again and killed another person with his knife. In the blink of an eye, there were 4 more bloody heads and 4 more corpses in the big tent. After indifferently glancing at these corpses, Zichen went out to call people to deal with them. Looking at the corpses in the big tent, the soldiers were already used to it. In the past 2 years, such situations had happened from time to time. It was just that they didn't understand whether the people who came this time were from the Qin state or the Hai family. Yes, 2 years had passed, and Zichen had been at the front line for 9 years. In the past 2 years, assassinations like this happened almost every month. Everyone cleaned the big tent at the fastest speed, and Zichen went into the tent to rest. After a while, 4 heads appeared in the commander's tent. Looking at the bloody heads, the commander said indifferently, "Put it on the account, and we'll settle it when the time comes." The deputy nodded. "This assassination is completely over here. Maybe one day, someone will reopen this matter, and maybe they will stay in the file until they disappear." In the 10th year of the glory of the veteran bull-riding soldiers, most of the territory of the Qin state has become the Tang state. On the battlefield, the commander of the Qin state looked at Zichen from a distance, and he couldn't wait to swallow his flesh, drink his blood, and gnaw his bones. Kill, today. No matter what, we must kill him. In the past 10 years, the commander of the Qin state has said this sentence many times, but Zichen has lived for 10 years. It was still the same old routine. Many of the cavalrymen scattered, abandoning the other Tang soldiers and attacking Zichen. In the past 10 years, the people of the Qin state gradually found a situation. If the cultivators want to kill Zichen, they would die without a doubt, and they could not hurt Zichen. On the contrary, those ordinary soldiers could hurt Zichen every time and make him seriously injured. "Kill him," a cavalry captain shouted. Everyone surrounded Zichen. The latter's expression was calm, and he continued to swing his sword. As the cavalry fell, Zichen's wounds were getting more and more. In this battle, they still did not kill Zichen, and the Qin state suffered heavy losses. The horn of retreat sounded, and the people of the Qin state were unwilling to retreat. Zichen stood in the field and listened to the cheers of the Tang army. "Hey!" Looking at the retreat of the Qin state, Zichen's face suddenly showed unwillingness, because he felt that he was only a little away from enlightenment. "Let's go." So Zichen shouted and motioned the old ox to catch up. He couldn't let the Qin army retreat. He wanted to kill. Zichen was scarred and seriously injured. He suddenly left the team and rushed toward the Qin army. This scene was unexpected and shocking. What is Zichen doing? On the Tang army's side, all the soldiers were very puzzled. They didn't understand why Zichen still chased after the Qin army. The old ox was very fast, rolling up smoke and dust, and disappeared at the end of the line of sight in an instant. Not good. Zichen went to chase the Qin army. "Hurry up and report to the commander." "Go and find the commander-in-chief." Zichen rushed to the Qin army alone, causing chaos in the Tang army. When the news of the commander-in-chief's attack was passed, Zichen had disappeared. On the other hand, when the Qin state saw Zichen rushing over alone, the anger that had been accumulating for 10 years finally exploded. Kill. Many cavalry returned. In addition to the cavalry, there were many soldiers surrounding Zichen. The entire encirclement was dozens of layers. Zichen waved his sword and cut down the enemy one by one, but in the same way, Zichen's body would also be cut with many wounds. "Die. This time we must kill Zichen." The Qin commander-in-chief was completely out of control. His expression was ferocious and somewhat hysterical. At the same time, his heart was full of excitement and ecstasy, because today he finally had a chance to kill Zichen. Zichen waved his sword and cut people. His expression was calm, and his movements were natural. There was a very strong evil aura on his body, which was accumulated by killing soldiers for 10 years, but it was suppressed by him on ordinary days. The evil aura accumulated for 10 years finally could not be suppressed today and erupted directly. Zichen also saw the rules in the evil aura fog in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. Chapter 1166. The Tang army came late. When they arrived, they saw the scene of Zichen being stabbed by many sharp blades. For 10 years, Zichen had become their flag, their spiritual symbol. They used Zichen to increase their morale, and at the same time, they would never allow Zichen to be hurt in any way. For this reason, they would rather sacrifice themselves. They shouted crazily, roared, and rushed toward this side. Their expressions were full of anger and regret. Seeing the sharp blades piercing into his body, the commander-in-chief of the Qin state laughed so hard that tears flowed out. Dead. He's finally dead. 10 years. He is finally dead. The soldiers of the Qin state were also shouting. They finally killed the bull-riding veteran. For 10 years, the bull-riding veteran was like a mountain pressing on their hearts, making them unable to sleep and eat in peace. Many sharp blades pierced into his body, but Zichen's expression was still calm. Because at the moment of death, he broke through the fog and saw the rules. The moment he saw the rules, Zichen had become a powerful cultivator. Therefore, he would not die. Zichen's right arm slowly drooped down, and the long saber in his hand fell to the ground. This was the first time in 10 years that he had lost his weapon. His eyes quickly became lifeless, and in his mind, it was as if a movie was playing, quickly replaying the scenes of his killing in the past 10 years. 10 years of killing was 10 years of killing. Zichen had long been used to it. In the world of cultivators, he could not find a suitable opponent to practice with. He could only come to the world of mortals, kill people with his mortal body, and use his mortal body to find and comprehend his own rules. Now that 10 years had passed, the rules reappeared. Between heaven and earth, the power of rules appeared and gathered towards Zichen. Pong, pong. These rules entered the body, and the blades that pierced into Zichen's body collapsed in an instant. Then, a powerful force with Zichen as the center surged in all directions. Around Zichen, the soldiers of the Qin state were stunned because of the sudden change. They did not understand why the weapons exploded out of thin air. They were still in a daze when they were hit by this sudden force and flew backward. What happened? What's going on? Why is the bull-riding veteran so strong? The soldiers of the Qin state flew backward. There was an open space of 100 meters around Zichen. The rest of the people looked at this scene blankly, but more of them were shocked. The Tang Empire soldiers in the distance also stopped and looked at the scene in front of them in confusion and shock. Moo! Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the old ox roared toward the sky. Then, a red light appeared on the surface of his body, igniting into flames. The raging flames enveloped old Nyo in an instant. Even Zichen was engulfed by the flames. What's going on? Why are there flames on that cow? Is it burning itself? Everyone looked at the burning bull in shock. The old bull naturally did not burn himself. His body suddenly released a powerful aura. The moment the powerful aura appeared, a strong wind of flames appeared and swept in all directions. He revealed his original form. He was like a mountain peak, but also like an enormous furnace. Those who saw him were extremely shocked. When the soldiers who were 100 meters away saw this scene, they were so frightened that they screamed. Before the strong wind of the flames could reach them, they retreated far away. However, there were still some who were too slow and were instantly swallowed by the flames, turning into nothingness amidst their screams. Monster! That bull is a monster! The soldier cried out in horror. The generals in the distance were also dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold before them. The old ox is really a monster. It seems that Zichen is also a cultivator. The pupils of the two commanders shrank and finally confirmed the identity of Zichen as a cultivator. The old ox suddenly rose into the air and released a blazing heat. No one could get close to the old ox within a kilometer. Zichen sat on the back of the old ox. Between heaven and earth, the power of rules appeared out of thin air one after another. In the clear sky, there were suddenly black clouds, and there was a depressing atmosphere in the black clouds. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield felt a murderous intent. The pure murderous intent made them feel a chill in their hearts. Zichun was on the back of the huge old ox, but he was not overshadowed by the old ox. At this moment, the aura emitted from his body was like the aura of heaven and earth. His figure was much smaller than the old ox, but in the eyes of the people, Zichun was like a killing god of heaven and earth. He was arrogant and powerful. The murderous intent on his body changed the structure of heaven and earth. The black clouds in the sky appeared because of him. He was the end or the beginning of the murderous intent of heaven and earth. The sky was quickly covered by the black clouds and became extremely dark. Lightning flashed from the tribulation clouds one after another. Sometimes, there was a flash of silver light, illuminating the shock and horror on everyone's faces. This is the thunder tribulation, but it is definitely not the thunder tribulation of the elixir realm. Could it be the thunder tribulation of the rules of the mortal realm when one breaks through to the earth realm? The old commander of the Tang kingdom looked very serious at first, but after thinking of something, his expression slowly became horrified. What kind of person is he to attract such a terrifying thunder tribulation? The expression of the commander of the Qin kingdom was naturally replaced by horror. He was flying, and the next breakthrough would attract the thunder tribulation, but he did not think that the thunder tribulation of the two sides could be compared. Looking at the tribulation clouds in the sky, and then looking at Zichun under the tribulation clouds, everyone's expression became extremely horrified. Rumble. In the sky, there was the sound of rolling thunder, and thousands of lightning flashes appeared and disappeared in the black clouds. Around Zichun's body, rule force revolved one after another. The soldiers below looked at Zichun as if they were looking at a god, and their eyes were full of awe. Retreat, retreat quickly, retreat quickly. The two commanders were obviously cultivators. They could not accurately guess Zichun's realm, but they also knew that Zichun was crossing the tribulation, and these ordinary people were under the range of the thunder tribulation. Once the thunder tribulation fell, everyone would die. The shocked crowd woke up and began to retreat. In the distant sky, a figure appeared again. This was an old man. He looked at Zichun under the thunder tribulation, and his face was naturally full of surprise. He then sighed. In just 10 years, you comprehended another rule, and it's the extremely rare slaughter rule. I really don't know if you're considered a favored child of heaven. That's right. Zichun finally comprehended the slaughter rule after 10 years of killing. And this rule was enough to make the following Earth Prime life undergo a huge transformation. No matter how ordinary you are, once you comprehend the slaughter rule, your life will no longer be ordinary. Unfortunately, although the slaughter rule was still powerful, it was still not a rule that Zichun needed. This was still not his Tao. After following Zichun for 10 years, the old bull naturally sensed it. At the moment when Zichun made his decision, his huge body began to shrink and finally became ordinary size. And in an instant, Zichun, who gave people a feeling of the world's greatness, also became extremely ordinary. It was as if everything was an illusion, but it was not an illusion at all. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the murderous aura between heaven and earth turned into a sharp blade, slashing through Zichun's body. Zichun was injured. The injuries that the soldiers had inflicted on Zichun in the past 10 years paled in comparison to what was happening now. Zichun's body was covered with wounds, and blood dripped from the sky. The golden blood was like little golden beans, sprinkling down from the sky. All the soldiers were stunned once again. They shouted, "What is that? Gold?" Zichun's blood is actually gold. Previously, no matter how powerful Zichun was, he was too far away from these soldiers. They only respected Zichun as a god. But when they saw the blood dripping from the sky turn into golden beans, they were completely stunned. At this moment, they finally understood why Zichun rejected the opportunity to advance again and again in the past 10 years. It was because he did not care. Because his blood was gold. If he was short of money, he could stab himself with a knife, and then he would have endless wealth to spend. The soldiers and commanders below were all in shock. Another person appeared in the sky. It was an old man, and he was actually standing in the air. Congratulations on comprehending another law. Xing Daoli's eyes were full of admiration. Thank you, senior. Zichun, who was covered in blood, cupped his hands and bowed. You can still speak after suffering the backlash of the law. It seems that your body has developed immunity to the law. I look forward to seeing you break through, Xing Daoli said. Thank you for your kind words. Zichun smiled. A carriage appeared in the sky out of thin air. The old bull walked to the front of the carriage, and Zichun sat in the carriage. Then, the old bull pulled the carriage and flew away. No wonder you don't like the power of the secular world. It turns out that you are already a high and mighty figure. I'm afraid we will never meet again in this life. Chen Lu, who was the commander, stood in the crowd and watched the old bull pull the carriage away. Ridiculous, it's ridiculous. Over the years, we have sent cultivators to kill him many times. Seeing Zichun leave, the Qin's commander laughed at himself. His laughter became very sad, very lonely, and very powerless. His black hair turned white in an instant, and he became extremely haggard. He knew that the Qin state was finished. The Tang state quickly withdrew the troops. You are not allowed to attack the Qin state for 100 years. Just when the Qin's commander and the people of the Qin state were in despair, an indifferent voice came from the carriage. The voice was still Zichun's voice, but at this moment, everyone felt that the voice was very far away from them, as if it was in two different worlds. The Tang's old commander looked up at the carriage and murmured, "It turns out that you are already so powerful. No wonder you don't put the Hai family in your eyes. Now that you have left, you cannot pursue this matter, but it is impossible for the Hai family to exist." As the commander-in-chief of the Tang Empire, he naturally knew how important cultivators were to the emperor. If the emperor knew that the old bull-riding soldier was an incomparably powerful cultivator who had served the Tang Empire for 10 years, and that the Fair family had schemed against him, the emperor would definitely be furious. After that, he called the deputy general and asked him to take out the evidence collected over the years and bring it back to the imperial capital. Zichun did not care about the fate of the Hai family. Whether the battle between the Qin state and the Tang state would happen again in 100 years, Zichun still did not care. Chapter 1167. Because of Xing Daoli's appearance, Zichun had signed a peace treaty with the other major powers, allowing the everlasting sect to enjoy 1,000 years of peace. To cultivators, 1,000 years was nothing. However, to the everlasting sect, which had the ancient time castle, this 1,000 years was enough for the everlasting sect to make a qualitative leap. 1,000 years passed in the outside world, but 100,000 years passed in the ancient time castle. During the 3 years that Zichun had left the everlasting sect, the seniors of the everlasting sect had left one after another to temper themselves or refine the law fragments in seclusion. 15 years later, Zichun had comprehended a law and given up on it. The battle between the everlasting sect and the devil race had begun, and the everlasting sect's new generation of youths had begun to shine. 200 years after Zichun had left the everlasting sect, the previous vice-sect master, Wang Qiong, had returned from tempering himself. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, Wang Qiong underwent his lightning tribulation and reached the Earth Origin realm, becoming the third Earth Origin expert of the everlasting sect. During that time, several of his soul weapons had shattered, but one had still managed to pass the tribulation and become an Earth Origin expert. Wang Qiong's return was a good start for the everlasting sect. It was like an auspicious omen. Following that, one expert after another who had undergone their tribulations returned. Yilang, Heifeng, Wu Lu, and Zhang Tong also returned in the next 100 years to break through. Their success rate was 100%. This was all thanks to the fact that after following Zichun, they had used secret arts to refine their bodies. Their bodies had become incomparably powerful. The first batch of people to benefit from Zichun's 3 pages heavenly book were these old people. Although their mental, qi, and spirit weren't as perfect as Zichun's, they were still far stronger than ordinary people. The Earth Origin experts who had comprehended law tribulations naturally attracted the attention of many powers. They understood that the everlasting sect had finally risen. The everlasting sect had gone from being a sect that couldn't be ignored to a true major power in the martial heaven continent. In the 500th year, Longhu, who had been sleeping in the ancient time castle for many years, finally woke up. After waking up, it was time for him to undergo his tribulation. If it had awakened naturally, the giant energy egg would be the one to undergo the tribulation. After overcoming the tribulation, the giant egg would shatter and Longhu would be born. However, because of Zichun, Longhu had been born prematurely. Thus, the one to undergo the tribulation next would be his true body. However, Longhu did not undergo the tribulation right away. He was waiting for Zichun to return. The tribulation that Longhu's sovereign was about to undergo would naturally cause an unforeseen event in the world. Due to the fact that he was too extraordinary, it was likely that many people would come to cause trouble during his tribulation. There was only one Longhu sovereign in the current world. Even the two demon sovereigns had wanted to kill Zichun and subdue the Longhu sovereign. It was obvious how high his potential was. Therefore, Longhu couldn't afford to make any mistakes during his breakthrough. He couldn't afford to be disturbed, and the Boundless Sect couldn't afford to lose Dragon Tiger's sovereign either. After Longhu, the Savage Dragon and the Flying Divine Tiger woke up one after another. However, like Longhu, they did not choose to undergo the tribulation immediately. Right now, the Boundless Sect didn't have the strength to protect them. They had to wait for Zichun to return, or for Zichun to break through. LV Peng's comprehension of the Tao of Formations had also reached greater mastery in the 500 years. The Tao of Formations had descended from the heavens, and he controlled the 99 formation flags to undergo the tribulation. This time, only 49 of the 99 formation flags survived the tribulation lightning. The rest had all exploded, but LV Peng was still happy. After his breakthrough, the first thing LV Peng did was to modify the Boundless Sect's formation. Then, he specially built a place to undergo the tribulation. This was prepared for the Earth Origin stage cultivators. Of course, this project was extremely huge and couldn't be completed in a short period of time. Next, the Boundless Sect sprouted up like bamboo shoots after a rain. One after another, Earth Origin stage cultivators jumped out. The speed of their emergence was undeniably fast and terrifying. Originally, the 5 elements forces only needed to rely on their mood to deal with the Boundless Sect. However, with so many Earth Origin stage cultivators jumping out from the Boundless Sect, they had no choice but to be wary. They had to consider carefully before making a move. Their worries from so many years ago had truly become reality. Some of the beasts had also broken through to the Earth Origin stage. In the past few years, the Boundless Sect had been very active. It had become the focus of all the martial heaven continent's powers. However, the Boundless Sect's most active master, Zichun, had disappeared for a long time. It had been so long that many people had forgotten about his existence and his glorious past. Finally, 500 years after Zichun had left the Boundless Sect welcomed another person who had broken through. However, this person was very special in the Boundless Sect, so this breakthrough was extremely important. The person who had broken through was Su Mingyao. After hundreds of years, she had finally comprehended the ethereal Tao. Her special status in the Boundless Sect was because of her position in the Boundless Sect. When the ethereal sect learned of this, it also attracted a great deal of attention. Many experts from that sect came to the Boundless Sect to protect Su Mingyao. However, Su Mengyao's fellow disciples had all been very weak. Not a single one of them had broken through to the Earth Origin stage. This time, the ones who had come were all seniors of the sect, as well as some existences in seclusion. Before this news had only been known to a few higher-ups. While Su Mingyao was going through the heavenly tribulation, there were more than 40 Earth Origin realm cultivators in the Wuji sect. These 40-plus Earth Origin realm cultivators and the several Earth Origin realm cultivators from the Floating Mist sect surrounded Su Mingyao from the heavenly tribulation. Under the lightning tribulation, other than the trees, there was nothing alive. Because of her extraordinary comprehension, Su Mengyao's tribulation was the most severe one in the past few hundred years. It was also the most tightly guarded one. As soon as she underwent her tribulation, many laws appeared. When people realized that there weren't just 1 or 2 laws, or 10 or 20 laws, but 49, they were all dumbfounded. The ethereal sect's seniors were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. The way of nature had 49 types of rules. Back then, Zichun had only seen 48 types, and he was still missing the rule of thunder. However, in front of Su Mingyao, the rule of thunder had appeared, and she had comprehended it. Although it was not profound, she had completely comprehended the power of nature. After that, the 49 laws merged into one. That was the ethereal Tao. The foundation of the ethereal sect was the ethereal Tao. Looking at the ethereal Tao that appeared once again, the ethereal Tao seemed to have reached a climax. They were so excited that they couldn't help but tremble. The ethereal Tao. It's indeed the ethereal Tao. Haha, and it's the ethereal Tao formed from 49 laws of nature. This is the first time in the history of the ethereal sect that something like this has appeared. There's hope for the ethereal sect to rise again. The ethereal Tao pursues following one's heart. This is the most perfect ethereal Tao. There's hope for the ethereal sect to rise again. Looking at Su Mingyao undergoing her tribulation, everyone was excited but also worried. After so many years, it wasn't easy for the ethereal sect to have such an existence. Nothing must happen to her. When the last lightning struck, Su Mingyao's body started to glow. Life force gushed out from her body. This was the Tao of life of wood, one of the laws of nature. Su Mingyao's figure soared into the air. Ethereal energy circulated around her as if she was wearing a layer of illusory gauze. She was as ethereal as a fairy. At this moment, she was a peerless beauty, an untainted fairy. There's hope for the ethereal sect to rise again. How? A voice sounded. A figure wrapped in laws appeared. Wang Shan looked at the few old guys and said sarcastically, Sister Mingyao is from the Wuji sect. She's the wife of our sect leader. What does she have to do with the ethereal sect? We're not excited yet. Why are you guys so excited? What's the point of staying in the Wuji sect? Do you know where we come from? If I tell you, you'll be scared to death. We're from the ethereal sect, and we cultivate the ethereal Tao. Our vision isn't in this world, but in another world. That's our foundation, argued one of the old guys. Wang Shan curled his lips and said, Old man, don't try to fool me with that. Who am I? I'm Wang Shan of Dun. The other world is no longer a secret to me. You said it so confidently, but in fact, you've lost the inheritance that you should have. I really don't know what right you have to be arrogant after losing the inheritance. Ignorant brat, what do you know? In the other world, there's no guidance. It means that the chances of survival are very small. Earth Yuan is just the starting point of another realm. The guidance at the starting point is the true foundation of an aristocratic family. The old man snorted. What's the point of being the overlord of the lowly martial heaven continent? What can you accomplish? While the two sides were arguing, Su Mingyao broke through. Her figure slowly descended from the sky. The current her was even more unfathomable. Mingyao, I didn't expect you to comprehend the most perfect ethereal Tao. Let's hurry back and tell the sect this good news. Yes, let's go back now. There's no point for you to stay here. Right now, you possess the most perfect ethereal Tao. You're definitely the strongest. No one can restrain you. A mere Wuji sect isn't worthy of you staying here. There's no point in being the overlord of this world. After we return, once you familiarize yourself with the ethereal Tao, we'll escort you to another world. Your brilliance should blossom in that world. Wang Shan was infuriated. He wished he could slap these old fellows to death. Just as Su Mingyao was breaking through, a soaring sword in tint appeared in another region. The one releasing that sword in tint was also a peerlessly beautiful woman. She had comprehended the sword Tao. In the distance stood two other women. Their appearances were not the slightest bit inferior to the one undergoing tribulation. The three of them each had their own merits. One of them emitted a hazy light. It was the light of the moon, the power of the moon. She stood on a mountain peak in the distance. Under the hazy moonlight, she seemed like she could fly away at any moment. Chapter 1168. After refining the remnant of the law of slaughter, Zichun continued on his journey. Along the way, he acted as a spectator or a high and mighty ruler, looking at the mortal world and its suffering. He had seen honest and trustworthy peddlers whose days were not good, but they were happy every day, and their faces were full of smiles. He had also seen heartless peddlers who made enough money, but their lives were full of worries and worries. He had seen rude lawgivers who killed people by virtue of the law, but he had also seen extremely strict supervisors who were meticulous in their work. He had also seen wicked horse thieves who killed people without batting an eyelid, and had also met robbers who were both thieves and thieves. In Ziqin's eyes, there were always two sides to everything in the world, good and evil. Ziqin used more than 100 years to verify the concept of good and evil. In the end, Ziqin comprehended good in a mountain village and comprehended the law of good. During this moment of enlightenment, Ziqin concluded that there were many good people in the mountains. They did not have much knowledge, and some of them were even illiterate. However, they had their own conscience and knew what good was. The bottom line of good was always higher than the outside world. In their eyes, stealing a chicken was a great evil in the world. 50 years later, Ziqin was in the bandits' lair. He saw many tragic and inhumane scenes. Here, he felt the evil of the world. He also comprehended the law of evil. The moment he comprehended the law of evil, Ziqin's expression became ferocious and terrifying, as if he was the most evil person in the world. That evil was chilling. In the end, he turned this place into a field of corpses. The great kindness of the cultivation world could not be compared to the great kindness of the mortal world. The great kindness of the cultivation world could not be compared to the great evil of the mortal world. Ziqin's law power increased by 2, good and evil. These two laws were extremely rare in the world. Good could only be comprehended by good people. Compared to evil, the law of good was even rarer. After leaving the everlasting sect, Ziqin first comprehended the laws of nature, then the laws of slaughter, and now the laws of good and evil. With so many laws in his body, Ziqin gradually understood the path he wanted to walk. Just as there were good and evil in the world, there were also true and false. This was even more so for the affairs of the mortal world. It was hard to tell the difference between the real and the false. Everyone had two sides. Perhaps they were kind on the outside, but evil on the inside. For Ziqin, kindness and evil were relatively easy to understand, but it was much more difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. People in this world might not necessarily deal with good and evil, but there would definitely be truth and falsehood. This included everything that was said and done. Ziqin had once seen a servant rush into a fire to save his master. At that time, the servant's eyes were filled with determination. It was real, but when he accepted the reward and his status changed, it became fake. This caused Ziqin to have no choice but to wonder if the unswerving determination and disregard for personal safety he displayed at that time was sincere, or did he have some other objective in mind? Society in the mortal world was very complicated. There were many truths and falsehoods, including food, clothing, housing, transportation, love, and many others. This time, Ziqin spent hundreds of years and changed almost 60% of the mortal world before he finally understood the truth and falsehood. During this time, Ziqin passed by a savage tribe. The people of two tribes were fighting. One of the tribes was defeated, and the men suffered heavy casualties. In desperation, the tribe could only migrate. But during the migration, new lives were born. After understanding the truth and falsehood, Ziqin tried to comprehend life and death. Life and death were the great Tao of the world. To successfully comprehend it was more difficult than comprehending truth and falsehood, good and evil, slaughter, and the laws of nature. In the process of comprehension, Ziqin walked and stopped. In the end, it took him 1,000 years. For someone like Ziqin who had an extremely high level of comprehension, 1,000 years of comprehension was undoubtedly an extremely long time. 1,000 years. It took less than 1,000 years for Ziqin to break through to the peak of the mortal nascent realm from birth. However, it took him 1,000 years to comprehend the laws. During these 1,000 years, Ziqin appeared in various mortal worlds. There were countless rumors about unknown cultivators. However, there were no rumors about Ziqin in the world of cultivators. During Ziqin's 500 years of enlightenment, Zichun, who had always been high and mighty, began to make his move after he had seen through something. He acted as he pleased. He didn't care if he was a cultivator or not. He was like a law enforcer in the mortal world, enforcing the law in the mortal world. After that, Zichun's eyes became firmer. He knew what he wanted. After 1,000 years of comprehension, Zichun gained a lot. He didn't understand the message that the saint left him. Now, he understood and understood. On the mountain peak, Zichun released his aura. Around him, the power of the laws appeared. Black clouds condensed in the sky again. This time, Zichun wasn't trying to break through. He was looking for someone. In a short moment, a figure appeared in front of Zichun. It was Xing Daoli, 1,000 years. You've been in the mortal world for 1,000 years. Have you thought about your path? Xing Daoli asked after appearing. Zichun nodded. Xing Daoli asked curiously, what path? Are you going to choose one of those laws? Or do you want to cultivate all of them? Zichun shook his head and said, I don't want to walk the path of the laws. If it's not the path of the laws, then what path is it? Don't you want to break through? Xing Daoli was surprised. Zichun smiled and said, Senior, do you remember asking me about the chicken and egg? Xing Daoli nodded, but he didn't understand what Zichun meant. Zichun said, back then, I had yet to comprehend the laws and didn't know the vastness of the laws. Therefore, I said that as long as I was happy, it didn't matter what came first. However, ever since I came into contact with the laws, I fell into a state of confusion. In the 15 years since I entered the world, if it weren't for your guidance, I'm afraid I still wouldn't have been able to sense what the rules were. However, after that, I knew what the rules were and what kind of existence they were. Hence, in the following 985 years, I sensed one rule after another. Zichun paused for a moment before he continued. In these years, I have been perceiving the laws, refining them, and gaining a deeper understanding of the laws. I gradually understood what the laws were. Because of this understanding, the laws that I have comprehended over the years are ones that few in the mortal world can comprehend. Every law that I have comprehended can be of great benefit to an Earth Yuan expert. If Senior still hasn't found the answer to the chicken and egg, I can tell Senior the answer now. Xing Daoli's face immediately lit up with joy. He praised. It seems that Senior Cauldron Spirit was right. I will be able to find the answer if I follow you. Quickly tell me which came first. Zichun earnestly replied, the chicken first? Why? Zichun continued, because I love to eat chicken. What kind of answer is that? Xing Daoli didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that Zichun had given the same answer 1,000 years ago. Now, 1,000 years had passed and Zichun was still giving the same answer. However, what use was that to him? Zichun looked at Xing Daoli and earnestly explained, we cultivators cultivate wholeheartedly. Although what we do is defying the heavens, it is not like we are treading on thin ice. Cultivation is about cultivating the heart. As long as you follow your heart, you will be fine. There are thousands of laws in the mortal world, but we cannot extravagantly hope to know all of them. We only need one, and this one is precisely what you can choose. Senior, what you are asking is not the chicken and egg, but the beginning of the world. I didn't understand this question in the past, and I still don't understand it now. However, if even Senior Cauldron Spirit, an extremely ancient existence, doesn't know the answer, why do we have to know it? Zichun continued, if I had to choose, I would say that the Tianwu continent is the beginning of the world. Why? Asked Xing Daoli. The reason is very simple. I was born in this world, and this world made me who I am. I comprehended the laws here, cultivated here, and grew stronger. Most importantly, I understand this world. I like this world. Understanding and liking this world is enough. Zichun raised his hand and pointed at the sky. For 1,000 years, I have been constantly comprehending the laws, trying to find the most suitable law for myself. During this time, I comprehended one law after another. These laws are very powerful. Over 90% of the Earth Yuan in the world would envy me because of these laws. However, I discovered that these powerful laws are not suitable for me. These laws are not the Tao I want to cultivate. They go against my experience growing up. Therefore, even though they are powerful, they are not very useful to me. These laws are not suitable for me. Or rather, The thousands of laws in this world are not suitable for me. In the past, I was a person who followed the rules. If I had continued to grow, I probably wouldn't have been able to reach my current height even in 10 lifetimes. However, my fate changed after a scheme between my good brothers. I was lucky enough to not die. From then on, I walked a different path. Zichun had been thinking about what had happened in the past for many years. He thought about the people and matters of the past. In the past 100 years, he had gradually thought things through. In the past, his life had been very exciting. He could be said to be a legend of his generation. He had shocked the world time and time again, causing the major powers to suffer losses time and time again. His name was like the resplendent Xing Chun, illuminating the entire cultivation world. But thinking about it, Zichen's past life could be summed up in one word. That word was destruction. Zichen's eyes flickered as a smile appeared on his face. He said, "Since I was reborn, I have been walking the path of destruction. I have been destroying everything along the way. I have broken the reasonable and natural rules one after another." It was the same when the Nimbus martial ancestor entered the inner sect. He was supposed to be the first, but something happened because of my appearance. In the past, that Song, Li Chu, and a few other factions ruled this area. They were the laws of this area. No one dared to provoke them. However, I broke the rules again and again. In the end, I destroyed these factions and built the Wuji sect. In the land of chaos, I fought against the major factions and built the Heavenly Savage Pavilion, which caused the dominating factions to suffer losses time and time again. In the small world, I found 8 badges that were supposed to be the first. In the ancient battlefield, I teamed up with a friend to eliminate the existence of a law. In the end, I even broke the rules and brought Longhu and Elder Gui out. Chapter 1169. If you want to divide every region into a world, then the forces that make up this world are the forces and the rules that naturally arise under the influence of those forces. All these years, I have been doing things that break the rules. These rules are like the rules of heaven and earth now. What I want to do, what suits me, is to break these rules that have formed, to break the rules of heaven and earth. Zichen's words were very straightforward and easy to understand. Xing Daoli completely understood. However, these words had undoubtedly completely overturned his outlook on life. As a divine prime expert, he naturally knew that this sentence was not absolute. However, at the same time, he also knew that there were rules in heaven and earth, and it was these rules that maintained this world. But now, Zichun said that he wanted to break the rules. How to break the rules? How to break them? After breaking the rules, would he break this world? At that time, what realm would he be in? Earth Prime? Divine Prime? Xing Daoli was very puzzled because this had completely overturned his understanding. Zichun looked up at the sky and said, "I don't know if there is a rule called destruction among the thousands of rules, but if there isn't, I think that from today onwards, there will be one more rule in heaven and earth, and that is the rule of destruction." Rules are everywhere. As soon as he finished speaking, rules flickered around Zichun's body. The rules of heaven and earth began to surge, and black clouds appeared above Zichun's head. This was a sign of tribulation transcendence. When the rules appeared in the sky, an extremely mysterious aura suddenly appeared on Zichun's body. In Xing Daoli's perception, Zichun seemed to have become an Earth Prime expert at this moment. Just as the rules were about to reach him, Zichun smiled. He formed a sword with 2 fingers and slashed at the rules in front of him. A ray of light flashed. This was a light of energy with an extremely mysterious power. He cut open the void, cut through the rules, and then destroyed the complete rules. These broken rules turned into an incomplete power of the rules and fused into Zichun's body, being absorbed by Zichun. The laws disappeared, and the tribulation clouds in the sky dissipated. The strange and inexplicable aura on Zichun's body also disappeared. Xing Daoli's eyes widened as he looked at Zichun in disbelief. He lost his composure and exclaimed, You just used the power of Earth Essence. You severed the rules and even absorbed them. Could it be that you broke through?" To be able to make Xing Daoli lose his composure, it was clear how shocking Zichun's finger light was. In fact, at this moment, not only Xing Daoli, but all the people at Earth Prime and above would be shocked by what they had just seen. Because this scene went against the rules of the world and defied common sense. This feeling was like a cultivator saying that he could still cultivate without the help of the cultivation methods of this world, without the help of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and without the spiritual chi of this world. It was also like an ordinary person holding a woodcutter and saying that he could chop an Earth Prime to death. In the end, he really did chop an Earth Prime to death with the woodcutter. Xing Daoli lost his composure because of Zichen's actions. However, in Zichen's eyes, this was a matter of course. He shook his head and said, "I haven't transcended the tribulation, nor have I broken through. I just temporarily borrowed the power of Earth Prime." The power of Earth Prime was the power of rules. Unfortunately, Zichen did not believe in rules, so there were no rules in his power. It was just pure Earth Prime. Xing Daoli's shocked expression took a long time to recover. He sighed and said, "Terrifying, really terrifying. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would have thought that a strange monster like you would appear in this world?" Zichen had said a lot today, and Xing Daoli could understand all of it. However, understanding and completely understanding were two different things. It was just like how many years ago Zichen had known that the chicken came first. Back then, he had been very sure, and now he was still sure. However, the former and the latter were completely different. And now, Zichen had comprehended the law of destruction. Xing Daoli had personally seen it. Could it be that he could also be like Zichen, raising his head and shouting the word destruction, and the law of destruction would appear? That required him to personally comprehend it. Zichen's explanation was very clear. However, Xing Daoli did not understand. That was because his path was completely different from Zichen's. Previously, Zichen had said that everyone had the right to choose a law that suited them. However, that was not absolute. The martial heaven continents Earth Prime, as well as the Earth Primes of another world, were probably countless. However, out of all those Earth Primes, how many people's laws suited them the most? After comprehending their first law, they no longer had the right to choose. They could only passively accept it. The reason Zichen had a choice was because he had the ability to resist the law. That ability was the perfect essence, chi, and soul created by the 3 pages of the heavenly book. Seeing Xing Daoli sit at the peak and sink into thought, Zichen didn't disturb him. Instead, he walked into the distance. If he wanted to, he could continue comprehending the world's myriad laws. He could comprehend them all in 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. However, to Zichen, who didn't care about the law, comprehending these laws was meaningless. The old ox appeared over the horizon, pulling a carriage. After following Zichen for hundreds of years, he had been shocked time and time again by Zichen. Now, he felt even more admiration for Zichen. "Boss, where are we going now?" asked the old ox as he walked over to Zichen. To the eastern continent. Zichen was already used to the old ox calling him boss. There was no way around that. He had called him boss for hundreds of years. Even if he wasn't used to it, he had to. "Why are we going there? Shouldn't we be returning to the southern continent?" The old ox was very confused. For hundreds of years, the two of them had often chatted. He naturally knew that Zichen's foundation was in the southern continent. "We're going to get something that belongs to me. That way, my success rate of passing the lightning tribulation will increase by 10%, said Zichen calmly. Although Zichen's explanation to Xing Daoli was clear and logical, and he had indeed reached this step and even deceived the heavens, this was only temporary. If he wanted to break through to the Earth Yuan stage, he would still need to be recognized by the heavens and earth and undergo the baptism of the lightning tribulation. And for this kind of existence that went against the will of the heavens, the lightning tribulation would definitely not be polite. Therefore, before going through the tribulation, Zichen had to be fully prepared. The old ox followed Zichen and saw how extraordinary he was. Naturally, he also knew that his lightning tribulation would be unusual. However, finding something that could increase the success rate by 10% made him very curious. Therefore, he asked, "Boss, what is it?" "You'll know when we get there." Zichen sat in the carriage. The old ox pulled the carriage through the air and headed straight for the eastern continent. Of course, they didn't go in a straight line. When they passed by a city on the way, they would use the teleportation formation there. 10 days later, the old ox crossed the continent and arrived at a human city. After that, the old ox received Zichen's instructions and walked out of the city. Many people noticed the carriage that came out of the teleportation formation. Immediately, their faces were filled with curiosity and curiosity. They were all guessing who it was that actually spent so much effort to teleport a carriage. After 1,000 years of fighting, the area where the city was located was already the last pure land. The rest of the area was occupied by the demons, and the place Zichen was heading to this time was the demons' territory. Just as they entered the demons' territory, some demons discovered the unique old ox. Many black figures came from afar and surrounded the carriage. "Who is it? Come down. This is the demons' territory. Come out quickly." All of the devilish beings yelled at the sight of this unfamiliar carriage. "Is the princess in the demon sect city?" Zichen's voice came from the carriage. Hearing the princess, the demons' expressions changed. Then, weapons appeared in their hands. Their expressions became serious and solemn. "Let's go." The demon's attitude was clear. Zichen signaled the old ox to go forward, but the demons blocked the way. One of them shouted, "If you don't state your purpose, don't blame us for being impolite." As soon as the demons finished speaking, the old ox was furious. He shouted, "Scram!" A thunderous roar sounded, and a sound wave spread out in all directions. The demons flew back and coughed up blood. After falling to the ground, they looked at the old ox in shock. With just a roar, they were defeated. Naturally, they knew how terrifying this person was. So, without another word, they fled toward the demon sect city. The old ox began to walk slowly. Not long after, streams of light appeared. Many demons had arrived. But after the old ox glanced at the demons, he said angrily, "Scram, trash. Go and find the princess. Tell her that Lord Zichen is here. Ask her to come and welcome him personally." This attitude made the demons furious. As for the name Zichen, they only felt that it was familiar, but they couldn't remember where they had heard it from. But the wild old ox had a terrifying aura. They didn't dare to get close. They could only retreat again. Zichen. In the demon sect city, the princess raised her eyebrows when she heard this name. 1,000 years had passed, and this name had disappeared from the cultivation world. But she didn't expect that this person would appear again after 1,000 years. But why did he come here? And at this time, shouldn't he be in the Wuji sect? The princess was very puzzled. But since Zichen was looking for her, she had to go out and take a look. Of course, if possible, she didn't mind leaving this person behind forever, because the princess had a feeling that this person would be a great enemy of the demons. After the princess appeared, 5 powerhouses of the Earth Prime Demon Clan appeared outside the city. They stood in the air and looked at the old ox warily. As for the old ox, his eyes were full of disdain when he glanced at them. He had followed Zichen for 1,000 years, and he had also grown. He wasn't afraid of this kind of trash even if they joined forces. Zichen didn't appear in the carriage until the princess brought people over. The curtain was lifted, and Zichen walked out. He was still dressed in black, and he didn't seem to have changed much from 1,000 years ago. As for the princess, she was also dressed in tight-fitting black clothes. Her tall figure was accentuated by the black clothes. She was still noble and cold. "It's you. I didn't expect you to appear again after 1,000 years. You actually came to find me," the princess said to Zichen. Chapter 1170. "You want something from me?" The princess raised her eyebrows and looked at Zichen. At this moment, the princess thought of the unfair deal she made with Zichen at the holy burial ground 1,000 years ago. However, the ancient castle where they made the deal had been in the hands of the demon clan for 1,000 years. Why would Zichen want it back? Moreover, this was the territory of the demon clan. What confidence did Zichen have to ask for it here? The princess was puzzled. Zichen didn't know what the princess was thinking. He stood opposite her and said calmly, "It's not you. It's an emptiness realm existence from the demon clan. He stole my sword steel when I was in the middle stage of the human realm. There were a total of 9 sword steels that could form the 9 extremes formation. When Zichun went to the Thunder Clan, he lost one of the sword steels. Now, there were only 8 left. The power of the 9 Extremes formation was greatly reduced. Therefore, Zichun came to ask for the sword steel before going through the tribulation. An emptiness realm existence stole your sword steel. The princess looked at Zichun in surprise. At this moment, the surrounding earth elementals were also shocked. The emptiness realm existence put down his identity and stole his sword steel. His original intention was to capture or kill Zichun. However, he didn't expect that Zichun, who was only in the middle stage of the human realm, could escape from the hands of an emptiness realm expert. That's right. It was when I first met you, princess. At that time, your emptiness realm existence was chasing after me. Zichun explained calmly. As for the sword steel, it's an inheritance treasure. It's very important to me. I must take it with me. The princess asked again, is it the sword sect's treasure, the sword steel? Zichun corrected her. It's indeed that sword steel. However, it's not the sword sect's treasure. It's mine. As he spoke, Zichun raised his head and glanced at a certain spot in the void. The old bull that was pulling the carriage suddenly snorted coldly. 2 streams of flames spurted out from his nostrils. Ripples suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. It was as if some kind of restriction was suddenly triggered. The Devil Sect city in front of Zichun disappeared in front of him. The earth elementals around him also disappeared in an instant. In the field, other than Zichun and Old Cow, there was only the princess on the opposite side. This was an illusory space created by an emptiness realm expert with the help of heaven and earth. Zichun had seen it many years ago, so he was not surprised. Old Cow was also very calm because he was beside Zichun and had followed Zichun for 1,000 years. After seeing how powerful Zichun was, he had a confidence that was close to blind worship for Zichun. Princess looked at Zichun, and Zichun looked at Princess. The two of them looked at each other calmly. Zichun's calmness could be said to be very calm, which made Princess a little unhappy. She opened her red lips slightly and said, since you left the sword steel behind when you ran away in a sorry state, it naturally belongs to us. Now that so many years have passed, what right do you have to ask for the sword steel? Or rather, what right do you have to think that we will give you the sword steel? Where does your confidence come from? Princess wanted to use these words to embarrass Zichun, but she did not know Zichun well. Zichun had run away too many times throughout his journey. If he could not win, he would run away. There was nothing embarrassing about this. Hence, he replied calmly, my confidence naturally comes from myself. I think I have the right to take back what belongs to me. Princess said, since you took the risk to come here, it seems like you already know what happened to the Wuji sect. However, we have been fighting with the Wuji sect for 1,000 years. Do you think you can successfully take back what you want? What happened to the Wuji sect? Zichun was puzzled. You signed a peace agreement with a big force that can last for 1,000 years. Now that 1,000 years have passed, the Wuji sect's Longhu sovereign is about to undergo the thunder tribulation of the laws. Hence, some forces may have some tricks up their sleeves. When is Longhu going to undergo the tribulation? Zichun stared at Princess. It has already caused a change in heaven and earth. I reckon that he will really undergo the tribulation in a few days. There are only 9 thunder tribulations of the laws. It can be passed in less than a day. Why does Longhu need a few days to undergo the tribulation? Because he is Longhu's sovereign, an extremely extraordinary existence. When he is preparing to undergo the tribulation, heaven and earth will sense it in advance. Now, Zichun was obviously surrounded by the emptiness realm experts, but he was still so calm. Princess looked at Zichun and said, you should be worried about yourself now, not Longhu. According to my observation, you seem to have not broken through to the Earth Prime Realm. Although this bull is extraordinary, it is only at the Earth Prime Realm. We have many Earth Prime Realm experts here. Hearing Princess's words, the old bull snorted to express its disdain. Zichun raised his head and looked at a certain place in the void. Then, he looked back at Princess. Princess said indifferently, you, a human, should show some sincerity if you want to take something from the demon race. After saying that, Princess's figure disappeared. She had hidden herself in the darkness. Immediately after, there was an additional gust of dense killing intent in this illusory space. Zichun had already predicted this when he came. He had fought with Princess many times. He knew how scheming she was and how difficult and terrifying it was to deal with. As long as she had the chance, she would definitely kill him. Zichun's body suddenly released an inexplicable aura. This aura was very powerful. In an instant, Zichun advanced to the Earth Prime Realm. Then, he raised his hand and slashed at the void with his finger sword. The void was cut open by Zichun's finger. It was like a piece of cloth being torn apart. It spread upward until it reached the place where Zichun had been looking at. There stood a demon. Zichun's energy ray stopped at the center of the other's brows. At this moment, his face was full of shock and astonishment. The illusory world disappeared. Demon Sect City appeared in front of Zichun again. The Earth Primes that had just disappeared also appeared. Their expressions were undoubtedly full of shock. At this moment, with Zichun as the center, an oppressive aura enveloped a radius of hundreds of miles. Black clouds suddenly appeared in the clear sky. In the blink of an eye, the sky became pitch black. Bolts of lightning surged. After doing all this, Zichun turned around like lightning. Light flickered between his fingers as he pointed forward. At the end of the light was the center of Princess's brows. Zichun's actions were simple and casual. However, they broke through the void realm and restrained Princess. Princess's unchanged expression changed after Zichun easily broke through the void realm. At this moment, seeing the tribulation cloud above her head and the finger sword between her brows, her expression kept changing. She asked, "You haven't broken through yet. How can you use the power of the Earth Prime Realm?" Cold light flickered between Zichun's fingers. He didn't answer her question. "I'm just here to take back what belongs to me." "Stop. Don't be rude to Princess." At the side, a few Earth Prime Realm cultivators stepped forward and shouted, "Get lost." Old Bull also roared. Zichun said indifferently, "Give me back what belongs to me." Princess's changing expression gradually calmed down. A mocking smile slowly appeared on her lips. "Do you really think you can restrain me?" Princess tilted her head and dodged the attack. Then, she grabbed Zichun's wrist with her jade-like hand. The power of rules surged above her jade-like hand. After 1,000 years, Princess, who was extraordinarily talented, had broken through. On Zichun's hand, the power of the rules of destruction surged. He didn't dodge and allowed Princess to grab his wrist. Then, he punched towards Princess's chest. This was the beginning of a combo attack. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky. A terrifying pressure swept across and thousands of lightning bolts shot in all directions. A few Earth Prime Realm cultivators felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their hearts. Even their breathing became difficult. The entire Devil Doctrine City fell into panic. Seeing that the princess was locked in battle with Zichun, they wanted to stop them, but they didn't know where to start. In terms of rules, Princess didn't have an advantage. Zichun's rules of destruction could break any rules in the world. In terms of combat power, Princess was one of the best in the Devil Clan, but she was naturally much weaker than Zichun, who had 3 pages of the Heavenly Book. As soon as the close combat began, the princess complained incessantly. That was because Zichun's close combat style was close combat. However, as a princess of the royal family, the princess's status was extremely noble. How could she fight Zichun like that? Just like the battle in the ancient Flame Castle, Princess was entangled by Zichun and could only keep retreating to increase the distance between them. At that time, only the 2 of them were fighting. Now, not only were there Earth Prime Realm cultivators around, but there were also many devils in the distance. She frowned slightly. She couldn't stand Zichun's fighting style. The tribulation thunder in the sky showed that Zichun hadn't really gone through the tribulation yet. However, he was using the power of Earth Prime Realm cultivators. Such a scene was enough to shock people. It made people feel that Zichun hadn't broken through for 1,000 years, not because his talent wasn't good enough, but because he had been searching for more power. Below, banging sounds could be heard. Princess was gradually unable to hold on. The Emptiness Realm cultivator in the sky couldn't help but shake his head and said, "Stop. Here's the thing." He flipped his hand, and a sword steel with layers of seals appeared. It was the one that was lost. He threw the sword steel to Zichun. Zichun exchanged a palm with Princess. His body swayed, and he caught the sword steel and retreated. Princess stood in the distance, panting. She looked at Zichun with a cold gaze. Since you have taken it, it's impossible for you to leave. Zichun sneered. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Unless you want me to go through the tribulation here. After Zichun finished speaking, everyone's expression changed drastically. Even the Emptiness Realm cultivator frowned. If he went through the tribulation here, the Devil Sect City would be destroyed in a day. Princess gritted her teeth. She looked very unwilling. She raised her head and looked at the Emptiness Realm cultivator. It was as if she was ordering him to kill the enemy. However, the Emptiness Realm cultivator didn't seem to notice this. He was unmoved. Princess was extremely angry. She was even furious. However, after a while, her anger was suppressed. She regained her noble and cold demeanor. She looked at Zichun and said, "Okay, you can leave. We're also going to the Wuji sect. It's on the way." After saying that, she walked into the chariot without any explanation. Zichun couldn't help but touch his nose. He didn't know what she was up to. In the carriage, Princess was indignant. At the same time, she was very dissatisfied with Emptiness Realm Cultivator's actions. If she had known about this, she would have given the sword steel to the sword sect in advance instead of keeping it by her side. Chapter 1171. The princess walked straight into the chariot, not treating herself as an outsider at all. Outside the chariot, Zichun couldn't help but frown. The surrounding Earth Origin Realm cultivators were also startled by the princess's sudden change. Immediately, a trace of worry appeared on their faces. Entering Zichun's chariot, the princess wasn't a match for Zichun. If something bad happened, they wouldn't be able to answer to the royal family. In the air, the Emptiness Realm Origin Realm cultivator looked at Zichun and said, "An old friend of mine gave me the sword steel before he returned to the demon race. He said you would definitely come back to get it." Looking up at the Emptiness Realm Origin Realm cultivator, Zichun said, "I knew you were extraordinary, but I didn't expect you to be an Emptiness Realm cultivator." Zichun had seen this man many times. He had always followed the princess. Zichun guessed that he was an Earth Origin Realm cultivator, but he didn't expect him to be an Emptiness Realm cultivator. Emptiness Realm. Hearing this, the middle-aged demon suddenly laughed out loud and said, "Zichun, the demon race is stronger than you think." Zichun looked at him in confusion. The middle-aged demon smiled and pointed at Zichun. As the finger landed, Zichun suddenly felt a mysterious force on his body. He couldn't move at all. At the same time, the dazzling lightning tribulation above his head actually disappeared. At this moment, Zichun couldn't move at all. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. His expression changed as he looked at the middle-aged demon in shock. The middle-aged demon smiled and said, "Don't worry. I didn't attack you before, so I won't attack you now." Zichun regained his freedom of movement. He glanced at the middle-aged demon and walked into the chariot. Then, his indifferent voice sounded, "Let's go." The old bull glanced at the middle-aged demon with fear. Then, he flew into the air and pulled the chariot back to the human territory. "Sir, why didn't you take this chance to kill Zichun?" After Zichun left, an Earth Origin Realm cultivator asked respectfully. The middle-aged demon glanced at him and said indifferently, "If Zichun was so easy to kill, he wouldn't be alive now. Then what do we do now? The princess is in the carriage. If Zichun attacks the princess halfway, don't worry, he doesn't have the guts." The middle-aged devil stared at the direction where the chariot had disappeared and murmured, "In just a short 1,000 years, he actually grew to such a level. Such potential is simply terrifying. In the future, he will definitely be a great enemy of our devil race. However, I don't understand why they didn't kill him." Within the carriage, the princess who had wanted to kill Zichun a moment ago was now sitting side by side with Zichun as if they were friends. That was where Su Mingyao used to be, very close to Zichun. In the not-so-spacious carriage, the unique fragrance of the princess wafted in the air. Zichun was making tea. His movements were natural and casual. It was impossible to tell that a battle had just taken place. Moreover, his state of mind was calm. He was not affected by the strange fragrance in the carriage. The princess looked at Zichun, who was concentrating on making tea, and said, "It seems that you've had a good life in the past 1,000 years." Zichun did not immediately respond. When the tea was ready, he poured 2 cups and handed one to the princess. Only then did he say, "The true way of tea is in the mortal world. This is my greatest gain in the past 1,000 years." Within the carriage, the fragrance of tea filled the air. Zichun was deeply intoxicated by it. He was like a tea addict. Even the princess, who did not understand the way of tea, felt her heart calm down after smelling the tea. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that this was just a cup of tea without any effect. However, it was able to calm her heart. Her eyes immediately flashed with a strange light. Zichun continued, "In our eyes, this is just an ordinary tea. However, in the eyes of mortals, this is the world's top tea. I found this in a small country. This tea can only be harvested once every 5 years. Furthermore, only the most tender part is needed. After being fried, it can be said to be of the highest quality." Hearing Zichun talk about the way of tea, the princess frowned slightly. This tea made her feel comfortable, but she did not want to listen to this. The princess went straight to the point and asked, "You've been in the mortal world for 1,000 years to find the law. Since you've reappeared, you must have gained a lot. What kind of law did you comprehend?" Zichun shook his head and said, "The way of tea is broad and profound. If you delve deeper, you will find that it is as vast as the ocean. It is not inferior to cultivation at all. In fact, you can also taste the law by tasting tea. The princess was already dissatisfied with Zichun's irrelevant answer. Hearing this, she mocked, "According to what you said, all tea masters will be in the Earth Prime in the future." In the face of the princess' mockery, Zichun said seriously, "If they truly comprehend the law of the way of tea, once they cultivate, it will be very normal for them to enter the Earth Prime." Deliberately mystifying. Don't tell me you've been comprehending the way of tea for 1,000 years. Although I don't understand, I can feel that the power you used before has nothing to do with the law of the way of tea. The princess asked curiously, "Tell me, what kind of law did you comprehend?" Zichun shook his head again and said, "There are no laws." Zichun was telling the truth, but the princess did not believe him at all. Zichun picked up the teapot and poured tea into the cup. At the same time, he said, "This tea is produced in a very special place. The water used for irrigation is from a 5,000-meter-tall mountain peak. It is produced from the dewdrops between the branches and leaves of the ancient trees in the clouds." Looking at the calm and natural Zichun, the princess could clearly feel the change in him. At this moment, Zichun's heart was very calm and his realm was very high. She was unhappy and did not want him to be calm, so she asked, "Zichun, do you like me?" Zichun immediately spat out the tea he had just drunk. His calm heart was immediately disturbed, and the tea sprayed everywhere. What did you say?" Zichun ignored his embarrassment and turned to look at the princess. "I said, do you like me? How about we get married?" The princess looked at Zichun expectantly, but there was a hint of ridicule in her eyes. Zichun had almost no flaws, but that didn't mean that he didn't have weaknesses. Zichun had quite a few weaknesses, but there were only 2 that were truly fatal: his women and his friends. This was publicly known, but also confidential. At this moment, the princess had only asked Zichun one question, and Zichun had such an intense reaction. It was clear that this was the truth. "After I get married to you, it will be equivalent to the demon race and the Wuji sect joining forces. This is a strong alliance. When the time comes, we will help you deal with whoever you want to deal with," the princess said again. Zichun calmed himself down and said seriously, "Humans and demons are irreconcilable enemies. Naturally, it's impossible for me to be with you. Although you're a woman, I've killed many women along the way. I don't mind killing you when the time is right. Of course, I also know that you've always wanted to kill me, or rather, you wish for me to die." Zichun stared into the princess' eyes. "Your heart is very big and very poisonous. It can be said that you are the most poisonous woman I have ever seen in the world. in the holy burial ground. You schemed against us with benefits and almost killed everyone. Bringing up the past again. The princess looked innocent and wronged. Why do you suspect me? I am also a victim. Whether you are a victim or not, you know best in your heart. You also know that there is no possibility of reconciliation between us. As for marriage, it is even more impossible. Even if we don't get married, we can still be friends. We are not enemies with humans. We are already friends. I can be friends with them, so why can't I be friends with you? The princess looked at Ziqian with a bitter and pitiful expression. You don't have to act in front of me. They are them, and I am me. I cannot attack other demons, but it does not mean that I will tolerate your existence. If you really want to be friends, then take the demon race back to the demon world. When the time comes, if you want to be friends, I will personally go to the demon world to be friends with you, Ziqian said with a cold smile. The princess was angered by Ziqian's harsh words. She snorted and said, "Who do you think you are? I'm a princess with countless friends. If you want to be friends with me, why don't you see if you're qualified?" When Ziqian heard this, he shook his head and laughed. Friends? Do you know what it means to be a friend? If I kill you now, not counting your family, how many of your friends do you think will stand out to take revenge for you? The princess frowned, but she was speechless. Ziqian continued, I don't dare to say anything else, but if I really die here, at least a few dozen people will seek justice for me regardless of their lives. Women and friends, or brothers, were Ziqian's weaknesses, but it was also Ziqian's advantage. The conversation between the two along the way was destined to be unpleasant, because the two of them were very scheming people. They belonged to two different forces, and every word they spoke was filled with calculation and intrigue. Every time the princess was unhappy, she would snort coldly. Don't be so smug. Your Wuji sect has been in the limelight too much this time. Many forces are afraid of you. Plus, 1,000 years have passed, and Longhu's breakthrough has become a fuse. Maybe you will be attacked by many forces like 1,000 years ago. We've been in the limelight too much. Ziqian sneered. That's just what some short-sighted people think. Right now, I'm looking at another world. That's our true goal. As for the martial heaven continent, the conflicts here are nothing. Ziqian's reply startled the princess. She asked, So you're saying that you'll leave after your breakthrough? Then what about the Wuji sect? Aren't you afraid of the Wuji sect being destroyed? Ziqian said, I've already left the Wuji sect for 1,000 years. The battle has been going on for 1,000 years. Doesn't the Wuji sect still exist? That's because of your disciples and your beast army. But once you leave, those powerful existences of the Wuji sect will follow you. The Wuji sect will definitely be finished. Even if I leave, I still have disciples. If my disciples leave, they will also have disciples. The Wuji sect is not a family, but a sect. One disciple after another will appear. We aren't the only ones in this world. There are many people. Back then, there was Ziqian, Zhang Haoyan, the devil ape. Now, there's Sunling Qinfeng, and the lightning spirit. Then in 1,000 years, there will naturally be other experts who can turn the tide. Each time the two sides conversed, the princess was infuriated. Chapter 1172. Longhu's breakthrough was very important, so all the teleportation portals to the Saint region were closed. The old bull could only pull the carriage into the Saint region. While he was at the periphery, Ziqian had already sensed an oppressive aura in this area. As he moved forward, Ziqian saw some Earth Prime cultivators loitering around. 200 miles to the east of the Wuji sect, there was a huge formation platform. Lu Peng had spent hundreds of years building this platform. It was specially designed for peak human prime cultivators to undergo their tribulations. This platform was called the Tribulation Platform. After the Tribulation Platform was built, at least 100 humans and beasts had successfully undergone their tribulations there. After 1,000 years, Earth Prime cultivators of the Wuji sect popped up one after another. There were now more than 400 of them. To the everlasting sect, this was a golden age. In just 1,000 years, they had produced over 400 Earth origin experts. But to the martial heaven continent, this was a golden age. In just 1,000 years, The Earth origin experts of the various large powers had also appeared. Around the tribulation platform, Lu Peng had set up a total of 9,999 formations. This was a chain formation that was closely connected. Once it was activated, it would have a strong defense. At this moment, there were 100 Earth Prime cultivators guarding the tribulation platform. There were more than 100 Earth Prime cultivators hiding in the dark. Lu Peng was personally in charge of the formation. Zhang Haoyan, who had comprehended the law of killing, had hidden himself in advance. Wang Qiong led people to command one side, while Elder Gue guarded another. The barbaric dragon and flying tiger guarded one side. The devil ape and Su Mingyao guarded the other side. In addition to the 4 sides, there were also powerful Earth Prime cultivators guarding the other 8 sides. This formation was much more spectacular than the last time when Su Mingyao was undergoing her tribulation. However, no one was confident. The phenomenon caused by Longhu's tribulation had attracted many Earth Prime cultivators. Moreover, those major forces had already arrived. Although Su Mingyao had made a prediction in advance and said that this tribulation would be more frightening than dangerous, it was just a prediction. It didn't mean that there would be no danger. On the tribulation platform, Longhu had already released his aura, but the tribulation didn't appear. Suddenly, the sky darkened and black clouds began to surge. Wang Qiong glanced at the sky and transmitted his voice. Longhu is about to undergo his tribulation. Send out the order to kill anyone who tries to come within 300 li of this place. As soon as Wang Qiong finished speaking, all the Earth Prime experts in the Wuji sect moved out. At this moment, there was no Earth Prime expert left in the Wuji sect. The everlasting sect's Earth origin beasts began to clear the area. Anything that they could sense was chased away. Those who didn't cooperate were immediately killed. It seemed that they were too afraid of the Wuji sect. These Earth Prime cultivators said that they were here to watch Longhu's tribulation. Their attitude was very good. They immediately retreated and watched from hundreds of miles away. In less than 15 minutes, the Boundless sect's Earth Prime had completely cleared the area. Suddenly, one of the burly men saw an ox cart coming, and he couldn't help but frown. He rushed forward and shouted at the same time, "This is a restricted area. No one is allowed to enter. Violators will be killed without discussion." Old Ox glared at him with his pair of ox eyes. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and leave." Another burly man came forward and shouted. He flipped his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The sword emitted a terrifying aura. It was actually an earth weapon. Old Ox spat fire from his nose and said angrily, "Earth weapon? Do you think I don't have one?" As he spoke, Old Ox was about to transform and pull off his horns to fight with the other party. A soft cough stopped Old Ox. The curtain was slowly pulled open, and a young man walked out of the carriage. The moment they saw the young man's appearance, the 2 Earth Prime cultivators' expressions changed drastically. They were both in disbelief. You are." The 2 stared at Zichun in front of them in shock. "What's the situation now?" Zichun glanced at the 2 and asked indifferently, "It's the sect master. It's really the sect master." The 2 of them were clearly very agitated. However, very quickly, vigilance appeared on their faces. One of them turned to Zichun and coldly said, "You look very much like my sect leader, but we need proof." His words were forceful, and his attitude was firm. Zichun laughed at himself. "I haven't returned for 1,000 years. I didn't expect that I would need to verify my identity after returning." The 2 looked apologetic, but their faces were firm. Zichun pointed at the burly man with the earth weapon and said, "Your true form should be a Herculean tiger ape, and your master should be Longhu, right?" The burly man was surprised and immediately asked, "How did you know?" "If Longhu didn't appear in time, you probably wouldn't have the chance to break through to the Earth Prime level," Zichun said indifferently. The burly man's expression changed, and then he cupped his fists and bowed to Zichun, who greets the sect master. That year, Zichun and the spirit-devouring rats entered a small world and encountered a Herculean tiger ape. Just as Zichun was about to kill it, Longhu appeared and made it recognize him as its master. It was then that Zichun's army of beasts started to grow. The other man saw this and immediately bowed, his expression respectful and excited. "Sect master, Did you come back because you knew that Master broke through? The burly man asked excitedly. Zichun was the backbone of the Wuji sect. Even if he was only at the peak of the human prime level, everyone still felt a sense of security when they saw him. Zichun nodded and asked, "What's the situation now?" "Master is still on the tribulation stage. Lord Wangqiong asked us to clear the stage. It should be that Master is about to undergo his tribulation. Everyone has made arrangements and is now waiting for Master to break through." "Oh right, Sect Master, you're back. Should we inform Lord Wangqiong?" the burly man said. Zichun waved his hand and said, "Since you've arranged everything, there's no need. I'll just wait and see. You can go." Yes. The two Earth Prime cultivators left. Zichun stood at the edge of the carriage and looked into the sky. His eyes suddenly turned gold and silver. The princess's voice suddenly came from the carriage. This time, they're determined to deal with the Wuji sect. They're using all kinds of methods. The two-colored light in Zichun's eyes disappeared. A trace of gloominess appeared on his calm face. He snorted and returned to the carriage. "Let's go." As soon as Zichun finished speaking, the old bull continued forward. However, the space around the old bull began to distort. Then, the old bull and the carriage disappeared from everyone's sight. After clearing the stage, 2 days passed. Longhu's tribulation finally arrived. Black clouds instantly blocked the sky. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them. The moment the sky turned dark, ripples appeared in the void in all directions. It was as if something was moving in the void. Suddenly, the pitch-black world suddenly brightened up. Silver light streaked across the sky, and countless lightning bolts rolled in the pitch-black clouds like lightning dragons. Rumble. Thunderous explosions sounded in the sky. This was the sign that Longhu was about to undergo his tribulation. On the tribulation stage, Longhu looked up at the sky. The power of the laws around him gathered towards him. This was a law that no one had ever seen before. It belonged to Longhu Supreme and was a special law of heaven and earth. At this moment, the special law was attached to him. Everyone in the Wuji sect was on guard the moment the thunder sounded. The 1,000-year agreement allowed the Wuji sect to usher in 1,000 years of peace. However, the first battle after 1,000 years was very likely to happen today. Once it happened, it would be the most terrifying battle since the Wuji sect was established. "Be careful. Be alert," Wangqiong calmly commanded. There were many strange things in the world. He didn't expect to clear the stage in 2 days to drive everyone away. The black clouds pressed down, and the pressure was suffocating. Fortunately, they weren't the target of the tribulation. Boom! The pitch-black world lit up again. Then, there was a thunderous boom. A bolt of divine lightning broke through the clouds and struck toward the dragon and tiger below. The first bolt of divine lightning fell. It contained a mysterious power of laws. It was Longhu's first tribulation, the divine lightning of laws. Longhu threw his head back and roared. He leaped into the air, opened his mouth, and swallowed the bolt of lightning in one gulp. Hundreds of miles away, many Earth Prime cultivators stared at Longhu. The first bolt of divine lightning contained the power of laws. It was far beyond their expectations. Boom, boom. As soon as Longhu swallowed the tribulation lightning, 2 more claps of thunder came from the sky. Then, 2 more bolts of divine lightning appeared and fell. Longhu was bathed in lightning. His golden chi was drowned by the silver lightning. After the 3 bolts of divine lightning, Longhu was unscathed. The people in the distance were extremely shocked. At this moment, most of the Earth Prime cultivators were attracted by Longhu. They didn't notice that there were some other waves in the surging power of laws. Boom, boom. The 4th and 5th bolt of divine lightning fell. Then, 2 more bolts fell together, causing the people in the distance to exclaim. Longhu was still in the sky, motionless. He allowed the divine lightning to fall on him and ravage his body. At the same time, he was also absorbing the lightning to refine his strong body. There were 9 bolts of divine lightning. Now, 5 had fallen. There were 4 left. Longhu's tribulation speed was unexpectedly fast. This made the people hiding in the dark change their expressions. They had no choice but to act in advance. This made the ripples in the void more obvious. Some Earth Prime cultivators already sensed it. They released their spiritual senses to investigate, but unfortunately, they didn't find anything. They thought it was an illusion. The dark sky was illuminated by the silver light on Longhu's body. The lightning tribulation in the sky fell again, but this time, it wasn't 2 bolts. Instead, it was 3. The 3 bolts of lightning were like 3 thunder dragons. They intertwined with each other and released a powerful destructive force. They rushed toward Longhu below. Longhu still didn't activate the formation. He blocked it with his body. This time, the 3 bolts of lightning fell and knocked Longhu back. Blood splattered in the air. Longhu was injured. Of the 9 bolts of divine lightning, Longhu easily passed through 8. There was only 1 left. The first 8 bolts weren't strong at all. It was obvious that the last one would accumulate a lot of power. The 9th bolt of divine lightning didn't fall. This confirmed the people's guess. Just as the sky lit up and the 9th bolt of divine lightning was about to fall, the people hiding in the dark knew it was time to act. Chapter 1173. Zichen had been back for 2 days. During this time, he had been watching the Earth Prime cultivators coldly. The Yin-Yang Eye could see some special hidden beings. Zichen believed that the delusion breaker eye could see them as well. The demonic ape must have noticed these people long ago, but it didn't chase them away. It must have a plan. Longhu's 9th thunderbolt was still brewing. These Earth Prime cultivators couldn't wait any longer and showed themselves. A colorful chariot appeared in the sky. Dozens of Earth Prime cultivators stood on the chariot. Their expressions were cold. The leaders all had Earth spirit weapons in their hands. In another direction, a huge square carpet appeared in the sky. The carpet shone brightly and protected the dozens of Earth Prime cultivators. After 1,000 years, the Wuji sect had more than 400 cultivators break through to the Earth Prime level with the help of the Time Castle. As for the other forces, many of them broke through to the Earth Prime level with their own resources. This was a golden age for Earth Prime cultivators. More than 100 Earth Prime cultivators appeared from 4 directions. After they appeared, they attacked the place where Longhu was going through the tribulation. But before they could attack, a roar came from the sky. The Earth Prime cultivators of the Wuji sect seemed to have sensed it. They attacked the place where the Wuji sect appeared in advance. The attacks arrived in the blink of an eye. These forces were hit hard, and many Earth Prime cultivators were injured. Poof! Zhang Haoyan appeared from his hiding place. The stone sword in his hand flashed. His murderous intent filled the sky. As his body flashed, a head flew. An Earth Prime cultivator was killed instantly. Whoosh! In another direction, an assassin appeared from his hiding place. The sharp blade in his hand flashed. An Earth Prime cultivator of the Wuji sect was killed by the assassin. The assassins of the Kilji clan were nightmarish existences for many people. Boom! The demonic ape swung the black rod forward. The power of rules flashed on the black rod. Several Earth Prime cultivators were sent flying. 2 of them were seriously injured. The demonic ape's eyes flashed coldly. Holding the black rod tightly, he rushed forward again and attacked the 2 Earth Prime cultivators. Poof! Poof! In the blink of an eye, 2 Earth Prime stage martial artists died under the demonic ape's black rod. However, the demonic ape also had a few shallow wounds on its body. The roars of dragons and tigers resounded. Behind the barbaric dragon and the flying divine tiger, huge phantoms appeared. Although the 2 of them hadn't gone through their tribulations, their battle prowess was definitely enough to suppress and kill an Earth Prime. Elder Gue revealed his true form, and his might was naturally terrifying. His movements caused the heavens and earth to tremble, and his attacks were even more powerful. He brought many existences with him to block one direction. The battle broke out in an instant, and so did the casualties. Hundreds of Earth Origin stage warriors fought against each other. It was a magnificent scene. Both sides were at the Earth Origin stage, and none of them were weak. Therefore, the casualties were on both sides, and many of them were injured. But in comparison, the Boundless sect's sudden attack had killed more Earth Origin realm masters than the other major powers. The princess stood side by side with Zichen. Looking at the chaotic battle below, she said, they sent so many people at once. It seems that they hate the Boundless sect to the core. Until now, there are still some people who haven't appeared. It seems that they are waiting for the last moment to make their move. Zichen's expression turned cold. The battle intent that had been dormant for thousands of years was ignited once again. With a thought, his spiritual senses spread out. On the medicine refinery peak of the Boundless sect, the Boundless Cauldron heard a familiar call. The cauldron spirit turned its head in surprise and looked in the direction of the call. It seemed to see Zichen through the layers of void. The cauldron spirit nodded and merged with the Boundless Cauldron in a flash. Then, on the medicine refinery peak, the Boundless Cauldron began to tremble and then rose from the ground. In the Boundless sect, many cultivators didn't know what the Boundless Cauldron was going to do. After it broke through the void, it flew towards the battlefield in the distance. Boom! The Boundless Cauldron broke through the void and landed heavily on the battlefield, causing the earth to tremble. On the battlefield, the chaotic battle between Earth Yuan cultivators didn't stop at all because of the Boundless Cauldron's appearance. The slaughter continued. Only the leaders of the Boundless sect were puzzled when they saw the Boundless Cauldron suddenly appear. They didn't know who had mobilized the Boundless Cauldron at this time. Clang! The Boundless Cauldron fell and made a loud noise. The lid of the cauldron separated from the mouth of the cauldron. Then, more than 10 flames shot out from the cauldron. The flames left the cauldron and turned into fire dragons that emitted scorching heat. They rushed towards all directions of the battlefield. When the fire dragons reached the battlefield, they swept up the corpses of the Earth Yuan cultivators on the ground and brought them back. Some of them were directly brought into the cauldron by the fire dragons, while some were left beside the cauldron. If one looked closely, they would find that the Earth Yuan cultivators brought into the cauldron were from the enemy forces, while the ones left on the ground were Earth Yuan cultivators of the Boundless sect. There was no need to communicate with the Earth Fire. Many formations on the Boundless Cauldron were activated. Blazing flames spread out. From afar, the Boundless Cauldron looked like a huge burning furnace. Sometimes, fire dragons would rush out from the furnace to sweep up the corpses and refine them into the cauldron. This scene shocked the Earth Yuan cultivators in the distance. Obviously, the Boundless Cauldron's appearance showed that the Boundless sect was going to refine the Earth Yuan cultivators right in front of them. A blood-curdling scream resounded in the sky. It was a severely injured Earth Yuan cultivator who was dragged into the cauldron by the fire dragons. He struggled to get out, but as soon as he got out of the cauldron, more than 10 fire dragons wrapped around him and pulled him in. Longhu's 9th lightning bolt didn't fall for a long time. His injuries were recovering rapidly. He looked coldly at the battlefield, murderous intent brewing in his eyes. Once he successfully broke through, he would definitely start a massacre. Finally, a thunderous sound came from the pitch-black tribulation clouds. The 9th lightning bolt was about to fall. At this moment, everyone from the Boundless sect had joined the battle. No one was in the mood to watch Longhu's tribulation. The 9th lightning bolt streaked across the sky and finally fell. Longhu retracted his gaze. His body emitted a golden light, and his golden blood rushed into the sky. He focused on resisting the lightning tribulation. In other places in the sky, the Earth Yuan cultivators who saw this had a cold look in their eyes. They said almost at the same time now. In order to prevent Longhu's sovereign from breaking through, they had planned everything carefully. Naturally, they had taken into account the deaths of the Earth Yuan cultivators. Exchanging these ordinary Earth Yuan cultivators for Longhu's sovereign's life was more worth it than a business deal. The 9th lightning bolt finally fell, but it wasn't just one. There were 9 of them. The appearance of 9 lightning bolts at the same time was completely out of everyone's expectations. The dazzling lightning lit up the sky, and the vast thunder might spread. Everyone in the battle subconsciously raised their heads to look at the 9 lightning bolts in the sky. The 9 lightning bolts in the sky were like 9 lightning dragons, exuding the terrifying power of laws. They intertwined with each other and carried terrifying energy as they wreaked havoc toward Longhu. This kind of power made people's hearts palpitate and tremble. There was a momentary pause in the battle because of the appearance of the 9 lightning bolts. The expressions of the experts who were still in hiding changed immediately when they saw this scene. They were stunned, and they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's right. The Longhu sovereign's combat strength is too strong, so it's hard for him to survive in this world. There's no need for us to do anything. This world will not tolerate him. Under such a frightening lightning tribulation, he will most likely die. Us interfering is like drawing legs on a snake. Haha, it does seem to be a little troublesome. The experts smiled bitterly when they saw the 9 lightning bolts. If they knew that Longhu's sovereign was not tolerated by this world, they wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Now, many of them had died, and they hadn't done anything. However, now that they had interfered and the chaotic battle had begun, it was impossible for them to retreat. It wasn't that they didn't want to retreat, but that a sword steel had suddenly appeared in front of them without warning. What is this? A stone steel? Quite a lot. This is a sword steel, the sword steel of our sword sect. Why would the sword steel of the sword sect suddenly appear here? There were a total of 9 sword steels, and 9 of them had suddenly appeared in 9 different directions. The experts in the 9 directions were stunned when they saw the sword steels. They looked at the sword steels that had suddenly appeared in confusion. The sword steels were in the real world, while they were hidden in the illusory world. No one knew whether the appearance of the sword steels was a coincidence or not. The sword steel of the sword sect has long been lost. This isn't controlled by the sword sect. That's right. It's said that the sword steel was snatched away by the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion back then. The Wuji sect was the original Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. The sword steel has always been in Zichen's hands. There are a total of 9 of them. The appearance of the sword steel caused the expressions of the Earth Yuan experts to change. However, they still didn't know what it meant. As for Zichen, because he had disappeared for 1,000 years, the appearance of his name didn't shock them as much as they had imagined. Sword steel, that's the sword steel. It's the sword steel of sect leader Zichen. Looking at the sword steel that had suddenly appeared in the sky, many of the Wuji sect's Earth Yuan experts recognized it and shouted. However, there were a few who immediately changed their expressions when they saw the 9 sword steels in the sky. This was because they knew that Zichen only had 8 sword steels. One of them had been lost, but now there were 9 sword steels. Is it sect leader Zichen? Could it be that sect leader Zichen is back? It doesn't seem to be Zichen. The shouts turned into guesses. Everyone looked around, but they didn't see anything. Su Mingyao's expression suddenly became excited. She looked in one direction in disbelief. Under the delusion breaker eye, the demon ape's pupils also constricted. In the sky, 9 bolts of divine lightning fell together and bombarded Longhu. The rolling thunder drowned out all the sounds of battle. Endless lightning drowned Longhu, and at the same time, it also drowned out Longhu's roar. Chapter 1174. Boom, boom. 9 earth-shattering explosions resounded in the sky. The sound was no weaker than the raging thunder. The space was completely shattered by the 9 sword steels, and 9 huge black holes appeared. Everyone looked up at the 9 black holes. In the center of the black holes, there were many miserable figures. They were all from the major forces, and they were prepared to deal a fatal blow to Longhu. However, before they could attack, they were blasted out by the sword steels. These people were blasted out of the black holes by the sword steels. Violent energy raged around them, and many of them had their robes ripped apart. They looked miserable. After they appeared, they became flustered and exasperated. Just a moment ago, they recalled the name Zichen. Zichen had disappeared for 1,000 years, but now his sword steels appeared. Obviously, it meant that he had returned. By now, all the Earth Prime Stage experts who were hiding in the dark had appeared. The number of them shocked the Earth Prime Stage experts who were watching from afar. The Earth Prime Stage experts of the Wuji sect were extremely excited. Obviously, the appearance of the sword steels meant that sect leader Zichen had returned. After 1,000 years, Zichen's name had been forgotten by the outside world. However, as members of the Wuji sect, they would never forget him. It's him. It's really him. He's back. Su Mingyao's beautiful eyes sparkled. She was excited as she looked at the place where Zichen was hiding. The demon ape held the black rod in his hand tightly. He looked into the distance with his delusion breaker eyes and nodded. Zhang Haoyan appeared from his hiding place and took the life of an Earth Prime stage expert. He didn't see Zichun and couldn't sense Zichun, but he knew that Zichun was back. Wang Shan, Wang Qiong, and the others looked at the 9 sword steels. They could sense Zichun's aura on them. Sister, it's Zichun. He's back. He's really back. In another direction, Wang Xian'er, Lin Shui, and Shangguan Yu'er were together. They were extremely excited when they saw the sword steels. Lu Peng, who was in charge of the formation, turned his head and glanced at Wang Qiong when he saw the sword steel blasting everyone out. Wang Qiong nodded heavily. When Lu Peng turned his head again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He shouted at the last group that appeared, "Since you're here, don't think of leaving." With that said, LV Peng formed a seal with both hands and began to lay out the array. A large cluster of light spots appeared between his hands. As the final seal fell, the light spots separated and merged into the formation around the tribulation stage. The defensive formation that had been prepared to protect Longhu and assist him in his tribulation instantly turned into an offensive formation. Streaks of light appeared from the tribulation platform and scattered in all directions, leaving the area where Longhu was undergoing his tribulation and sealing off the area. Clang, clang. Within the formation, a clanging sound rang out. Then, a crazy killing intent surged out. A world-destroying aura spread out from the formation. After trapping the group of Earth Prime cultivators with the formation, LV Peng's voice rang out in Di Yuan's mind. The formation won't last long. End this quickly. As LV Peng finished speaking, rays of light lit up on Di Yuan's body. This was a protective light that was integrated with the formation. It ensured that they wouldn't be attacked once they entered the formation. They rushed into the formation and began to kill. At the same time, LV Peng flew into the air and scanned the formation coldly. Whenever there was a difficult opponent, he would use the formation to kill them first. An extremely powerful assassin had already killed 4 Earth Prime cultivators of the Wuji sect. His combat strength was very strong, and his concealment skills were even better. However, he was invisible in the formation. LV Peng stared at him, formed a seal, and pointed his finger. A destructive aura descended and landed on the hidden assassin. The assassin's body instantly shattered and turned into a bloody mist. The killing in the formation was extremely cruel. Earth Prime cultivators were dying every second. Zichun stood outside the formation and watched the scene indifferently. The Wuji sect currently had the upper hand, but Zichun knew that this situation wouldn't last long. He saw LV Peng and the others' expressions and guessed that this matter had exceeded their expectations. The miscalculation of the tribulation today wasn't because they didn't plan it well, but because Longhu's tribulation had deviated. If it was a normal tribulation with 9 bolts of lightning, Longhu would have been able to pass it quickly and then kill these people. However, there were already 17 bolts of lightning in the sky. This was completely unexpected. If this continued, the formation would soon be broken by the Earth Prime cultivators. Then, they would continue to interfere with Longhu's breakthrough from afar. If Zichen entered the formation, he would also be attacked by the formation. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Zichun decided to stay outside the formation. "Why aren't you helping?" The princess looked at Zichun. Zichun turned his head to look at the princess and said, "Longhu is my brother. If something happens to him, I will use my life to seek justice for him." The princess sneered. "Is this a warning or a threat?" "Both." With that, Zichun looked at Old Ox. Zichun didn't say anything, but Old Ox understood Zichun's meaning. He roared at the sky and a soul shadow rushed out from between his eyebrows. Then, one of his horns detached from his body and turned into a flaming saber in the air. His soul shadow rushed into the saber, and a powerful aura belonging to an Earth spirit weapon was released from the saber. Zichun wasn't an Earth Prime cultivator, so he naturally didn't have an Earth spirit weapon. However, with Old Ox here, he merged his soul into the weapon and it became an Earth spirit weapon. It was originally a defensive formation, but it was forcefully turned into an offensive formation. After a short while, LV Peng's face turned pale because of the exhaustion. Zichun appeared with the Earth spirit weapon and flashed to the outside of the formation, saying, "Open an opening." LV Peng looked at Zichun and asked, What are you doing? Killing, of course. With that, a powerful aura rose from Zichen's body. Zichen's appearance naturally attracted the attention of many people. Moreover, they quickly found information about this person in the depths of their memories. Their expressions immediately changed. Zichen, that's Zichen. He has already disappeared for 1,000 years. Since he appeared again, could he have broken through? Look, he's holding an earth spirit weapon in his hand. There's also the power of rules surging around him. He must have broken through. Oh my God, 1,000 years ago, Zichen was invincible among those of the same level. After 1,000 years, Zichen has become an Earth Prime cultivator. Doesn't that mean he's invincible among Earth Primes? Seeing Zichen, all the Earth Primes lost their composure and became absent-minded. After that, they witnessed Zichen's massacre after 1,000 years of silence. LV Peng understood Zichen's meaning and didn't ask further. He immediately opened up a hole in the formation. At this moment, the massacre in the formation was very crazy. All the major Earth Primes were attacking the formation. This place has been broken open. There's a hole in the formation. Let's rush out. Seeing the hole in the formation, all the Earth Primes became excited. Their bodies flashed, and they rushed out of the hole. The first Earth Prime cultivator had just rushed out of the formation. Before he could see his surroundings clearly, he felt a gust of scorching heat coming at him. Then, he saw a streak of saber light rushing towards him like a waterfall. The Earth Prime shouted and mobilized the power of rules around him to resist. Even if he was injured, he couldn't retreat. He had to rush out. Puff. The saber light flashed, and the power of rules around the Earth Primes was instantly cut open. The Earth Prime's body was split into two, and his soul consciousness was also destroyed. The first Earth Primes died. Then, the second one rushed out. Zichen held the flaming saber in his hand and infused the mysterious power of rules into the saber. He could clearly feel the old bull in the saber trembling. The trembling contained the excitement of killing, but also a trace of fear. Puff. Zichen held the saber and slashed again. The saber light flashed, and the second Earth Prime's rules were broken. His head separated from his body. The headless corpse spurted blood and fell to the ground. The head that flew high immediately exploded. Then, the Earth Spirit weapon in the opponent's hand also exploded automatically. The soul was extinguished. The second person died. Then, the third person and the fourth person rushed out. Zichen stood outside the gap, waving his saber and slashing. His movements were casual and natural. As the Earth Primes fell one by one, Zichen had an illusion that he was on the battlefield between the Qin and Tang Empire again. He was riding on the back of the old bull again, and then he slashed the enemy's head again and again. One head after another left the body. The only difference was that the old bull became an Earth Spirit weapon. Zichen had power, and he was no longer killing ordinary people, but the powerful Earth Primes. The venue was different, and the power was different, but the effect was the same. It was to chop off a head. Looking at Zichen, who was killing Earth Primes like cutting melons and grass, the Earth Primes in the distance were deeply shocked. A chill appeared from the soles of their feet and rushed straight to their heads. Their bodies and minds trembled in fear. How was this a battle? It was clearly a massacre. And it was a massacre without any suspense and resistance. In the gap, no matter how many Earth Primes rushed out at once, they couldn't escape Zichen's saber light. Their heads would immediately leave their bodies, and then their souls would be extinguished. There were more and more corpses on the ground, and as time passed, the dark clouds in the sky became thicker and more oppressive. The pressure from the sky became stronger and stronger. They originally came to see Longhu's tribulation, but they didn't expect to see such a scene. They watched Zichen kill the enemy from afar. His movements were so natural, so casual, so harmonious, and even so beautiful. The 9 divine lightning dragons and tigers had passed, but divine lightning appeared again in the sky and fell again. The power was still very terrifying. However, no one paid attention to Longhu anymore. Or rather, their attention was attracted by Zichen, who was holding a saber. They couldn't move their eyes away from Longhu. It was even to the extent that their bodies had become sluggish at this moment. They were unable to control their bodies and were unable to move in the slightest. This also caused them to only be able to sense a terrifying pressure in the surroundings, yet were unable to see where this pressure was coming from. Looking at Zichun killing so easily, the princess's expression became unnatural. She muttered, "It's really unpleasant to be your opponent." Chapter 1175. The murderous Zichun gave off a natural, harmonious, and perfect feeling. The others only had this feeling, but couldn't understand the deeper meaning. However, when the middle-aged demon saw the current Zichun, his expression changed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His realm was very high, so he could tell at a glance that Zichun was in a mysterious state. The gap in the formation was 2 meters wide. Zichun stood in the gap, and the range of his long saber was also 2 meters wide. Within these 2 meters, all the Earth Yuans who stepped in would be killed without any suspense. Not a single one would be left alive. This was not a coincidence, nor was it because Zichun was too strong. It was because Zichun was in a certain realm. In this realm, the 2 meters around him were his own territory. This was Zichun's territory, his world, and he was in charge here. All the cultivators who stepped in here would naturally face Zichun's merciless blade light. Under such circumstances, no one could escape. Although there was a gap in the formation, it was a dead end. At this moment, Zichun was displaying an extremely rare level. This level belonged to another level of the Earth Prime level. There were many Earth Primes in the world, but many people would never be able to reach this level in their entire lives. However, Zichun had reached this realm. He was only at the peak of the human prime, but he had reached this realm. Perhaps he didn't understand what this feeling was now, but in time, he would definitely reach this realm. He hasn't broken through yet, but he already has this kind of understanding. This Zichun is indeed extraordinary, the middle-aged demon murmured. His eyes flashed with a strange light. No one knew what he was thinking. In the sky, dark clouds rolled, and the oppressive aura made people feel suffocated. The people who were in shock woke up from their daze. They regained control of their bodies and looked up at the sky. Then, they saw 2 tribulation clouds. The first tribulation cloud was naturally Longhu's. At this moment, Longhu was still undergoing tribulation. Many lightning bolts fell on him, and he was already injured. From beginning to end, more than 30 lightning bolts had fallen. It was completely beyond the 9 lightning bolts that everyone knew. The Longhu was a supreme beast, and the heavenly Tao did not tolerate it. It was understandable that there were many lightning tribulations. What everyone could not understand was the second lightning tribulation in the sky. Clearly, this lightning tribulation was targeting Zichun. But Zichun had already used the power of Earth Prime, so why would he still attract the lightning tribulation? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but think of a question that defied common sense. Could it be that Zichun hasn't broken through yet? If that was the case, then Zichun was the one who was truly frightening. He had not broken through yet, but he could kill Earth Prime experts so easily. Once he broke through, wouldn't his combat power be even stronger? At this moment, Zichun was indeed in an extremely mysterious state. The blade in his hand became faster, fiercer, and easier to control. With just a thought, the long blade in his hand could reach a certain place. However, this mysterious state did not last for long before it was interrupted by a loud explosion. The formation had finally been blasted open, and many Earth Prime experts appeared. The first thing they did when they appeared was to look in Zichun's direction. At first glance, they saw Zichun, who was standing in the air with the power of rules and an Earth spiritual weapon in his hand. Then, they saw the many corpses of Earth Prime stage cultivators on the ground. Those were all headless corpses. There were dozens of them, and blood was still gushing out. Longhu's lightning tribulation was still ongoing. Many divine lightning bolts raged, making Longhu in a sea of lightning. They had no way to attack. Zichun's strength made everyone tremble. In a short while, he had killed dozens of people. If this continued, the rest would not be able to escape from the fate of death. In addition, Zhang Haoyan, the demonic ape, the black tortoise, and the others surrounded them. It seemed that they were going to kill them all. Let's go. The expressions of the Earth Prime experts changed again and again. Finally, they gave the order to retreat. Obviously, they already knew that it was meaningless to stay here any longer. They would only suffer more casualties. With a flash, the Earth Prime experts began to run. Zichen stared at them indifferently and said coldly, "Chase and kill them." Amidst the yelling, the native Earth Prime experts of the Wuji sect chased after the Earth Prime experts. In the blink of an eye, everyone had left, leaving only Zichen and Longhu, who was undergoing his tribulation. The rules around Zichen slowly dissipated, but the Earth Spirit weapon did not. It was still in his hand. As the laws dispersed and the lightning tribulation disappeared, Zichen's state was clearly displayed in front of everyone. The peak of the human prime. Although they had guessed it before, they were still extremely shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. The everlasting Dan cauldron was still there, like a burning furnace. Fire dragons rushed out one after another, and then rolled up one corpse after another into the everlasting Dan cauldron. As for the dead Earth Prime experts of the Wuji sect, they were swept up by the fire dragons and placed beside the Wuji cauldron. They were all powerhouses who had died for the Wuji sect. Naturally, they couldn't be refined. Zichen was the only one left guarding Longhu, but none of the Earth Prime experts dared to step forward. The scene of Zichen killing an Earth Prime expert with one slash had shocked them too much. It was very difficult for an Earth Prime expert to grow. It would take at least a few hundred years and a lot of resources during that time. However, Zichen could kill them with one slash. Naturally, there were many people who weren't afraid of death, but that didn't mean they were willing to die. Zichen landed and lifted his head to look at Longhu. At this moment, Longhu attracted everyone's attention again. Longhu's lightning tribulation was very terrifying. The divine lightning was suffocating. Until now, more than 40 divine lightning bolts had fallen. There were many wounds on Longhu's body. Golden blood kept spurting out. However, although the wounds looked terrifying, they weren't fatal. Everyone was terrified, but only Longhu knew that the lightning tribulation wasn't a real threat to him. In other words, the lightning tribulation wasn't a threat to him. He was in such a sorry state because there was a mysterious force in the lightning tribulation. This force was changing his body and expelling the impurities in his body. Longhu Supreme wasn't an intolerable existence, but he was blessed by nature. Under normal circumstances, the giant energy egg that Longhu was in would be the one to face the lightning tribulation. After many divine lightning bolts fell and shattered the egg, Longhu would be born. Longhu had inherited memories, but most of them started from here. However, Longhu was born prematurely because of Zichen. This caused him to be released to the outside world prematurely. It was inevitable that there would be some impurities in his body as he grew. Therefore, the lightning tribulation was expelling these impurities so that he could become a real Longhu Supreme. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on Zichen. Longhu's life force was already very weak when he was discovered. If it wasn't for Zichen, Longhu probably wouldn't have been born. However, the premature birth of the lightning spirit had a lot to do with Zichen. Thunder rumbled. Every time Longhu soared into the sky, he would be struck down by many divine lightning bolts. Many wounds would appear on his body again. These wounds were so big that bones could be seen clearly in many places. Longhu Supreme's lightning tribulation is indeed terrifying. If this continues, Longhu Supreme won't be able to survive. Yeah, the defensive formation hasn't been activated. Divine lightning keeps falling without giving him any time to recover. Longhu Supreme is doomed this time. Hee, the major factions have made a mistake and suffered heavy losses. They must be regretting it now. Indeed, who would have thought that Longhu Supreme's lightning tribulation would be so terrifying? If they had known earlier, they definitely wouldn't have appeared in such a state. In the distance, some Earth Prime experts were whispering as they watched Longhu undergo the lightning tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. Silver light flashed between heaven and earth. Divine lightning lit up the sky again. Longhu's already serious injuries worsened once more and slowly began to threaten his life. How many lightning bolts is this? I didn't have time to count for a while, but it should be over 60. Oh my God, there are only 9 divine lightning bolts under normal circumstances. However, Longhu's lightning tribulation is already over 60. The lightning tribulation is so terrifying that it's only natural that his combat strength would soar after the breakthrough. While the discussion was going on, the Earth Prime experts who were chasing after Longhu gradually returned. They must be more worried about Longhu's safety. At this moment, many people raised their heads and looked at Longhu with worry. Soon, the lightning tribulation passed 70. Longhu's injuries worsened. Everyone's expression became extremely solemn. However, at this moment, no one could help Longhu except himself. 73. 74. Silver light streaked across the sky as divine lightning raged. Almost all of Longhu's bones were shattered. Only strands of energy were connected to them to prevent Longhu from collapsing. 75. 76. 77. 78. Longhu could no longer fly. He could only stay on the tribulation stage. At this moment, the tribulation stage was already riddled with holes from the bombardment of divine lightning. The 80th lightning tribulation struck. Its terrifying power swept across the land and struck Longhu. Then came the 81st, which was also the last lightning tribulation. As the lightning tribulation struck, the sound of thunder resounded throughout the entire sacred region. The tribulation clouds in the sky dispersed. Longhu remained motionless below. A powerful vitality was born in his body. This vitality was reshaping his body. Under everyone's gaze, Longhu's body began to glow. It was a brilliant golden light, and there seemed to be a Longhu sovereign in the light. Longhu sovereign has successfully broken through. In the distance, the Earth Prime experts were in disbelief. On the other hand, the Wuji sect's Earth Prime was overjoyed. Boom! There was an explosion on the tribulation stage. Then, a golden light shot into the sky. It was Longhu. His entire body was burning with golden light. His vigorous aura dyed the entire sky golden. He roared at the sky. The roar of dragons and tigers resounded. Chapter 1176. Longhu stood in the air, roaring at the sky. Golden light shone from his body, and a powerful Earth Yuan aura spread with him at the center. The roar of a dragon and a tiger resounded throughout the entire sacred region. All the beasts in the world prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. When the fleeing earthly prime powerhouses heard the Longhu sovereign's furious roar, they realized that the Longhu sovereign had successfully broken through. The fleeing earthly prime powerhouses were both vexed and frightened. With the Longhu sovereign's breakthrough, the Everlasting Sect had gained another great general. They knew that the Everlasting Sect was about to become one of the continent's superpowers. The Longhu sovereign's aura caused everyone's expression to change. The princess looked at the dazzling Longhu in the sky and muttered, "Could it be that the Everlasting Sect will really have a sovereign?" The middle-aged devil said, "Under normal circumstances, it's a fact that Longhu has become a sovereign. There's also an abnormal situation. If he went to another world, no one could guarantee that Longhu would be able to become a sovereign. This world is the lowest level of existence. An existence like the Longhu sovereign is already a peak existence. He can be considered a miracle. However, there are many such miracles in the Earth Yuan world. That is a place where experts gather. There are all kinds of existences there. Battles are frequent there, and anyone can die there." The middle-aged devil looked at Longhu, then at the other Earth Yuan experts of the Everlasting Sect. After breaking through to the Earth Yuan realm, they can leave and go to another world. However, they haven't left because that world is too cruel. The princess nodded. She had some understanding of that other world. Longhu's berserk aura gradually dissipated, and the dazzling light around him faded. When he landed, he had transformed into a graceful youth. Zichun. Longhu looked at Zichun with joy. Zichun nodded. "Congratulations." Beside him stood the old bull in his human form. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he looked at Longhu. "Oh my, Longhu Supreme." The real Longhu Supreme is emitting an invisible pressure that makes one's heart tremble. "Longhu, congratulations on your breakthrough." The devil ape transformed into a streak of light and went forward to congratulate him. The old bull's pupil shrank when he saw the devil ape. This was clearly the sky-splitting battle ape. After that, Zhang Haoyin, Lu Peng, and the others went up to congratulate him. Meanwhile, Old Cow's eyes were wide open as he matched the names of these people in his mind. He had followed Zi-Chan for 1,000 years, and he had learned about some of the powerful people in the Boundless sect through casual chats. Immediately after, the Torvosaurus and the flying divine tiger appeared. Sensing the pressure of a superior being from the other party, the old ox's expression became very agitated. Staying with these existences all day long, his body was naturally tainted with their aura. Old Cow already felt that he was somewhat extraordinary. Then, the old bull saw a few of Zi-Chin's close female friends. Sure enough, they were all exceptional beauties. All right, let's not stay here any longer. Let's return to the sect first. Zi-Chan waved his hand, indicating for everyone to return. What do we do with these corpses? LV Peng looked at the Earth Prime corpses in the distance. These were all Earth Prime corpses that had died for the Boundless sect. They were members of the Boundless sect when they were alive. Naturally, they are the souls of the Boundless sect when they die. Find a separate small world to bury them. In the future, that place will be the resting place of the Boundless sect's experts, Zi-Chan said. This was what he had thought before. Earth Prime had died in battle. Naturally, he couldn't refine his body and disappoint the others. Zi-Chan brought the people back. Naturally, there would be people to deal with the Earth Prime corpses here. After returning, Zi-Chan had to return because the existences in the Boundless sect would soon hear the news and come out. Everyone left quickly. Even the everlasting Pill Cauldron returned to the Boundless sect. The Earth Primes who were watching the show also left. Only the princess and a few demons were left. This Zi-Chan, how could he just leave us behind like this? We're guests, after all. An Earth Prime demon was annoyed. Your Highness, should we go back? Another demon asked. The princess looked in the direction Zi-Chan left with a smile. She said, Why should we go back? It's already over. Why don't you go back? It's over. This is just the beginning. Earth Prime was stunned. Then, his eyes lit up. Your Highness, you mean? Of course, there are still many lightning tribulations to watch. Plus, we have plenty of time to watch the show. With that, the princess walked in the direction of the Boundless sect. Let's go to the Boundless sect. Longhu's breakthrough and Zi-Chin's return were two joyous events for the Boundless sect. Zi-Chan, it's rare for you to come back. Should we celebrate for 3 days? A slender woman in red walked beside Zi-Chan. Zi-Chin glanced at her and ignored the disrespect. He said, Yes, we should celebrate. Then, Zi-Chan. The woman saw that Zi-Chin wasn't angry. She said again, Senior sister, you should call him master. Behind her, Chen Feng reminded weakly. The woman turned around and glared at Chen Feng. She said angrily, I'll call him whatever I want. Also, who told you to call me senior sister? Call me master's wife. Around them, everyone burst into laughter. When Zi-Chen returned, everyone had endless things to say to him. Clearly, one Zi-Chan wasn't enough for everyone. Zhang Haoyan and the others couldn't get a word in edgewise. Those women had already surrounded Zi-Chan. They were chattering away like orioles and swallows. Zi-Chan felt like there were 100 sparrows chirping around him. Fortunately, a voice came from afar. Sect Master, there are a few demons outside who want to come in. They say they're your friends. Demons? What demons? Sun Ling turned around and asked. I don't know. The leader is a woman. She says she's some demon princess, the subordinate replied. All the women looked at Zi-Chan. Zi-Chan slapped his forehead and said, Oh, I was so happy to be back that I forgot about this. Let her in. Yes. As soon as the subordinate left, the surrounding atmosphere became strange. As Zi-Chen's 4 official girlfriends, they looked at Zi-Chan in silence. As for the others, like Zhang Yubing, they didn't have the qualifications to speak. Zhang Haoyan and the others saw this scene and knew something was wrong. After exchanging glances, Lu Peng said, Zi-Chen, we'll go to the main hall first. Without waiting for Zi-Chen's reply, he quickly left. But from afar, they could still hear voices. This Zi-Chen looks like an honest person, but why is he so fickle? Yeah, he went to comprehend for 1,000 years. During that time, Meng Yao accompanied him, and he actually brought one back. In the past, he had an excuse to say that she was following him. Now, he found a demon. Let's see what he can say. Shoo, lower your voices. Maybe we can see a battle later. Yes, yes, hee. Hearing these voices, the expressions of the women changed. Zichen's expression became incomparably awkward. He didn't expect that in just 1,000 years, his brothers would become so perverted. The atmosphere was very awkward. Everyone had a strange feeling in their hearts, but no one asked. Only Sunling, looked at Zichen and asked directly, Zichen, what's going on? If you lack women, you can find me. I've already said that I'll give myself to you. But you found a demon. What's the big deal? Zichen had already experienced Sunling's toughness, but when he heard this, he still broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly explained, misunderstanding. It's definitely a misunderstanding. I'm just... Hearing Zichen's explanation, Zichen's 4 official girlfriends were relieved. They naturally believed in Zichen. However, when Zhang Yubing heard this, she felt a little uncomfortable and felt very inferior. Zichen didn't even like the demon princess, so he definitely didn't like her, a person from the mountains. In the everlasting palace, the old and new people gathered, filling the entire palace. Looking at more than half of the unfamiliar faces, looking at their eyes filled with fanaticism and worship, Zichen finally felt the passage of 1,000 years. Everyone looked at Zichen eagerly, wanting to hear his opinion. However, Zichen didn't know what to say. For 1,000 years, they didn't know what had happened to the everlasting sect, so naturally, they didn't know what to say. Wang Qiong saw Zichen's awkwardness and immediately sent a voice transmission, briefly explaining what had happened in the past 1,000 years. There were only 2 things, fighting and breaking through. Zichen coughed lightly and said, everyone has worked hard these years. Today is a rare occasion to be happy, so let's celebrate for 3 days. Cheers rang out in the palace. Zichen waved his hand, and the cheers in the palace disappeared, becoming extremely quiet. Zichen looked around again and found that 70% of the people here were strangers. He knew that it was time to withdraw. A moment later, Zichen solemnly said, now, I officially appoint Sunling as the everlasting sect's sect master, and Chun Feng as the vice sect master. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. They never thought that Zichen's second sentence would be to abdicate. Chun Feng and Sunling also looked at Zichen in confusion. Zichen said, the current world no longer belongs to us, but to you. The everlasting sect no longer needs us old people, but young people like you. If the everlasting sect wants to be glorious and immortal, it needs generations of geniuses, not just a few people. Hearing this, the Earth Origin Realm cultivators all nodded. As for the others, they couldn't accept this fact in a short time. In the future, we will no longer participate in the everlasting sect's matters. We will only appear when something major happens. The everlasting sect's future development will depend on you. At this moment, Zichen officially withdrew from the everlasting sect, from the martial heaven continent stage. He was now an elder of the everlasting sect. He had completely let go of everything. His glorious deeds would be recorded in the annals of the martial heaven continent and spread throughout the continent, inspiring the younger generation. 3 days after the everlasting sect celebration, the flying tiger began his tribulation. That pressure appeared once more. A month later, the flying tiger successfully passed his tribulation. Next was the barbarian dragon. Whether it was the flying tiger or the barbarian dragon, many cultivators came to watch as they underwent their tribulations. However, no one dared to cause trouble. After the barbarian dragon successfully broke through, the only person left in the everlasting sect who hadn't broken through was Zichen. It was worth mentioning that both the flying tiger and the barbarian dragon had undergone 81 tribulations. Chapter 11, 77. The barbarian dragon and the flying divine tiger had successfully undergone their tribulations, giving rise to 3 powerful existences in the everlasting sect. In the words of the devil race, the everlasting sect had produced 3 miracles of life. If one looked deeper, they would realize that these 3 miracles of life should not have appeared on the martial heaven continent. The dragon-tiger dragon belonged to the ancient battlefield. He should have been left there to fend for himself. The barbarian dragon belonged to the most ancient trial path. He should have been there. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but when Zichun had come into contact with the two of them, they had not yet been born. They were already on the brink of destruction. As for the flying divine tiger, it had been in the ruins this entire time. In the words of the cauldron spirit, the flying divine tiger had been an energy egg that the everlasting sex master had obtained elsewhere. It had just never hatched. As the everlasting sect had been destroyed, time had passed. The flying divine tiger had been born ahead of time, and it had grown until now. All the major powers of the martial heaven continent had been shaken by these miracles of life. But then, news of Zichen's tribulation spread. Zichen's name had spread throughout the continent. The three miracles of life were naturally powerful and extraordinary. However, they were Zichen's subordinates, even if Zichen didn't admit it. Zichen's brilliance had surpassed the three miracles of life, the heaven-splitting battle ape, Zhang Haoyan of the Kill bloodline, and all the other unrivaled spirit bodies in the world. This was an era where strong cultivators were born in large numbers. This was a flourishing era, but in this flourishing era, Zichen was invincible. His brilliance overshadowed everyone. It could be said that he deserved to be called the number one. Now that news of Zichen's tribulation had spread, it naturally attracted the attention of many powers. Furthermore, compared to the miracles of life, Zichen, who possessed the 3 pages of the heavenly book, was the true reason why they couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Hearing this news, many Earth Yuan powers began to set out for the sacred region. They were all extremely curious about Zichen's tribulation. After 1,000 years, the sacred region had been accepted by everyone. There were no more barbarians in this world, only the sacred region. A few days before Zichen's tribulation, Xing Daoli suddenly returned. When Zichen heard the news, he was pleasantly surprised. Zichen embarked on a different path. The difficulty of his tribulation was already very high, and whether or not he could successfully overcome it was still uncertain. If an outsider interfered during his tribulation, it would definitely be very dangerous. As such, Xing Daoli, who had heard the news, returned. As soon as Xing Daoli returned, Zichen went to find him to thank him. Xing Daoli guessed Zichen's intention with a glance and said, "You didn't come to me just to thank me, did you?" Zichen said, "I would like to ask Senior about the other world. You haven't even transcended your tribulation, yet you're already interested in another world." Zichen said, "I was afraid that you would leave before I could talk to you after the breakthrough, so I came here in advance to find out more." Xing Daoli nodded and said, "It's not a bad thing to know in advance. That world is called the Zhanwu continent." Zhanwu continent. This was the first time Zichen had heard the name of another world. That's right. In the Zhanwu continent, battles are everywhere. It can be said that it's a world that exists for the sake of battle. Xing Daoli said, "That continent is very big, much bigger than the Tianwu continent. It is divided into 9 continents, and each continent is divided into 49 regions. Each region has a region lord, and each region lord commands 108 city lords, representing 108 cities." Xing Daoli's simple introduction shocked Zichen. Other than those regular forces, there are also some sects, such as the Jin family and the Mu family. They all have their own bases outside, forming their own forces. The Zhanwu continent is very big, so big that you can't imagine it. If you go to the other world, you won't have the chance to resolve it, because in 1,000 years, you might not be able to cross a few cities. In 10 million years, you might not be able to cross a continent. Zichen asked, "If there are region lords and city lords, then they must be experts. What kind of strength does a city lord need, the virtual realm or the corporeal realm?" Xing Daoli smiled and said, "Earth realm experts are the weakest, the lowest existence there. To put it bluntly, their lives are even worse than some animals. As for what kind of strength is needed to become a city lord, you will naturally understand when you go there. However, before you step into the virtual realm, I still don't recommend you to go, because it's very dangerous." Xing Daoli gave an example and said, "Take Lung Hu as an example. He is a high-level life form here, but in the other world, I saw with my own eyes no less than 10 of these high-level life forms being killed. I also killed several of them myself." Zichen was completely shocked. Xing Daoli continued, In this world, there are still some rules and some morals. However, in the Jiangwu continent, the only rule is strength. Whoever is stronger is the rule. Moreover, there are many cases of disagreements and big fights. There are even situations where I feel uncomfortable seeing you and want to kill you. In that world, dignity and face are luxuries. In this world, as long as you don't go too far, as an expert, I won't bother to kill you. However, the Jiangwu continent is different. Even if you are an Earth Realm expert who is worse than an animal, perhaps the City Lord will personally kill you. That world is very cruel, so cruel that you can hardly imagine. In that world, the only way to survive is to kill. As for trust and brothers, in that world, they are even more luxurious than face and dignity. Zichen couldn't believe it and asked, "Is that world really that cruel?" Think about it, a world without any rules, where everything is done according to one's preferences, what would it be like? Xingdaoli said seriously, "I can tell you one thing seriously. People who talk about rules all day long are the most unruly. If you meet them, you must be careful. In that world, the only person you can trust is yourself." Seeing Zichun in deep thought, Xingdaoli patted him on the shoulder and said, "Of course, it's not as bad as I said. In fact, there are still rules in some places. For example, in the city, private fights are prohibited. That is a peaceful area. Whoever dares to violate it will be killed." Zichun was relieved when he heard this. However, Xingdaoli continued, "If you want to kill the city lord, it's a different story. If you want to kill him, then kill him. No one will pursue it." Zichun became speechless again. He felt that the world without rules was very exciting, and he was looking forward to it. However, he was also very worried because the probability of death was too high. Actually, there are only 3 realms in the cultivation world. They are the heaven, earth, and mortal realms. The Tianwu continent is suitable for mortal realms. Furthermore, there are mortals here, so there is relatively less danger. As for earth realms, they can only grow in the Jiangwu continent. What about the heaven realm? Is there a third world? Zichen raised his head and asked again. Maybe, maybe not. Xingdaoli looked at the sky and suddenly sighed. Zichen was puzzled and asked, "Senior, as a heaven realm expert, how can you not know this?" "Heaven realm?" Xingdaoli sneered and said, "This is only the realm in your eyes. In our eyes, it is not the real heaven realm, but the fake heaven realm." "Fake heaven realm?" "Yes, it's just that you haven't reached the true heaven realm yet." "What is the heaven realm?" Just by hearing the name, you can tell that it's comparable to the Sky Dome realm. This realm is already comparable to the Sky Dome realm. How can it be so easy to reach this realm? Forget it. You haven't reached that realm yet. No matter how much I say, you won't understand. Zichen's confidence was indeed hurt. He had never thought that a publicly recognized heaven realm expert like Xingdaoli was not the real heaven realm, but the fake heaven realm. Moreover, he was obviously stuck in a bottleneck and could not cross it for 10,000 years. When Zichen walked out of Xingdaoli's place, he was still a little absent-minded. He originally thought that he had reached the top of the cultivation world. Although he had not reached the peak, he was not far away. However, after a deep conversation with Xingdaoli, he realized that he had just reached the foot of the mountain. There was still a peak to climb. Zichun had already become an elder of the Wuji sect. Naturally, he could not wander around the main hall. He had his own place to live. As soon as he arrived, Wu Lu arrived. "Sect Master." "Oh, Zichun. Our people have found traces of the 5 elements forces. There are also earth primes from other forces. There are many of them," Wu Lu reported. Zichen waved his hand. "It's fine. With Senior Li here, they won't dare to act rashly." "Then do we need to be on guard?" Wu Lu asked. "No need. I don't believe that they will dare to cause trouble." As soon as Wu Lu left, the devil ape suddenly came. After arriving, the devil ape asked directly, "Zichun, after you break through, will you go directly to another world?" Zichun said, "There are no more grudges here. The environment here does not allow us to continue growing. Naturally, we have to leave." The devil ape's expression changed. There was hesitation on its face. "What? Is there something?" Zichen asked. The devil ape said, "I want to go back to the demon race." "Go back to the demon race?" Zichen looked surprised. The devil ape had appeared in the holy burial ground and had grown up with Zichen. It had never been to the demon race, but now it wanted to go back. The devil ape nodded, then explained, "After my tribulation, I awakened some inherited memories. The supreme treasure of the sky-splitting battle ape bloodline is still in the demon race. I must go and get it back." "What supreme treasure?" "The demon-devouring rod. The one in my hand, but it's incomplete. Part of it is sealed in the demon race," the devil ape said. Zichen thought for a moment, then said, "It's too dangerous for you to go alone. How about this? After I break through, we'll go together." The devil ape looked at Zichen gratefully. LV Pong was still repairing the tribulation platform. In the past 3 tribulations, the platform had been destroyed by divine lightning every time. Outside the tribulation platform, there were many Earth Primes guarding it to prevent others from secretly tampering with it. Chapter 1178. Apart from the tribulation, the soul spiritual weapon also needed to undergo the tribulation to become an Earth spiritual weapon. Before that, Zichen naturally had to sort out the soul spiritual weapons on him and try to help them all break through. Zichen had many soul spiritual weapons, and all of them had already recognized him as their master. However, their grades were relatively low. At this moment, there were only 3 weapons that he could take out. One was the flaming spear, another was the broken finger gloves, and the last one was the dragon soul spear that Zichen had personally refined and followed him for a long time. Ever since he discovered the Thunder Clan's world, Zichen had placed the dragon soul spear in the lightning sea. For the past 1,000 years, the dragon soul spear had been absorbing the lightning there. Zichen first sorted out the soul spiritual weapons, then took out a few ancient weapons. Zichen didn't know whether the ancient weapons needed to undergo the tribulation or not, but after the baptism of lightning, the ancient weapons should become more powerful. After sorting out the weapons for the tribulation, Zichen left the sect and headed to the Thunder Clan's world. When he arrived outside the Thunder Clan's world, he went straight to the Lightning Sea. In the Lightning Sea, a majestic lightning dragon was swimming, absorbing the lightning in the sea. After 1,000 years, the lightning dragon had already reached the deepest part of the Lightning Sea. After sensing Zichen's aura, the lightning dragon let out a cheerful roar and rushed out of the Lightning Sea. In the Thunder Clan's world, the cheerful roar of the lightning dragon constantly resounded. The lightning dragon rushed out of the Lightning Sea and circled around Zichen. Finally, it turned into a dragon spear in front of Zichen. Zichen grabbed the dragon spear and immediately felt a powerful and terrifying aura from it. He was very satisfied with the growth of the dragon spear. The resounding dragon roar attracted the attention of the other members of the Thunder Tribe. When they saw Zichen, their faces lit up with joy. After exchanging a few words with the members of the Thunder Tribe, Zichen left with his dragon spear. As the time for the tribulation approached, Su Mingyao and the others began to worry for Zichen. As for the Earth Elementals who came to watch the show, there were even some who didn't hesitate to cross 2 continents to watch Zichen undergo the tribulation. How can Zichen be absent from his tribulation? A voice resounded above the everlasting sect. Immediately after, a ray of golden light rushed into the everlasting sect. Wherever the golden light passed, no one in the everlasting sect tried to stop it. Where is Zichen? The golden light transformed into a figure. It was none other than Tyrant. Behind the monk were over 10 old monks. Among them was an old monk. He was so old that he couldn't even move. The arrival of the monk was a big surprise. Soon, Zichen appeared. After seeing Zichen, Tyrant pointed behind him and boasted, "I came as soon as I heard that you were going through the tribulation. Look, what do you think?" Zichen looked at the group of old monks, then put his palms together and bowed. The group of old monks hurriedly bowed. The oldest monk raised his head and nodded at Zichen. Then, he glanced at Zichen with cloudy eyes. Beside Zichen were a group of familiar faces, including the princess and the middle-aged demon. Naturally, the old monk was looking at the middle-aged demon. As for the middle-aged demon, his expression turned solemn when the old monk's gaze landed on him. "Let's go to my residence and talk," Zichen said, breaking the invisible confrontation. Both sides moved toward Zichen's residence. Moments later, cheers and laughter could be heard. At night, the everlasting sect hosted a banquet to welcome tyrant good and evil. At the banquet, the drunk monk said, Zichun, although I don't admit that you are stronger than me, the outside world thinks so. I have successfully passed the thunder tribulation. If you can't, then you will become a joke. Zichen said, Don't worry. I will definitely pass. 5 days later, Zichen stood on the repaired tribulation stage. Dozens of miles away from the tribulation stage, there were many Earth primes, human primes, and core primes. In short, there were many cultivators, surrounding an area of dozens of miles. Zichen is finally going to go through his tribulation. Yeah, his friends have all gone through their tribulations these years. If he doesn't, he will be forgotten by history. He used to be the strongest in the human primes. I wonder if he can become the strongest in the Earth primes after his breakthrough. Zichen is already extraordinary. I wonder what his tribulation will be like. I'm looking forward to it. The onlookers were full of anticipation for Zichen's tribulation, especially those of the everlasting sect. They were extremely excited. You must succeed. Su Mingyao, Lin Shui, and the others gathered together, secretly cheering for Zichen. Tyrant Good and Evil stood at the front with Demon Ape, Longhu, and the others to prevent anyone from causing trouble at the critical moment. However, looking at the current situation, it was unlikely that anyone would cause trouble because the demon expert had also decided to help Zichen. The most important thing was the appearance of Xing Daoli. He was alone in the air, attracting a lot of attention. He also promised that no one would disturb him this time. Zichen released his aura, and the tribulation began. Perhaps because he was a human, Zichen's tribulation wasn't like Longhu and the barbaric dragon, who had to wait a few months for the tribulation to descend. As soon as he released his aura and broke the rules, dark clouds appeared in the sky. The dark clouds covered the sky, covering an area of more than 10 miles. The sky darkened instantly, and an oppressive aura spread out. This was just the beginning. The onlookers didn't pay much attention to it, as they thought the tribulation aura would continue to expand. But soon, the group of Earth Yuan cultivators realized that the pressure of the tribulation had stopped. The tribulation clouds were no longer expanding, and the pressure was no longer increasing. Their faces were filled with astonishment, and their expressions immediately changed. Then, they began to whisper to each other. Why is this happening? Is this a tribulation? Such a weak tribulation. It can't even compare to mine. This tribulation aura is too weak. Is this really Zichen's tribulation? Although the tribulation aura in the sky was oppressive, it was far from what the onlookers had imagined, especially when they saw that the tribulation didn't continue to brew. Lightning flashed in the tribulation clouds. Some people even sneered with disdain. Hee, such a weak tribulation. Even if Zichen survives it, he'll be crippled. If he survives such a tribulation, I think he'll be the weakest among the Earth primes. From the strongest to the weakest, the tribulation in the sky was too weak. In their opinion, even though the powerful Purple Chin tribulation was incomparable to high-level life forms like Longhu and Longhu, the tribulation should not be too weak given its strength. Not only the Earth primes, even Zichen's friends frowned after feeling the power of the tribulation. How can this be? It shouldn't be. The tribulation Zichen attracted last time wasn't this weak. Monk looked at the tribulation and said, How can this be? It's too weak. What is Zichen doing? It's not Zichen doing anything. It seems to be the tribulation, said the demonic ape. No one could explain this situation. Only Su Mingyao, who knew Zichen well, seemed to have guessed something, but she couldn't be sure. Boom! Thunder rumbled. Zichen officially went through the tribulation. The first tribulation fell from the sky. After all, it was Zichen, an extremely extraordinary existence. The first divine lightning had rules. It was just that its power was a little stronger than ordinary divine lightning tribulations, but it was a little weaker than the black tortoise's tribulations. Zichen stood under the tribulation. He was bathed in the lightning. He kept absorbing the power of the lightning to refine his body. At the same time, he absorbed the power of rules. This was the first time he successfully comprehended rules because of Xing Daoli's words. Back then, he didn't choose to go through the tribulation, so he suffered a backlash from the rules. In the end, he benefited from the disaster. Some power of rules was left in his body. He refined the power of rules. At first, he was happy that he didn't need to go through the tribulation to comprehend rules. But he didn't expect that he still had to go through the tribulation today. Boom! Another explosion came from the sky. The second tribulation fell and hit Zichen accurately. Zichen didn't dodge. He took the tribulation head-on and absorbed the power of lightning. Then, the third, fourth, and fifth tribulation appeared one after another. Each tribulation was stronger than the last. It was the same as the ordinary tribulation of Earth humans. There was nothing special about it. But everyone came to see Zichen's unique tribulation. Now that they saw such an ordinary tribulation, it was completely unexpected and they lost interest. In less than a moment, all 9 tribulation lightning fell. Zichen wasn't even injured. He went through it just like that. It's too easy. Others are almost dying when going through the tribulation. After going through the tribulation, they will only have half of their life left. But he was just struck 9 times and didn't get injured. Hee, the weakest Earth-Yuans in history has been born. I thought I would see a vast tribulation. I didn't expect it to be so simple. It's boring. In fact, Zichen's tribulation wasn't weak. It was much stronger than the ordinary tribulation. But everyone had high expectations for Zichen. Now that they saw the tribulation, they were indeed dissatisfied. Not to mention the outsiders. Even Zichen's friends were also dissatisfied with the tribulation. Because everyone knew that the stronger the tribulation, the more powerful the tribulation. Zichen's tribulation was so weak. Naturally, the power he received after the tribulation was weak. After the 9th tribulation, Zichen heard the taunts and mockery around him. But he didn't care. At this moment, he looked up at the sky with a calm expression. After the 9th tribulation, the dark clouds in the sky didn't dissipate. Instead, they became denser. A pressure several times stronger than before swept out from the dark clouds. The tribulation clouds that covered a radius of more than 10 miles also doubled in size. The tribulation clouds spread to 30 miles, and the oppressive aura swept out. The changes in heaven and earth were naturally sensed by the other Earth-Yuans. Their expressions changed immediately. What's going on? Why aren't the tribulation clouds dissipating after the 9th tribulation? The tribulation clouds aren't dissipating, but the power is increasing. Could it be that Zichen hasn't succeeded yet? Could it be there's more tribulation lightning? If there's more, what was that just now? An appetizer. In the sky, the pressure was even stronger. This change was unacceptable to the Earth-Yuans. It was beyond their knowledge and common sense. But then again, Longhu had gone through 91 tribulations. Zichen was so extraordinary. It was normal for the tribulation lightning to be strange. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.